Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Chapter 1, Yuki no Shita picks high-quality girls for Hikigaya. Youth is a lie, it's evil. What so-called youth really is just a false life for the so-called popular kids. Built on mutual deception and the medium through which they maintain interpersonal relationships. On the contrary, to not praise youth, to not succumb to this deceitful, false compromise, is where true justice lies. Like a sturdy lighthouse, steadfastly standing in the midst of a stormy sea. I, Hikigaya Hikuman, silently adhere to my principles, always remaining a professional lone wolf. Until the first semester of my second year, when I was dragged by the sympathy-driven Hiratsuka-sensei into some mysterious club, where I met its only member at the time, the flower of Subuhai. Yuki no Shita Yukino. This super. Well, I'll reluctantly call her a beautiful girl, took it upon herself to pull me out of my lone wolf existence and made me, the one who hates youth, sing its praises. Her personality is terrible. She's clearly a little demon king. I, Hikigaya Hikuman, hate Yuki no Shita the most. How is it possible that some warrior would fall for a girl like her? Unless that warrior is some sort of masochist. Hikigaya grumbled to the reflection of a boy who looked just like him in the mirror. Hikigaya-kun, how long are you going to stay in the bathroom? Seriously, can't even handle a trip to the toilet without being incompetent, are you dizzy? Huh? No. No, I'm coming out now. Hikigaya quickly straightened himself and adjusted his disheveled clothes before bidding his reflection farewell and leaving the bathroom. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a girl wrapped in a blanket, lazily lying on the bed. Her face was slightly flushed, her legs slightly apart, and the skin on either side of her legs was subtly exposed. Looking up, a beam of sunset filtered through the hotel window, shining on the girl's face. Her serene smile made Hikigaya lose himself for a few seconds. Are you staying tonight? No. I'm not. Hikigaya shook his head, sneaking a few glances at Yuki no Shita on the bed. He quickly looked away but soon peered again. Has this bad woman used some charm spell on me? Tomorrow is the start of the third year. I don't want to mess up the last opening ceremony of high school. Fufu. Yuki no Shita smiled lightly, a hint of mischievousness in her eyes. Next time, don't chicken out, okay, Zatsuji-o-kun? When Yuki no Shita smiled, two shallow dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth, a bonus for her status as the flower of Subuhai. However, to Hikigaya, that smile felt more like the devil mocking him. I don't accept running away from a fight. Hikigaya's face flushed, but his expression was dead serious. As a gentleman, one must always show a certain decorum when facing a lady. So, Yuki no Shita, don't open the champagne too early. Don't think you've won just because you got a point. You're right. Yuki no Shita's smile grew more confident. However, you've never won against me. Try winning 1 point first, then talk. Hikigaya was immediately speechless, letting out a frustrated sigh. That's what I thought. Yuki no Shita is such a horrible person. Any boy who likes her must be a masochist. Sigh, I'm leaving. See you at school tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Yuki no Shita smiled as she watched Hikigaya leave. Once Hikigaya had fully exited the room, the previously cheerful atmosphere instantly vanished, replaced by an eerie silence. Yuki no Shita's smile faded gradually, and her expression became blank. If Hikigaya had seen her then, he would have been startled. At this moment, Yuki no Shita's face looked even more solemn than when she faced her older sister, or even her mother. After several minutes of silence, as though in deep thought, Yuki no Shita took a deep breath and spoke. Matchmaker system, what is it? Yuki no Shita wasn't like Hikigaya, suddenly caught up in a phase of juvenile fantasy, shouting at empty air. She was conversing with a special presence in her mind. It was commonly known as a system. Honestly, Yuki no Shita had never believed in the sudden appearance of this system in her mind. However, after taking a strengthening potion provided by the system and, using her fragile body, making Hikigaya beg for mercy, Yuki no Shita eventually decided to give this unscientific thing a try. A voice soon echoed in Yuki no Shita's mind. The matchmaker system, literally, means the host needs to get your boyfriend to stick with different high-quality girls, get Hikigaya-kun to stick with high-quality girls. Yuki no Shida, who was always particular about her wording, furrowed her brows, seemingly hitting a knowledge blind spot. Stick. What does that mean? In simple terms, it means making your boyfriend engage in the following, but not limited to, holding hands, hugging, kissing, sleeping together, having children. Stop. Even Yuki no Shida, who was usually calm and composed, was stunned. You mean making Hikigaya-kun hold hands with other women? Hug? Kiss? Even sleep together? As she spoke, her face flushed, and a surge of anger flared up within her. Yes, including having children, the system responded without a hint of emotion. A coldness suddenly covered Yuki no Shida's face. She clenched the blanket in her hands, as though wanting to tear it apart to vent her anger. How could she allow her boyfriend to kiss, sleep with, or even have children with other women? Just the thought of Hikigaya talking and laughing comfortably with another girl already made her feel uneasy. You awful system. Have you not received basic education? How can your mind be so filthy? Or was the person who created you an emotionally deprived fool? This is nonsense. Hikigaya-kun is my boyfriend now. Why would I do something immoral like that? Oh, if you don't complete the system's tasks, your boyfriend will die from illness? Though Yuki no Shida's face remained expressionless, with no apparent rage, her inner fury was practically bubbling over. However, realizing that getting angry with something that seemed more like an emotionless robot was a foolish act, she tried to restrain herself, keep calm, and figure out what was really happening. What illness does he have? The cause of the illness is unknown, but I can tell you that with current human medical technology, it's untreatable. If you don't complete the system tasks, you won't gain points to save your boyfriend, and he will die from this illness in 3 years. Yuki no Shida Yukino, you wouldn't want your beloved boyfriend to leave you forever in 3 years, would you? Yuki no Shida's expression wavered as she sat cross-legged on the bed, seemingly contemplating the truth behind the system's claim that Hikigaya had an illness. I believe the host would never joke about your beloved person. It's just a small sacrifice of your boyfriend's purity, but it can save his life. I believe with your broad heart, you won't mind, right? The system coaxed gently. However, to Yuki no Shida, it felt like the devil whispering in her ear. Anyway, time is limited. I hope the host starts completing the tasks soon to earn points and save your boyfriend. Tasks? Wait. I never agreed to cooperate with you. The system didn't respond and quickly presented an option in Yuki no Shida's mind, giving her no chance to refuse. Please choose between the following 2 high-quality girls to be the main target for your boyfriend's future relationship. 1. Older sister Yuki no Shida Haruno. 2. Classmate from the same school, Kitamegumi. Host, please choose. When Yuki no Shida saw a particular name, her breath caught, and her brain nearly stopped functioning. Haruno? My sister? What kind of horrible choice is this? Her sister, Haruno, is a high-quality girl? She can't possibly involve that woman in this. How tasteless. At this moment, Yuki no Shida was furious with the matchmaking system. She truly wanted to refuse the task, but the thought of Hikigaya possibly being in danger made her reconsider. After much deliberation, she decided to cautiously observe the situation first. The other option is. Looking at the unfamiliar name, Yuki no Shida blinked in surprise and murmured, classmate from the same school, Kitamegumi? Yuki no Shida tried to recall any memories of her in her mind. Chapter 2, Hakuman discovers a hidden demon king. Spring break ended, and the new semester at Sobu High officially began. On the first day of the new school year, high school students usually wake up early. Freshmen are eager to arrive and meet new classmates, while upperclassmen hope their new class assignments will include familiar faces. For any normal high schooler, the first day of a new semester is a monumental event in their youth. Everyone wants to get to school early. Except for me, Hakuman Hikigaya. As a senior starting my 3rd year of high school today, I was currently pedaling furiously on my bike, trying to beat the clock with only 10 minutes left before I'd be officially late. In fairness, my sister Kamaki had tried to wake me up earlier, but I'd been too groggy to pay her much attention. So, my lovely little sister had heartlessly left me behind. Sigh. I let out a heavy sigh. Even the fresh morning air felt annoying. After past failures on similar occasions, I'd planned to wake up early this morning to welcome a new class, new teachers, and new classmates to start my final year of high school perfectly. But life always has its surprises. Yesterday, I had been forced to spend the entire afternoon with Yuki no Shida, leaving me so exhausted that even a night's rest wasn't enough to soothe my sore back and aching legs. Even now, as I pedaled my bike, I had to move carefully to avoid my cramping legs from giving out. Sadist. No, she's a full-blown demon king. The thought of what happened yesterday filled my mind with dark shadows. Before this, I'd been pretty confident. As a guy, I thought I could easily outlast Yukinosha when it came to stamina. But reality had slapped me hard in the face. Yesterday, she had somehow transformed into a max level 99 boss while I was nothing but a pitiful level 1 rookie fresh out of the starter village. Damn it. How could I be so weak? I dreaded seeing Yukinosha today at school. She would definitely mock me mercilessly. I could already imagine her saying things like, "What a loser. You're just a useless fish. From now on, I'll call you Mr. Fish. Or worse, Mr. Fish, maybe you should take some medicine." No. Never mind, as long as you're functional enough to have kids. Ugh. My pride. My dignity. I grimaced like I'd swallowed a bitter melon. No, I can't just give up. Even if my high school youth is problematic, my future married life can't be, too. Balancing the heavy academic workload of my senior year, I resolved to prioritize physical fitness. I would never let Yukinosha to look down on me again. With newfound determination, I pushed harder on the pedals, quickening my pace. Tired or not, I told myself this was just a head start on my new fitness regime. Ah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Watch out. As I turned a corner, a short-haired girl suddenly dashed out in front of me. If I hadn't braked in time, I might have caused another bike accident just like last year. Close call. Good thing I'm so weak, otherwise, a stronger stop might have hit her. Balancing my bike with one foot on the ground, I turned to the girl and asked with genuine concern, "Are you okay?" "Sorry about that." "Wait. She's wearing Sobuhai's uniform?" "Ah, a fellow unlucky soul." "I'm fine." The girl replied. "Good, as long as you're okay." I nodded in relief. But just as I was about to leave, I hesitated and glanced at her, noticing the sweat glistening on her forehead. Seeing my hesitation, the girl paused and asked, puzzled, "Are you thinking of offering me a ride on your bike?" "Eh? Wow, this girl must be a mind reader." Since she had called me out, I suppressed my embarrassment and replied, "It's only natural for an upperclassman to help a fellow student. We're both about to be late. If you hop on, you'll get to school faster." This was hard for me. Offering a stranger a ride on my bike on the first day of school? The risk of being seen as a creep was high. Still, I imagined if it were a certain mischievous younger girl, she would probably clutch her chest, trembling, and say something like, "Senpai, you're not falling for me, are you?" "Sorry, I already like someone else." "I apologize." "Thank you," the short-haired girl said unexpectedly. She walked calmly to the back of the bike and sat down as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "I appreciate your help, Hikigaya-senpai." "Eh?" I turned my head sharply. "You know me? Hikigaya-senpai, you're quite famous at Sobuhai. Every normal student knows who you are." She replied with a calm expression. "Famous? I'm just a regular, inconspicuous student. One of the key members of the service club, who organized events like the cultural festival, sports festival, and joint dance party. Does that sound inconspicuous to you?" Her words sent chills down my spine. She had just recounted all my embarrassing second-year achievements as if reading them from the list. Now pedaling slower because of the extra weight on my bike, I struggled to keep my balance while processing this unsettling conversation. Who is this girl? Has she been stalking me? The idea of her secretly harboring a crush on me briefly flitted through my mind, but I quickly dismissed it. I already had a girlfriend now. I stammered, struggling to think of a way to politely reject her, anything to distance myself from this ominous presence behind me. My instincts screamed that she was dangerous. But the girl interrupted my thoughts, her voice steady. "Hikigaya-senpai, I'm actually a third-year student like you." "What? A fellow senior? That can't be right." Though I had met almost every student at Sobuhai during my many activities last year, I had zero memory of her. She was a complete blank. A transfer student, maybe? No, you idiot. She knew all about my past. How could she be a transfer student? Black mark on my record, +1. Ah, I remember now. You were in class 2B last year, right? Fujihara? I was in class 2E. My name is Ketu. Oh. Sorry. Black mark, +2. With that embarrassing admission, I racked my brain. Ketu? Class E? She was right next door to my class F. But there was no way someone like her could have escaped my notice all year, right? Something wasn't adding up. Cold sweat trickled down my back as I slowly realized, the person sitting on my bike wasn't just any girl. She was like an invisible demon king, one who had quietly hidden her presence from everyone until now. The growing unease in Hukaman's mind only deepened. What kind of monster had he unwittingly stumbled upon today? "It's fine," Kita said, shaking her head. Her tone remained calm and indifferent as she continued, "I've always been pretty unremarkable. Average grades, No club activities, no class representative roles, and not many friends. It's normal that you wouldn't remember me. This eerie sense of déjà vu. Isn't that me? Wait, no. Not the same at all. I may be a nobody, but I've at least joined a club, and my language grades are ranked 3rd in the entire year. There's no way I'm on the same level as you. Actually, I think Kita-san is quite cute. Hukuman offered hesitantly, hoping to ease the awkward atmosphere. At the very least, in one particular area, she's better than the top student of our grade, Yuki no Shida. Senpai is very kind. Kita replied, her expression unchanged. But you don't need to comfort me. If I really were cute, you would have noticed me long ago. Hukuman was left speechless. As he clammed up, the alarm bells in his mind rang louder and louder. Not only did he have zero recollection of this girl Zero, but this unassuming, seemingly invisible creature clearly knew far too much about him. Talking to her felt like being caught in some invisible net, where every move he made only further entangled him. For the first time, he truly considered whether this so-called chance encounter might actually be some kind of elaborate, malicious plan. Kita was dangerous. He suddenly yearned for the familiar sharp tongue and cold gaze of Yuki no Shida. At least with her, he could prepare for the onslaught. Yuki no Shida. Save me. After what felt like an eternity of tense silence, they finally arrived at Sobu High. The moment Hukuman brought his bike to a stop, Kita smoothly stepped off the back seat. She patted her skirt to straighten it and then turned to him. Thank you for the ride, senpai. She said, her tone polite but lacking any warmth. I'll see you later. Without waiting for a reply, she walked away, her figure disappearing into the crowd of students heading into the school. What just happened? Hukuman stared after her, stunned. The morning sun shone down on Sobu High, signaling the start of a new school term. And yet, all he could feel was the oppressive shadow of something inexplicably sinister. This was going to be a very long year. Chapter 3, Yuki no Shita decides to pair up Kita Megumi and Hikigaya. Yuki no Shita spent a sleepless night. Now, she sat groggily in the back seat of a blue sports car, her eyelids heavy with exhaustion. In the front seat, a short-haired woman who bore an 8 to 9 point resemblance to Yuki no Shita but exuded a far more mature aura was driving skillfully. Goodness, showing up on the first day of school with no energy? That's so unlike you, remarked Haruno, breaking the silence in the car. Yuki no Shita slowly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of her sister's annoyingly radiant and smiling face in the rearview mirror. After just one glance, Yuki no Shita decided to ignore her. Naturally, Haruno noticed her younger sister's indifferent reaction. Unbothered, she continued to tease, honestly, if I hadn't happened to pass by, you'd have been late today. That kind of rookie mistake doesn't seem like something you'd do. I'd wager you must have been up to something very exhausting last night. Let me guess, burning the midnight oil studying? No. Then you were staying up late watching cat videos? Still wrong? Oh, I've got it. You must have been out late on a date with Hikigaya-kun? Yuki no Shita's eyelids twitched at the mention of Hikigaya's name. Noticing this subtle reaction, Haruno smirked, her interest piqued. See, I knew it. It's Hikigaya-kun, isn't it? Now, did little Yukino and her Hikigaya-kun snuggle last night? Yuki no Shita's eyes flew open as her cheeks flushed crimson. Panicking, she shot back, we didn't snuggle. Not at all. Oh? Really? Faced with Haruno's playful gaze, Yuki no Shita clamped her mouth shut, refusing to engage further. She prided herself on maintaining composure and responding deftly in any situation except when dealing with her mother or this particular elder sister. Every word, every glance from Haruno seemed custom-made to unravel her calm. I still have so much growing up to do. Meanwhile, Haruno, undeterred, giggled. No need to be so upset. It's perfectly normal for couples to do that sort of thing. Now, I'm curious who took the lead? You're Hikigaya-kun? Yuki no Shita scoffed, her tone frosty. Humphrey. Who'd want to engage in such filthy behavior with a worm like him? Wow, that's harsh. I think Hikigaya-kun is rather cute. Haruno teased. Cute? He's nothing but a useless slacker. Haruno chuckled. If you dislike him so much, why not let me take him off your hands? I'm in the market for a boyfriend, you know. Seriously. I wouldn't mind a younger guy. Hikigaya-kun's kind of adorable, isn't he? Yuki no Shita's expression darkened, her gaze sharp. Snow Woman Haruno, you'd better watch what you say. Hikigaya-kun is my boyfriend. If you want to play cougar, go find someone outside the family. Oh, so mean. My little sister's scolding me. Yuki no Shita huffed and looked away, refusing to engage any further. Not choosing Haruno as my partner was absolutely the right call. Last night, after hours of deliberation, Yuki no Shito had eliminated Haruno and decided on her schoolmate, Kita Megumi, as Hikagaya's partner. Haruno was simply too dangerous, a blazing inferno that could burn everything to ash. If Haruno genuinely fell for Hikigaya and pursued him, Yuki no Shito wasn't sure if either of them could handle the fallout. Kato, on the other hand, was an unknown variable. Yuki no Shito hadn't heard much about her during their second year, but compared to Haruno's hellish difficulty, Kita seemed like a preschool-level challenge. After making her choice, the system had provided Yuki no Shito with basic information about Kita: name, Kita Megumi, personality, gentle, quiet, nurturing, witty, hidden traits, relation to host, high school classmate, relation to Hikigaya, middle school and high school classmate, maximum potential points, 100,000, 2 points caught Yuki no Shito's attention. 1. Kato had attended the same middle school as Hikigaya, which warranted scrutiny. 2. The maximum obtainable points from Kato were only 100,000. Intimate interactions like holding hands, hugging, kissing, or even having children would yield points. If Kato fell deeply in love with Hikigaya to the point of committing to him for life, she'd provide a hefty 50,000 points. Points, of course, were the system's currency. 1,000,000 points were needed to redeem the medicine that could save Hikigaya. Kato alone could only contribute 100,000 points, which meant Yuki no Shito had to make Hikigaya snuggle with 10 different girls. The thought made Yuki no Shito's blood boil. 10? My Hikigaya-kun is going to turn into public property at this rate. Though she wanted to resist, the system always countered with, host, you wouldn't want Hikigaya to die in 3 years, would you? This infuriating reminder left her no choice but to reluctantly play along. Fortunately, Kita seemed like a quiet girl, which Yuki no Shito assumed would make things manageable. Alright, we're here. Haruno smoothly parked the blue sports car by the curb. She glanced around habitually and quickly noticed a bicycle pulling up near the school gate. Oh, isn't that Hikigaya-kun? Running just as late as you. Who's that girl riding on the back of his bike? Yuki no Shito, deep in thought, instinctively raised her head and followed Haruno's gaze. At the school gate, Hikigaya stopped his bike, and the girl sitting on the back hopped off. The two exchanged smiles as they chatted. Yuki no Shito's eyes widened in shock, her thoughts screeching to a halt. What? Where did that vixen come from? That girl is Kita Megumi. She's the one you need to pair with your boyfriend to earn points, the system's voice echoed in her mind. What? Yuki no Shito's face paled as her eyes grew even larger. The girl on the back of Hikigaya's bike. Is Kita Megumi? What happened to the quiet, reserved persona? Wait. I haven't even started yet, and they're already this close. Don't tell me they were lovers in middle school, rekindling an old flame? Chapter 4, The Terrifying New Teacher. What a coincidence, Hikigaya-kun. We're in Class 3B together. Yeah, lucky to be in the same class as you, Kita-san. As they walked toward the Class 3B classroom, Hikigaya couldn't help but wear an expression that screamed utter despair. Looking forward to working with you, Hikigaya-kun. Yeah. Likewise. Internally, Hikigaya let out a long sigh. Ever since he entered the school gates, he'd been silently praying not to end up in the same class as Ketu. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, and now the two of them were indeed in the same class. What kind of luck is this? To spend my entire senior year with a creature like Ketu? Yuki no Shito, help. I need backup. Is there any way you can swap Ketu into a different class? His instincts screamed that this woman was dangerously unpredictable. After spending only a short amount of time with her, Hikigaya had already mentally categorized Kita Megumi as a terrifying, dragon-level monster. Oh, and just to clarify, Hikigaya also considered Haruno Yuki no Shito a dragon-level monster. This gave a good sense of just how wary he was of Ketu. The two of them arrived at Class 3B. Thankfully, the back door was open. Hikigaya and Ketu carefully slipped inside. Since it was the first day of school, and seating wasn't assigned yet, they randomly chose seats. Hikigaya made sure to pick a spot as far from Ketu as possible. Once seated, he slumped over his desk and discreetly surveyed his new classmates. Most of them were unfamiliar faces. There were no familiar names like Uegahama, Hayama, or Tatsuka. The only recognizable ones seemed to be Mira's mom. Oh, right. Kawasaki was also here. Wait, is Kawasaki sneaking glances at me? No, it had to be his imagination. Live solutions. She's definitely not looking at me. Shaking off the thought, Hikigaya stopped scanning the classroom. He had already gotten a rough sense of things. This new class seemed decent enough, as long as Ketu wasn't part of the equation. In fact, without her, he might have rated this class quite highly. His natural instinct was to hope for anonymity. No one knowing who he was would be ideal. That way, he could quietly blend into the background, study in peace, and avoid unnecessary disruptions. Why was Hikigaya so motivated to study and not slack off? There were a few reasons. First, it was senior year, and university entrance exams loomed large. Secondly, Yuki no Shita wanted them to aim for the same university, so they wouldn't end up in a long-distance relationship. But beyond those reasons, there was an even greater force driving Hikigaya to excel, the ultimate boss monster he needed to overcome, far surpassing Katu or even Haruno, a deity tier opponent, Yuki no Shita's mother. Yes. That polite yet terrifyingly sharp woman was his true nemesis. Their last meeting at the hotel had made her intentions clear. She wanted to control him, to mold him into nothing more than a servant for the Yuki no Shita family. Sounds great, doesn't it? But I, Hikigaya Hikaman, am a man with dignity. As the only male heir of the Hikigaya family, he had a responsibility to uphold. No matter what, at least one of his future children had to carry the Hikigaya surname. Otherwise, how could he face his old-fashioned parents? Of course, Hikigaya knew that even attending the same university as Yuki no Shita wouldn't necessarily change her mother's mind. But it might at least prove to her that he was Yuki no Shita's equal, not someone destined to be beneath her. In short, good grades were essential. Lost in thought, Hikigaya was jolted back to reality by the sound of the school bell. Time to meet the homeroom teacher? Sigh. I really wish Hiratsuka-sensei were still here. But Hiratsuka-sensei had moved on. Maybe it was for the best. If she had stayed on as his teacher, Hikigaya feared he might have done something to betray Yuki no Shita. While he was deep in thought, a young woman in a dark professional suit and pencil skirt, her eyes cold and serious, walked into the classroom, holding a lesson plan. The moment this pink-haired teacher stepped in, the already noisy classroom erupted further. A professional outfit. Pencil skirt. Wait. Black stockings? Whoa. She was practically dancing on the collective heartstrings of every male otaku in the room. Hikigaya blinked, taking a few extra glances. It wasn't just her outfit. Her delicate features and curvaceous figure made her undeniably stunning. She was, without a doubt, an incredibly beautiful teacher. Even Hikigaya couldn't help but sneak a few more glances, let alone the other students. Some bold ones even asked if she had a boyfriend. The lively atmosphere didn't last long, though. The moment the pink-haired teacher swept the room with her piercing gaze, the energy shifted dramatically. It was as if a top predator had entered the room, silencing its prey. In an instant, the previously lively classroom fell deathly quiet. A suffocating pressure blanketed the room. Her icy stare alone made students break out in a cold sweat. Some of the weaker ones couldn't even lift their heads. Seriously? She's not actually going to kill anyone. Bunch of cowards. Huh? Hikigaya's internal rant was abruptly interrupted when he realized the teacher's gaze had locked onto him, like a hunter eyeing its prey. Danger alarms blared in his head. Under her unrelenting glare, Hikigaya's body froze. The slouched dead fish posture he'd adopted vanished as he straightened up like a model student, barely daring to breathe until she finally looked away. Phew. That was close. I almost stopped breathing. Could this pink-haired teacher have actually killed someone before? As Hikigaya shivered at the thought, the teacher walked to the blackboard, picked up a piece of chalk, and began to write her name. My name is Mifagirasu. Starting today, I will be your Class 3B homeroom teacher and world history instructor. If you have any academic or campus-related issues, feel free to come to me. She finished her introduction with another cold scan of the room, making everyone jump to attention and shout, "Yes, ma'am." Sigh, first Kitu, and now Girasa-sensei. Why are all these terrifying women flocking to my life? As Hikigaya lamented his fate, he felt his phone vibrate in his desk. Huh? After hesitating for a few seconds, he quickly checked the screen while Girasa-sensei wasn't looking. Wait, a text from Yuki no Shita? Could she have developed some kind of sixth sense? Is she here to save me? Shocked, Hikigaya opened the message. Yuki no Shita, Hikigaya-kun, who was that girl you were walking with this morning? You two seemed quite cozy at the school gate. Are you planning to cheat on me? What? Why does this sound like an interrogation? Katu? Cheating? What kind of joke is this? We've only just met. Chapter 5, My Hikigaya-kun, so strict with himself. Subu High School had 9 regular classes and 1 special class known as the International Education Class 3J. Unlike the regular classes, 3J boasted an average academic deviation score 2 to 3 points higher, filled with returnees from abroad or students aspiring to study overseas. Being a single class, it did not undergo the usual reshuffling at the start of each year. 3J symbolized prestige and academic excellence within Subu High. Among its students, Yuki no Shita shone brightest, both in academics and appearance. Yet, at this moment, she was stealthily playing with her phone during class. For Yuki no Shita, The model student in her teacher's eyes, it was unprecedented to engage in such antics while a teacher lectured, let alone on the very first day of school. She knew that being caught would surely disappoint her teacher, but she couldn't care less. Moments earlier, she had seen Hikigaya and Kita together at the school gates, chatting in what seemed like an intimate manner. The image was like a thorn lodged deep in her chest, impossible to ignore or remove. In the past, she had never felt this agitated when Hikigaya was around other girls, such as Yorishiki. But ever since they had officially started dating biologically and emotionally recognizing each other as partners, Yuki no Shita found herself growing increasingly sensitive. Seeing Hikigaya too close to another woman left her chest tight and her mood foul. "You don't know her?" Seeing Hikigaya's prompt reply, Yuki no Shita's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and she exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. He had quickly sent her a flurry of messages, explaining the situation with Katu. From how they had met to his polite gesture of giving her a ride to school, he shared every detail with no omissions and even outright declared that he didn't know her. From the typos and his frantic speed in replying, Yuki no Shita could tell he was genuinely panicked. That said, her suspicions were far from dispelled. Still feigning anger, she continued to press him. "Yuki no Shita, a few words won't clear you of suspicion. Tell me, are you hiding something else from me?" "Hikigaya, I'm not hiding anything. I've already told you everything about what happened with Katu." "Yuki no Shita, think harder. Did you forget anything?" "Hikigaya." On the other side of the screen, Hikigaya groaned. He and Katu were at best classmates, not even friends, at least. Not yet. Sigh. Who would have thought that after doing that, Yuki no Shita's possessiveness would skyrocket? Looks like I'll have to keep even further away from women from now on. Just as Hikigaya was crafting another patient explanation for Yuki no Shita, a faint whiff of perfume reached his nose. Smells nice. A woman's perfume? That can't be right. He was surrounded by a group of sweaty, rowdy guys. Lifting his head cautiously, he was greeted by a pair of imposing peaks swaying rhythmically in front of him. Hikigaya froze. 10 times Yuki no Shita's. But he didn't have time to appreciate the sight. His thoughts were interrupted by a chilling gaze, the kind reserved for trash. It was Garasimifo. And she was staring him down like a predator eyeing its prey. Oh no. She's going to kill me. A moment later, Hikigaya found himself exiled to the back of the classroom, standing as punishment. Meanwhile, on Yuki no Shita's end, her eyebrows were knitting together again as she anxiously awaited a reply from Hikigaya. "You knew her from middle school and didn't tell me? Was it deliberate? Or an oversight? Hikigaya-kun, you just want to cheat on me, don't you?" Just as she was gearing up to launch a full interrogation, her system companion interjected. "System, host, you can check Hikigaya-kuman's basic profile. He currently has 0 interest in Katu." Yuki no Shita blinked, startled. "I can view Hikigaya's profile? Why didn't you mention this earlier, you useless system?" "System, host didn't ask, Yuki no Shita." "Damn it. Calm down, calm down. I can't lose my temper at a machine." "Fine, open it up." A data panel appeared in her mind. Name, Hikigaya-kuman, personality, gentle, introverted, overly self-aware, hidden trait, wife protector extraordinaire, relationship with host, romantic partner, affection for host, 99, deep love, affection for Kitamegami, -5 out of 100, fear, corruption level, 0 out of 100, strict with himself, loyal and faithful. Scanning through the profile, Yuki no Shita's previously mounting fury quickly dissipated. Her lips curled up ever so slightly, and a warm satisfaction filled her chest. "Hey, why didn't you say so earlier? So deeply in love with me, yet still so stubborn. Just like yesterday afternoon." "Huh? He dislikes Katu this much?" Her eyes lingered on the negative affection score, a mix of surprise and curiosity flickering across her face. "System, affection starts at 0 and goes up to 100. The higher the score, the closer the relationship and the greater the chance of intimate bonding, and if it's negative. System, the individual wishes for the other to disappear." "What? Hikigaya-kun dislikes Katu that much?" Yuki no Shita was taken aback, but the revelation brought her immense relief. "Looks like I misunderstood after all. Hikigaya-kun is as dependable as ever." But the system wasn't done. "System, host, this isn't a good thing. Low affection means Hikigaya-kuman has no chance of bonding with Katu, which means you miss out on earning points." The blissful Yuki no Shita felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped on her. She couldn't argue back and instead moved to the last entry on the profile. "What's this corruption level about?" "System, as the name implies, it measures Hikigaya-kuman's moral decline. The higher the score, the more likely he is to bond with other women. Low levels mean he's strict with himself and utterly loyal to you, strict with himself, utterly loyal. That's my Hikigaya-kun." Yuki no Shita thought, her heart swelling with pride. But the system wasn't finished. System, a high corruption level also means opportunities for, adventurous scenarios, love triangles, decadent desserts, or even polyamorous chaos? Yukino Shida was stunned. Wait, what? And what do you mean by desserts? Calm down. This isn't important right now. What mattered was that Hikigaya was strict with himself and a reliable man. System, host, don't get too comfortable. Hikigaya Hukuman's low corruption level means it'll be almost impossible for him to bond with other women, which means no points, which means no saving his life in 3 years. The system shattered her happy bubble. Though the misunderstanding between her and Hikigaya had been cleared up, a new trial lay ahead. To ensure our future happiness, I have to make Hikigaya-kun less strict with himself and push him toward other girls? But I'm his girlfriend. Why is this my responsibility? Sigh. I can't handle this anymore. At that moment, Yukino Shida instinctively longed for help. Hikigaya-kun, what would you do in my place? Chapter 6, Turning Hukuman into a Male Succubus? On the first day of school, being called to the back of the classroom by the teacher to stand for punishment, Hukuman silently added another black mark to his record. Fortunately, there were a few other students who had to stand with him, so at least he wasn't left alone in the awkward spotlight. In any case, leaving a bad first impression on the homeroom teacher, Kinoshita-sensei, was definitely not a good sign. With the thought of having to deal with this terrifying teacher for an entire year, Hukuman couldn't help but shudder. Someone help me out here, Yukino. Huh? Mid-sentence, Hukuman suddenly stopped. This was strange. Why have I been relying on Yukino so much lately? This wasn't how it was before, was it? Could it be because she has somehow conquered me? After all, the weak seek protection from the strong. Wait. No way. Am I really that pathetic? Hukuman, how can you admit that you're weaker than Yukino? If you do that, you'll never be able to lift your head again. Just as Hukuman was lost in self-reflection, Kinoshita-sensei told him to return to his seat and announced that the class would begin self-introductions. Self-introductions? Hearing those words, Hukuman's face immediately darkened, his expression more painful than when he had been made to stand at the back of the classroom. Since high school, he had never successfully done a self-introduction. In the first year, he had to excuse himself to go to the restroom due to a stomachache, and by the time he returned, the introductions were already over, with everyone having completely forgotten he existed. In the second year, he had missed a month of school due to a car accident, so self-introductions were the least of his worries. Because of these past failures, Hukuman now harbored a deep fear of self-introductions. He wanted to escape. But when his eyes accidentally met Kinoshita-sensei's, his legs trembled uncontrollably. There was no way he could run now. Half an hour later, the dreadful self-introductions finally came to an end. Hukuman felt like he had conquered an insurmountable mountain, breathing a sigh of relief. Next came the opening ceremony and a series of other mundane tasks. Hukuman obediently followed the crowd to the gymnasium. To be honest, the opening ceremony was nothing special. Each grade's representative gave a speech, all very formal, and there wasn't anything particularly noteworthy. If it hadn't been for Yukino, who had glanced at him a few times as the third-year representative, Hukuman thought he would have nodded off. Yukino stared at me for a full 2.5 minutes. She doesn't still think I'm planning to cheat on her with Kitu, does she? That terrifying woman, I can't even escape her. How could I possibly have an affair with her? Hukuman felt the need to clear things up with Yukino soon. After the opening ceremony, the students returned to their classrooms. Since it was the first day of school, there was still a classroom cleanup to do, followed by elections for class representatives, seating arrangements, and other administrative matters. For Hukuman, the most important thing was the seating arrangement. As someone who wanted to remain invisible in his third year, he definitely hoped for a seat that was as inconspicuous as possible. Ideally, one that was far from Kitu, this ghost of a girl with no presence. By a stroke of luck in the fair lottery, Hukuman was assigned a seat in the second-to-last row, by the window on the far left. Wait, what? This isn't good at all. This was supposed to be Hayama's seat. How could they let a useless guy like me sit here? Sigh. At least I'm not next to Kitu. Hey, Hukuman-kun, what a coincidence, a voice suddenly reached Hukuman's ears. He looked up to find that Kitu had already seated herself at the desk next to his, casually greeting him. Kitu? Kitu is my desk neighbor? Wait. How did I not notice she was sitting next to me? Kitu, tell me the truth, did you use your dark powers to manipulate the seating arrangements? How could this be such a coincidence? Quick, reveal your true identity. And your evil plan. Well. Fancy meeting you, Kitu-san. Looking forward to working with you in the future. Huh, doesn't that sound like she's declaring war on me? Kitu, I surrender, I surrender. Please spare me. Hukuman forced a smile. Yeah, looking forward to it. Should I kneel first to show my sincerity? Just as Hukuman was quietly lamenting his fate, two more figures passed by him, their presence hard to ignore. A girl with twin tails and blonde hair walked straight to the desk in front of Hikuman, pushing her chair back with an annoyed grunt and casting a sideways glare at the girl behind her almost like she was about to bite her. Meanwhile, the only other girl in the class wearing black stockings, an elegant long-haired beauty, glanced contemptuously at the blonde girl, her arms crossed as she headed straight for the desk behind Hikuman. Huh? What's going on here? Why does it seem like these two have some serious beef? Hikuman, being his usual observant self, quickly noticed the tension between the blonde girl and the black-stockinged beauty. Their sharp glances, their little standoffish body language. They clearly hated each other. Wait. Does that mean I'm caught in the middle of two warring factions? Feeling a sinking sensation, Hikuman realized that he was now a buffer zone between two sworn enemies. Up front, a blonde girl with twin tails, behind, a black-stockinged beauty, to the right, a ghostly presence. Why, oh why, am I surrounded by all these girls? Yukino. Save me. This classroom is too dangerous, I can't stay here much longer. Meanwhile, in another part of the classroom, Yukino sat quietly at her desk, reading a book. On the surface, she appeared calm, but internally, she was restless. Although Yukino was known for her academic brilliance and was regarded as the smartest girl in the school, the task of getting Hikuman to engage in physical contact with Kato was proving to be quite the challenge. She had no idea how to approach it. After all, Yukino had little experience in this area. She and Hikuman had gotten together mostly through luck and coincidence. Seemingly noticing Yukino's unease, a voice echoed in her mind from the system. Host can try a beginner's task to warm up and get a feel for it. What beginner's task? Yukino asked, cautiously. Host needs to get Hikuman to have physical contact with any girl other than the host. Time limit, today. Reward, a potion to increase charm. Any girl other than me? Yukino's mouth twitched as she suppressed the urge to curse. Calmly, she focused on the reward. A potion to increase charm? This potion will increase Hikuman's charm. Note, the higher his charm, the more popular he becomes, and the more girls will like him. If his charm reaches the maximum level, any girl who sees Hikuman will instantly fall for him, unable to resist. Does that mean Hikuman would turn into a male succubus? Yukino's mind went blank. What girlfriend would want her boyfriend to be a flower-picking playboy? Forget it, I'll pass on that potion. Don't worry, host. Hikuman's charm is currently low. He's nowhere near becoming a male succubus, so you can safely use the potion if you acquire it. Oh? Low, you say? Yukino raised an eyebrow, now intrigued. She asked, how low is Hikuman's charm right now? Chapter 7, Yukino Shita's first husband delivery after school. The breeze swayed the curtains, and the sunset cast a warm glow into the classroom. Yukino Shita sat on the left side of the small wooden desk, quietly reading, as usual, in the service club. However, while she appeared calm and collected on the surface, inside, she was restless. The day was almost over. Yet, she hadn't completed the system's new task. At first, Yukino Shita had held on to some hope, thinking that perhaps Hikuman would unexpectedly have some form of physical contact with a girl after all. Something like accidentally bumping into someone while walking or brushing against someone while shopping was not uncommon. But Yukino Shita had overestimated things. Hikuman's self-defense mechanisms were far too strong. By the end of the day, Hikuman hadn't touched a single girl. While Yukino Shita felt a little relieved, she was also incredibly anxious. The original plan for an accidental contact was completely out the window. Now, she would have to think of another way to get him to interact physically with a girl. And so, time dragged on until after school. Host, you can't even complete such a simple task? How disappointing, especially considering you're the smartest girl at Sobu High. Shut up. She was actually being mocked by the system. Yukino Shita sighed internally. Hikuman would be coming to the service club soon, and this was her last chance. Sigh. Yukino Shita sighed again. Hikuman, how can your charm value be so low? As the system had mentioned, Hikuman's charm value was indeed terribly low. A mere 39 points. It was so low that Yukino Shita actually felt sorry for him. He was the kind of person that even normal people would instinctively avoid. After all, he had those dead fish eyes. And then there was that antisocial aura. Understandable. Yukino Shita felt pity for him. Charm value was determined by a person's overall vibe, personality, and appearance. A maximum of 100 points. Yukino Shita's charm value was 92 points, which was already terrifyingly high. If it weren't for a significant deduction in one specific area, she would have been close to 95 points. Once charm exceeds 95, it's almost indistinguishable from being a charm demon. Even passing cats and dogs would want to get close. With a charm value this low, no wonder Hikkiman looked so socially awkward the last time we went out. He looked like a complete shut-in. Sigh, his lack of confidence is worrying. I absolutely need to get that charm-enhancing potion. Yuki no Shita murmured to herself. This wasn't about getting Hikkiman to interact with other girls. No, she was doing this out of sympathy for his low charm value, worried that if he went out with her, others might mistake him for a servant, and that would only make him more self-conscious and possibly feel inferior. Yes. Exactly. The goal of this task is to prevent Hikkiman from becoming self-conscious, not to make him interact with other girls. Yuki no Shita kept reassuring herself, her eyes occasionally drifting toward the door. He's so slow. He's not going to skip out on this, is he? Just as Yuki no Shita was starting to get frustrated, the door suddenly creaked open. Yuki no Shita's eyes brightened, and she looked up only to feel a pang of regret and complexity when she saw a pink-haired girl with a bun enter. "Yeah, hello Yukino." Uegahama cheerfully greeted her, exuding an energetic vibe as she walked in. "Yeah. Hello." Yuki no Shita quickly masked her momentary disappointment, gently lowering her book as she smiled and returned the greeting. "Good afternoon, Uegahama." Yeah. "Oh, by the way, is Hikkiman not here yet?" Uegahama said, walking over to the seat on Yuki no Shita's right and pulling out a chair. "Not yet." "Oh, I see. By the way, Yukino, I got reassigned to a different class today." And so, Uegahama, ever the talkative one, began to vent about the class rearrangement, expressing her frustration that she didn't end up in the same class as many of her good friends. As she spoke, Uegahama sat down close to her. Seeing this, Yuki no Shita forced a smile, responding patiently without overtly resisting. However, while talking with Uegahama, Yuki no Shita's eyes subtly darted to certain areas of Uegahama's body. Is it just my imagination? It's been a while, but... Yuki no Shita silently lamented to herself. On the outside, the two were chatting and laughing. After a few minutes, the classroom door opened again. This time, it was none other than Hikkiman himself. "Hikkiman, yeah. Hello." Hikkiman gave a weak smile as he entered, wearing his school bag. He then instinctively walked to the farthest right side of the desk and pulled out a chair. Meanwhile, Yuki no Shita, ever the observant one, noticed that Hikkiman seemed off today. Something strange. Why does Hikkiman seem so deflated? Although Yuki no Shita was concerned, she couldn't help but feel a little mischievous. If Uegahama weren't there, she would have definitely mocked him for his depressed demeanor. "Good afternoon, Hikkiman. You're already looking like a weakling on the first day of school. Don't go affecting the mood of the others around you. Why, you mind your business." Hikkiman gave a weak glare at Yuki no Shita, replying faintly. "Hey, Hikkiman, are you okay?" Uegahama, who noticed his pale complexion, immediately asked, full of concern. "You look really sick. Are you feeling alright?" She moved closer to Hikkiman, seeming intent on checking his condition. Watching the two get closer, Yuki no Shita's eyelid twitched. As his girlfriend, her instinct was to pull them apart. But then, an idea hit her. Wait. This is a perfect opportunity. Yuki no Shita quickly thought of a bold plan. No, that's too clumsy. What if they notice? But if I don't do this, what other choice do I have? Yuki no Shita gritted her teeth, and after what felt like an eternity of indecision, she decided to take the plunge. I'm doing this so that Hikkiman won't feel self-conscious in the future. The charm-enhancing potion is necessary for poor Hikkiman. Besides, he's strict with himself. Even if there's a little contact, with his level of self-control, it probably won't mean anything. I have to believe in Hikkiman. After mentally preparing herself, Yuki no Shita slowly moved closer to the two. Uegahama, how is Hikkiman doing? As she spoke, Yuki no Shita subtly shifted her hand, intentionally nudging Uegahama's body, pushing her toward Hikkiman. Hikkiman. Wah. Uegahama was about to speak, but before she could finish, she was unexpectedly shoved toward Hikkiman, her body falling into his. Ding. Uegahama Yu has been forcefully pushed into Hikkiman's arms by the host. System points plus 10, ding. Newbie task completed. Reward, 1 charm-enhancing potion, phew. Finally done. As the task completed, Yuki no Shita sighed in relief. But when she looked up, seeing Uegahama blushing with a flustered expression, and Hikkiman looking slightly embarrassed as well, she suddenly sensed something dangerous. Wait. This situation seems a bit off. Chapter 8, The Charisma Boost of Hikkiman Hikigaya. Sorry, I'm late. A lively short-haired girl pushed open the door to the service club's classroom, apologetically smiling as she greeted everyone. When she smiled, a small fang peeked out from her lips, making her all the more adorable. However, as soon as Kamaki entered the room, her sharp nose quickly detected that the atmosphere was off. Her brother, Hikigaya Hukaman, was sitting with his head lowered, quietly reading, while the other two senpai were blushing, exchanging glances in silence. Huh? Did I come at a bad time? Kamaki blinked her eyes, feeling inexplicably excited. Meanwhile, seeing Kamaki enter, Yuagahama quickly recovered from the awkwardness that had just occurred. She smiled at Kamaki and smoothly tried to change the subject. Ah, hello Kamaki, you're just in time. We were just talking about the class assignments for this semester. As expected of Yuagahama. She had a knack for diffusing awkward situations. Kamaki, who had been full of curiosity, was soon diverted by Yuagahama's comment, and the two girls started discussing their class assignments eagerly. On the other hand, Hukaman and Yuki Noshita both breathed a sigh of relief in silence. Especially Yuki Noshita, who was sweating with anxiety. It was her first time sending off her boyfriend, and her lack of experience made her fear being caught, making her extremely nervous. The conversation continued cheerfully in the service club for about half an hour. As the time neared, Kamaki, now the president of the service club, stood up with an air of authority and said, "Well, today's service club activities will be wrapping up." No one objected. It was normal for the first day of school to be light on activities. However, before everyone could leave, Kamaki suddenly smiled and wrapped her arm around Yuagahama's, speaking in a sweet tone. "Hee Yu-chan, can you come with me to buy a hair clip later? I have a hard time picking one out, and I could really use your help." Yuagahama smiled and, without hesitation, agreed. "Sure, let's go together. I was planning to buy a few things too." "Thanks, Yu-chan." "Well then, Anya-chan, I'm going with Yu-chan now, okay?" "Oh. Okay." Hukaman responded faintly, his mind filled with wry thoughts as he glanced at Kamaki's subtle hint. With Yuagahama and Kamaki leaving first, the service club was left with only Hukaman and Yuki Noshita. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit delicate. At this moment, Yuki Noshita remained outwardly composed, but internally, she was incredibly nervous. She was wondering whether Hukaman had noticed the intentional push she gave Yuagahama earlier. If he had noticed, it would be so embarrassing. What kind of girlfriend pushes another woman into her boyfriend's arms? Sigh. I was too reckless earlier. Such a dangerous move. Next time, I need to think it through more carefully before acting. I can't let something like this happen again. As Yuki Noshita reflected on her actions, she instinctively pressed her lips together, preparing to speak first. "Hukaman. I have nothing going on with Kitu, okay?" Before Yuki Noshita could say anything, Hukaman blurted out, cutting her off. Yuki Noshita was momentarily stunned, but she quickly relaxed. She hadn't expected Hukaman to immediately explain himself about that situation. What a relief. Honestly, when she checked the data panel and saw that Kitu's affection for Hukaman was only 50 out of 100, just a normal friend, and Hukaman's affection for Kitu was even negative, she knew their relationship wasn't as she had feared. My Hukaman is so self-disciplined, there's no way he'd cheat so easily. Looking at Hukaman's nervous expression, Yuki Noshita's demeanor softened as she smiled and reassured him. "I trust you, Hukaman. This morning was just an accident." Why is his leg shaking? Is he going to kneel? Really? In fact, Hukaman had briefly thought about kneeling. He raised his head, hesitantly looking at Yuki Noshita. "Really? But you did give her a ride today, Humphrey. You already have a girlfriend, yet you did something so unfaithful. As punishment, you'll have to take me home." Seeing Hukaman still looking nervous, Yuki Noshita secretly smiled, feeling an unexpected sense of joy, though she still maintained a somewhat angry expression on the surface. Hukaman naturally didn't dare to argue. "No problem, I'll take you home." On the way back, Yuki Noshita sat on the back of Hukaman's bike, her right hand carefully resting on his back. When she noticed that there was no reaction or system prompt for the physical contact between them, Yuki Noshita couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment and regret. She quietly asked the system, "By the way, how did Hukaman getting close to Yuagahama give him system points? Isn't it only Kitu who can give points? Yuagahama Yu is a potential target, meaning she's also a romance option. Therefore, any physical contact with her also grants a certain amount of points. She's also a romance option?" Yuki Noshita blinked, thinking for a moment before asking curiously, "Can I see her data panel?" "That's not possible. Until you complete the route with Kitu Megumi, the host is not allowed to view the data panels of other potential targets." I can't look?" Yuki Noshita felt a bit frustrated and worried. When Yuagahama suddenly flung herself into Hukaman's arms earlier, blushing, her heart had tightened in fear that her boyfriend might be stolen away. "You can't view her data yet, but you can check the affection score of Hukaman Hikigaya towards Yuagahama. Oh, let me see that." Hukuman Hikaya's affection for Yuigahama Yua, 67 out of 100, good friends, eh? Only 67 for Yuigahama? Phew. As expected, my Hikuman is still so reliable. Feeling relieved, Yuki no Shita's unease about Yuigahama being pushed into Hukuman's arms earlier faded a little. Whether Yuigahama's affection for Hikuman was high or not was irrelevant. What mattered was that she could now clearly see that her boyfriend was as solid as ever. After all, Yuigahama had known Hikuman for so long, yet his affection for her was only 67. Hukuman Hikigaya has low affection for other girls, which is not beneficial for getting close to them. Please keep this in mind, host. The system's reminder broke her satisfaction, and Yuki no Shita snapped at it. You really think I'd let Hukuman fall for them? Hukuman is my boyfriend now. This is for your benefit, host. You don't want Hukuman to die 3 years from now, do you? Yuki no Shita. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. After all, arguing with a system would make her seem petty. In any case, the priority for the host now is to increase Hukuman's charisma. This will greatly help him attract other girls. Oh. Right, Hukuman's charisma really needs some improvement. The thought of her boyfriend's painfully low charisma made Yuki no Shita feel immense sympathy. Hikuman, please stop for a moment. Yuki no Shita called out to Hikuman, who was riding a bike. Then, claiming she was thirsty, she bought a bottle of Hukuman's favorite Max coffee, drank half, and secretly poured a charisma-boosting potion into it before handing him the rest. After a moment's hesitation, Hikuman drank it obediently. Ding. Hukuman Hikaya's charisma plus 20, ding. Hukuman Hikaya's current charisma, 59 out of 100, eh? Hearing the system's voice, Yuki no Shita suddenly lost her composure. His appearance score is already over 90. Hey. Isn't his a little too much? Don't turn my Hikuman into a male succubus. Chapter 9, Kamaki wants to find a backup for Hikuman. The sun was setting as Hikuman stood silently to the right of the vending machine, sipping the leftover Max coffee his girlfriend had given him. At that moment, Yuki no Shita approached quietly and lightly patted him on the shoulder. Finished? Cough, cough. Hikuman instinctively coughed a few times, his body stiffening as if startled. Seeing his reaction, Yuki no Shita squinted suspiciously. Why so nervous? Could it be that you're thinking about another woman, Hukuman-kun? Impossible. Hukuman quickly retorted, swearing with utmost sincerity. I, Hikigaya Hukuman, would never in my life do anything to betray Yuki no Shita Yukino. Ah, such loyalty, Hukuman-kun. But the thought of potentially sending her loyal boyfriend into consecutive missions made Yuki no Shita feel a pang of guilt, as if she was letting down this resolute Hikuman. I was just joking. Yuki no Shita's tone softened, her hand gesturing for him to come closer. Hukuman-kun, lower your head a little. Huh? Why? You want to kiss? But this is a public road. Who said I wanted to kiss you here? Yuki no Shita rolled her eyes and sighed in exasperation. Your hair is messy, I'll fix it for you. Eh? No es. Lower your head. Fine. Hukuman bent down hesitantly, lowering his head. The breeze played with his bangs, leaving them slightly disheveled, giving him a careless look. Yuki no Shita hesitated for a few seconds before carefully brushing aside some of his bangs. When she finally saw his face clearly, her cheeks involuntarily reddened. Then, Yuki no Shita decisively tousled his bangs again. Hey. What are you doing? Hukuman immediately complained, unable to understand her actions. Forget it. I'm not fixing it. You look better with your bangs down. That way, you won't scare any passing children. That's so mean. Hukuman sighed. By now, he was used to Yuki no Shita's teasing, so he helplessly adjusted his bangs himself. Meanwhile, Yuki no Shita lowered her slightly flushed face, careful not to let him see her expression. No way. This is heading towards Hukuman becoming a male succubus, isn't it? A few minutes later, Hukuman dropped Yuki no Shita off in front of a luxurious high-rise hotel. Yuki no Shita currently lived alone in the penthouse suite. We're here. Reluctantly, Yuki no Shita let go of her grip around Hukuman's body and got off the back seat of his bicycle. Even now, her feelings about Hukuman's recent glow-up were extremely complicated. She was happy, of course, but also incredibly worried. I'll head home then. Seeing Hukuman prepare to leave without hesitation, Yuki no Shita hesitated for a moment before instinctively asking, would you like to come upstairs for a bit? Hukuman's expression shifted instantly. He quickly found an excuse. No, staying out too late will make Kamaki nag me. I'll head home now. With that, he left without looking back. Huh? Why does he look so scared? Watching Hukuman flee, Yuki no Shita was utterly confused. How could her boyfriend be so hesitant when invited upstairs by his own girlfriend? In the entire world, Only her Hikimon-kun could be like this, couldn't he? System voice. Due to the excessive actions you took against Hikigaya Hikimon yesterday afternoon, he now harbors a significant psychological shadow. Just now, he was afraid you might try something terrifying again. What? That was because of the medicine. And the effects wore off ages ago. Yukino Shita's cheeks flushed, though she couldn't help feeling a touch of pride. Even if it had been under the influence of medicine, making Hikimon flustered gave her a strange sense of satisfaction. But still. Sigh, a man without confidence is a problem. Is there a way to make Hikimon-kun more self-assured? System, the host can introduce Hikigaya Hikimon to more women. The more sheets he tears, the more experienced he'll become. Confidence will come naturally. As expected, she should never ask this ridiculous system for advice. Later, at the Hikigaya household, I'm home. Welcome back, Onyai-chan. As soon as Hikimon entered, he spotted Kamaki in the open kitchen. She was wearing an apron and cheerfully waving a spatula at him. Since their parents were often away on business trips, only the siblings lived at home. Hikimon muttered a faint in acknowledgement, inwardly noting how adorable Kamaki looked as usual. He then flopped onto the sofa like a dead fish, contemplating life. Damn it. Yukino Shita must be cooking up new ways to torment him. Fool me once, but not again. The trauma from their last intimate moment was still too fresh. Now, he instinctively avoided her place, fearing she'd devour him whole. But he couldn't keep running away like this. Training. He had to train. I, Hikigaya Hikimon, will stand at the pinnacle of masculinity. He clenched his fists. Yukino Shita, just you wait. Next time, the one begging for mercy will be you. Rap. Onyai-chan, are you growling like a wild animal again? So gross. Noticing his sister walking out of the kitchen with a look of disdain, Hikimon coughed awkwardly and calmly asked, Is dinner ready? Yep. We're having omelette rice tonight. Kamaki's expression instantly shifted to a cheerful smile. Her ability to change moods was truly remarkable, though she couldn't hide her deep-seated sympathy for her strange older brother. The two siblings sat down for dinner. Hey, Onyai-chan, how far have you and Yukino-ne gotten? Kamaki asked casually mid-meal. How far? Just the usual. Such a vague answer. I'm really worried, you know. You can be so dense sometimes, like a dead fish with no adaptability. Huh. Come on. Your brother is plenty clever. How else would I have tricked Yukino Shita into dating me? Hehe, but don't worry, Onyai-chan. With such a cute and capable little sister, I'll make sure your future is nothing but happiness. Kamaki grinned, her tiger tooth gleaming. Did I score some big sister points just now? Out with it. What do you want? Used to her antics, Hikimon continued eating his tomato-laden omelette with resignation. Kamaki giggled mischievously. Well, you see, when I was out shopping with Yuine earlier, I secretly snapped a picture of her lingerie. Let me tell you, Yuine sure has more, assets than Yukino-ne. Kamaki's eyes sparkled as she nudged him suggestively. Are you trying to tempt me? No way. Hikimon remains unwavering in his loyalty to Yukino Shita. His face grew serious. Hand over your phone. Secretly taking pictures like that isn't right. Delete it now. Chapter 10, Hikigaya's path to becoming a beast. Just as Hikimon was immersed in his workout, Kamaki emerged from the bathroom. Her damp hair clung to her shoulders as she casually dried it with a towel. Hey, Onyai-chan, earlier I saw Yua-senpai's new photo, and she Her words came to an abrupt halt when she noticed her brother doing squats in the living room. For a moment, Kamaki froze, then rubbed her eyes, as if trying to make sense of an apocalyptic vision. What's with that look on your face? Hikimon asked nonchalantly, glancing at his towel-clad sister. No surprises there. Kamaki was as cute as always. But seriously. How many times have I told her to dress properly after a bath? At least have some sense of caution around your brother. What am I seeing? My lazy, good-for-nothing, game-addicted idiot of a brother is exercising? Mom, Dad. Our hopeless son is finally becoming a normal person, thanks to my relentless efforts. Hey. Don't paint me as some kind of total loser. And that teary-eyed look of pride on her face. Utterly annoying. Meanwhile, across town, Yukino Shita soaked in her bathtub, her eyes closed as she tried to relax. She wanted nothing more than to let go of her worries and unwind. But just then, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding. Hikigaya Hikimon has begun his first workout session. Ding. Hikigaya has completed 50 squats. Stamina +1, huh? Yukino's eyes snapped open. Stamina increase. System, what's going on? Stamina broadly refers to overall physical fitness, such as endurance, strength, and speed. However, within this system, it primarily measures sexual performance. The system's explanation left her momentarily speechless. The first part sounded reasonable, but the second part was downright indecent. Hikagaya's stamina increased? What's his current level? Yukino asked, her curiosity piqued despite herself. Hikigaya Hukuman's current stamina, 43 out of 100, below average. Only 43? Figures. What a small fry. Yukino said, a smug smile spreading across her face. But wait, why was she happy about this? Shouldn't she be worried if her boyfriend was lacking in that department? Still. No, I can't help it, I want to laugh. I'd love to tease Hukuman about this. Her eyes sparkled mischievously as she imagined his flustered reaction. What about me? She suddenly asked. The system's response was brutal. Yukino's current stamina, 6 out of 100, extremely weak. Yukino's lips twitched. How is that possible? Only 6. The score is calculated based on your overall physical condition. It's accurate, lies. I made Hukuman beg for mercy last time. Yukino protested, indignant. If not for the enhancement potion you used, Hikigaya Hukuman could have easily overpowered you within half an hour. Yukino was dumbfounded. That potion was that effective? The enhancement potion temporarily increased your stamina by 80 points. 80? No wonder. Yukino sighed, the realization dawning on her. Without the potion, she was nothing more than a weakling. But why was Hukuman working out all of a sudden? He was fine as he was, why push himself so hard? It's because of your previous merciless actions. They've ignited Hikigaya Hukuman's determination to become stronger, a true powerhouse. A powerhouse. Yukino shivered at the thought. Her body instinctively tensed, her legs pressing together under the water. Terrifying. Was she destined to call Hukuman daddy in the future? No way. I have to stop this. Incorrect. You should fully support Hikagaya's training. Oh, I see where this is going. I'll just use the potion again. Yukino's eyes lit up. She had forgotten she now had the system on her side. That's not what I meant. Hikigaya Hukuman will eventually need excellent stamina to handle multiple partners? Yukino's face darkened. That's my boyfriend. I won't let him sleep with anyone else. Hikigaya can earn substantial system points by being with other women, still no. Yukino snapped, her voice resolute. 3 years is plenty of time. I can earn the points slowly. There's no need for Hukuman to be with anyone else. Her resolve hardened. Hukuman was her man, and he would stay that way forever. Ding. Hikigaya has completed 30 push-ups. Stamina +1, Hikagaya's current stamina, 44 out of 100, still at it? Yukino groaned. This was bad. Even with the system, she felt an inexplicable sense of unease. As she sighed, the system chimed again. Ding. Hikigaya Hukuman has engaged in close interaction with potential target Kamiki Hikigaya. System points +50? Yukino froze. 50 points? With Kamiki? Wasn't Kamiki his biological sister? Her jaw dropped. This absurd system even involved Hukuman's sister? But shock aside, what exactly had those two done to earn 50 points? That was 5 times more than what Yui could manage. Chapter 11, Even My Mother is Fair Game? So, how long do you plan on staying on my back? Flattened against the floor like a frog, Hukuman Hikigaya turned his head to glance at his adorable younger sister perched on his back. She's light. Much lighter than Yukino Shida. Of course, weight wasn't the main point here. The real issue was. Hukuman's gaze unconsciously drifted toward Kamiki's figure. For her age, she was coming along nicely. Drinking milk every day seems to have paid off. Cough, cough. Calm down, Hukuman. That's your little sister. Come on, big brother, keep doing push-ups. Kamiki's cheering you on from behind. Kamiki giggled playfully, showing no intention of getting off her brother's back. I can't. I'm at my limit. Hey. Sit still, will you? Stop squirming around like that. Seriously, isn't this the point where you're supposed to unleash your sister power and burst into your own personal cosmos? Maybe next time. Right now, I'm done. Ugh, my body really feels drained. Wow, you're so weak, big brother. Seeing Hukuman's pained expression, Kamiki finally slid off his back with a sigh of resignation. Hukuman felt instant relief. As he sat up, he found himself unconsciously touching the spot where Kamiki had been sitting. Huh? Why does this feel wrong? More than that, when she got off, there was this strange pang of loss. Wait. Am I awakening some sort of forbidden preference here? Did I actually want my cute little sister to stay on my back? Wow, big brother, Kamiki's startled voice interrupted Hukuman's spiraling thoughts. What? Why are you looking at me like I just grew a second head? Is Kamiki imagining things? Kamiki leaned in close, her round eyes studying Hikuman's face intently. She reached out to brush his sweat-soaked bangs upward, making him flinch. "Hey! Don't touch me when I'm all sweaty." "Ah!" Kamiki suddenly exclaimed, her expression full of surprise. "Why do you look handsome all of a sudden?" "Humphrey. I've always been a handsome guy, okay? No way. The old you, with those dead fish eyes, could scare away a whole playground of kids. Kamiki was probably the only girl willing to get near you. Every other woman fled like you were cursed." "Ah, thanks for the loving support, my dear sister. But today, even Kamiki feels like you've become kind of a little heartthrob. Honestly, I think you might even." Kamiki trailed off, her expression shifting. She suddenly stood up and took a few cautious steps back, putting some distance between them. Hikuman blinked in confusion. This was the first time Kamiki had ever reacted like this. Could it be? Have I actually gotten more attractive? Can working out really make someone look better? Meanwhile, Kamiki continued to study him carefully. After a few moments, she nodded decisively. "This is great. I used to worry about you so much, big brother. But now that you're getting more handsome, I'm sure you'll have no trouble attracting girls in the future." Hikuman sighed. "Kamiki, I've told you a million times I already have a girlfriend. There's no way I'd ever betray Yuki no Shita. How many times do I have to say it? Loyalty-bound Hikuman will never betray Yuki no Shita." Yeah, I get it. That's just how you are, big brother. You don't have to worry, but Kamiki has to think ahead about a lot of things, you know. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Yuki no Shita frowned as she questioned her system. "So, Kamiki can be a potential target too?" "Of course. As Hikuman Hikagaya's younger sister, Kamiki Hikigaya qualifies as a potential conquest. Any interaction with her also generates system points. What kind of degenerate system is this? Even in Japan, relationships between siblings are absolutely forbidden. Does this mean my Hikuman is just going to stick to any girl who comes his way? How tragic." Yukino sighed. But why were the points so high? A full 50 points. What on earth did those two do? After all, the level of intimacy determines the number of points. Simple acts like holding hands or hugging generate low points. More intimate acts like kissing or making children yield much higher rewards. Don't tell me. Were those two kissing? No. That's impossible. Yukino, who deeply trusted Hikuman, tried her best to dismiss the thought. She just couldn't imagine him engaging in something so outrageous with Kamiki. System, what exactly happened between them? Kamiki Hikigaya, as a high-quality heroine and Hikuman's biological sister, comes with a point multiplier for interactions, huh? So being his biological sister gives her a bonus? Yukino furrowed her brows. This system is seriously twisted. Is it actively encouraging forbidden relationships? Not just Kamiki. Any girl with a blood relation or familial connection to either Hikuman or you also receives this multiplier. For example, your elder sister, Haruno Yuki no Shita, would generate significantly more points compared to a girl like Megumi Kato? Even someone related to me counts? No. There's no way Haruno can be involved. Yukino's breathing grew rapid. She knew all too well how overwhelming her older sister could be. If she even allowed Hikuman near Haruno, the consequences would be unimaginable. The memory of Haruno casually remarking, "I need a boyfriend," Hikuman would do nicely, made Yukino shudder. No. She absolutely couldn't let those two have any inappropriate interactions. As a reminder, Haruno Yuki no Shita earns significant points even from something as simple as hugging Hikuman. Hugging? Well, hugging wasn't that bad. Haruno liked hugging people, anyway. Wait. What am I even thinking? I can't let this wicked system tempt me. I already decided to minimize Haruno's contact with Hikuman. She's far too dangerous right now. But if she finds a boyfriend of her own, maybe it'd be okay to let her interact with him a little? Yukino began to ponder. Then, as if on cue, a completely absurd thought entered her mind. System, what about my mother? As a highly desirable woman, your mother would generate extraordinary points. Even a simple touch would result in an impressive reward. Excellent. Yukino's eyes lit up. Truthfully, her mother adored Hikuman. If an opportunity arose, it wouldn't be difficult to get them to share a small, harmless interaction. As expected of my host, considering introducing her boyfriend to her mother as a potential conquest, however, I must caution you. While mere touches or kisses would yield enormous points, further interactions would produce astronomical rewards. That said, your mother's conquest difficulty is rated as hell level higher even than your sister's. Furthermore, your mother has a possessive nature. Should she truly take an interest in Hikuman, you may very well lose him forever. Proceed with caution. Yukino's initial excitement vanished, her lips twitching uncontrollably. Are you insane? I only wanted her to hug him or something. Kisses or conquests. That's my mother. Absolutely not. My mother is off limits. Chapter 12, Blame It All on Genshin. The next morning, at Sobya High, Big Brother, I'm heading off first. Remember what Kamiki told you, sure? Watching Kamiki walk toward the first-year building, Hukuman sighed deeply, feeling a headache coming on from his sister's suggestions. No matter what she says, there's only one sister-in-law Kamiki is getting, and that's Yuki no Shida. Betraying Yuki no Shida? Impossible. Getting a backup, a fling, or even a casual partner? Also impossible. Hukuman is a righteous man. He's devoted to Yuki no Shida. Completely. But Hukuman subconsciously touched his face and pulled his bangs down slightly. Even though I've always been handsome, I feel like I've gotten better looking lately. Strange. Is exercising really that effective? As this thought crossed his mind, he walked toward the third-year building. Still, he'd better stay low-key from now on. After all, he was now a man with a girlfriend and should avoid unnecessary interactions with other girls. Arriving earlier than usual, Hukuman found 3B sparsely populated. Scanning the classroom, he didn't spot Katu. Victory. Avoiding her for now felt like dodging a bullet. Just the thought of seeing her in the morning made Hukuman feel immense pressure, as though all his secrets were laid bare under her gaze. The less interaction with her, the better. As he approached his throne. However, Hukuman noticed his territory had been occupied by 2 girls. He froze. The 2 culprits, a long-legged, black stocking-wearing on-san type and a feisty blonde twin-tail girl, seemed embroiled in a heated argument. Kecking is the strongest electro DPS. Do you even understand her potential? The blonde slammed her hands on his desk, her tone fierce as a lioness defending her pride. Meanwhile, the black-stockinged girl, perched leisurely on a desk in the back row, crossed her legs and lightly kicked Hukuman's chair. Her voice was dripping with mockery. Hey Kecking, an old launch character, and you think she's the strongest? That's delusional. Kecking is the Thunder Archon of Liu. Do you get that? The Thunder Archon. Liu's Thunder Archon? Please. Raiden Shogun is the real deal. The debate over the strongest electro DPS had escalated into a full-blown battle. Hukuman rubbed his temples. From what he remembered of their introductions, the black-stocking girl was named Kazumi, while the blonde went by Sawamura. Yep, those were their names. But the names didn't matter. What mattered was what the hell. Genshin players. Hukuman couldn't believe his ears. Hearing them mention Kecking and Raiden Shogun left him utterly speechless. He had never expected to encounter Genshin Impact fans at Sobya High, of all places. Most students here were normies who barely even knew what Genshin was. Except for Taupe. That guy was in a league of his own, constantly raving about marrying characters like Clay, Yaoyao, and Kiki, essentially the ultimate Lilicon. Meanwhile, Kazumi and Sawamura's argument raged on. My Kecking triggers reactions. Sorry, but raw damage is supreme. Ha. That's just because Raiden can't proc reactions. I don't need to. I can deal hundreds of thousands in one slash. Who needs reactions? Yeah, but she's a burst and done type. Kecking has sustain. Old-fashioned thinking. While you're busy running around triggering reactions, I've already killed the boss. Kecking isn't old-fashioned. She's risen to glory with Dendro. And she's still no match for Raiden. Your Raiden is just a glorified support. FYI, I have a fully crowned C6 Raiden Shogun. Ugh. You think you're so great? Well, my Kecking is C6 too. As the two hurled increasingly aggressive arguments, Hukuman silently pulled out his phone. Man, why isn't the update out yet? Damn it, Neo, I need to pull for Clarion, the strongest electro DPS. Hurry up and drop the banner. Feigning frustration, Hukuman muttered loudly enough to draw attention, internally cringing at his own words. Another embarrassing moment added to his tally. Sure enough, his comment redirected their firepower toward him. Sawamura narrowed her eyes and sneered, Humphrey. Clarion? The strongest DPS. She just came out. How do you even know she's stronger than Kecking? Kazumi, still lounging like a queen, eyed him with intrigue. Oh? So, you play Genshin too? Caught in their crosshairs, Hukuman quickly pocketed his phone and gave a nervous smile. Played for a few days. God, these Genshin players are terrifying. This is going to be a long year, with these two sitting in front and behind me. Yuki no Shida, help me. Ha. Only played for a few days? Sawamura puffed out her chest proudly, exuding the smugness of a seasoned player. Do you even know what Spiral Abyss is? I'll have you know, my Kecking got me to floor 11 this cycle. Impressive, right? Floor 11? That's nothing special. Kazumi retorted, flipping her hair with practiced elegance. My Raiden cleared floor 12 this cycle? You cleared floor 12? No way. You've never gotten past floor 11 before. Prove it, or I won't believe you. Ignoring her, Kasumijoka smirked at Hikkoman. What about you, Mr. Invisible? How far did you get in Abyss? Invisible. That's me? Hey, just because you don't know my name doesn't mean you can call me that. Sawamura cut in, he's a newbie. He probably doesn't even know what Abyss is. Why bother asking? True. Poor guy. I suggest you pull for Raiden Shogun next time, Invisible-san. Or Keking. She's way better. Sighing deeply to avoid another argument between the two, Hikkoman finally answered quietly, actually. I've been clearing Abyss with full stars for 2 years. Chapter 13, Senpai, are you seducing me? Hikigaya was currently wallowing in deep regret. He should never have mentioned his perfect Genshin Impact Abyss record. Even more so, he shouldn't have shown the record to both Kasumijoka and Ariri. Sure, they'd cornered him into revealing it, but he could have resisted, right? Now, during morning reading, the pressure on Hikigaya was immense. It was painfully obvious that after learning about his pro-gamer status, both Kasumijoka and Ariri were urging to ask him to help with their Abyss challenges. However, whether it was out of bruised pride or sheer stubbornness, neither of them had actually made the request. Instead, they just radiated an oppressive air around him. From the front row, Ariri would occasionally sneak glances back at him, punctuating her peaks with exaggerated, tsundere-like humphreys. As expected of blondes always tsundere. Meanwhile, from behind, Kasumijoka had stretched out her long, stocking-clad legs, invading Hikigaya's absolute territory beneath his desk. She was even bouncing her foot rhythmically, adding to his torment. Is she trying to seduce me? It was all over. What had started as an innocent attempt to reclaim his desk had spiraled into being targeted by 2 Genshin-addicted classmates. Yuki Noshida, save me. These women are terrifying. At this point, Hikigaya had completely given up on studying. Finally, morning reading ended. As soon as the bell rang, Ariri stood up, hesitated, and shot a quick glance at Hikigaya. However, when their eyes met, she panicked, let out a loud humphrey, flipped her twin tails dramatically, and hurried away. Oh, my bad, I didn't mean to scare you, Sawamura-san. With a sarcastic quip to himself, Hikigaya relaxed slightly. It seemed he had dodged one bullet for now. Next up was. He glanced toward the pair of legs behind him, still encroaching on his space. Come on, Kasumijoka-san, it's break time. Can't you retreat those legs already? To any normal guy, those long, shapely, stocking-clad legs would be incredibly tempting. Honestly, Hikigaya couldn't deny the fleeting urge to know, wait. Actually. Was it weird that he kind of wanted to be stepped on by them? No. No way. Hikigaya Hikkoman is not a masochist. Deep breath. Calm down. First things first, he had to stop her from bouncing her leg like that. Just as Hikigaya was about to speak up, Kasumijoka's voice cut through his thoughts. Do you want to lick them? Her blunt question left Hikigaya completely dumbfounded. What? His gaze instinctively darted to her legs, and his face immediately turned bright red. Without even looking up from her book, Kasumijoka continued, her tone teasing. Oh? Not licking, then? Maybe. You'd like to do something more inappropriate? Her voice was practically dripping with mischief. Hey. Kasumijoka-san, I'm starting to think you really are trying to seduce me. And no, that's not it at all. Hikigaya stammered, hastily turning away. He couldn't bear to look at her or her legs any longer. The words "please move your feet" hovered at the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't bring himself to say them. Sigh. She's tall and her legs are long, this is just natural for her, right? Fine. Whatever. Let her stay in my space. Resigned to his fate, Hikigaya pulled out his textbook with a defeated sigh, preparing to study. In the past, he would have just slumped over his desk and pretended to nap during breaks. But now, with his goal of going to the same university as Yuki Noshida, every moment of studying counted. Wow, Hikigaya-kun, you're pretty diligent. I would have thought you'd be playing games like any other otaku during break. Kasumijoka clearly wasn't planning to let him off the hook just yet. Senpai, I've already surrendered. Can you please stop picking on me? The stakes are high, I'm not as naturally brilliant as you, so I have to work hard to even hope for a decent college. Oh? Brilliant, you say? But we're in the same grade, how am I your senpai? Kasumijoka didn't even look up from her book as she responded. Her tone was calm, but her words carried a sharp edge. Last year's top-ranked student, Kasumijoka Utaha, I know your name, senpai. Compared to you, I'm just a lowly underclassman. Hikigaya had to admit he was surprised. What had caused someone as accomplished as her to stay back a year? Well, I'm flattered. I didn't expect Aircon to know so much about me. Aircon? Seriously, can you stop calling me that? Hikigaya let out a dry laugh, not daring to turn around and meet her gaze. Something about Kazumi-juka's presence felt incredibly dangerous. Sigh. With another sigh, Hikigaya reached under his desk and pulled out a light novel. Still playing Genshin? Not yet, server still down. Ah, I see. Seriously? If you wanted to ask me what I just pulled out, why didn't you just say so? Hikigaya sighed again, resigned to explaining. It's just a light novel. Figured I'd read a bit to cool off. Wow, Aircon is a real otaku. What are you reading? Why do you have to call me a real otaku? You probably wouldn't be interested, Kazumi-juka-senpai. Try me. Why does that sound like an order? Fine. It's Love Metronome. Oh? Never heard of it, right? I've read it. Wait, what? Hey. You're calling me an otaku, but you're one too, aren't you? Before Hikigaya could process this revelation, Kazumi-juka lightly kicked the leg of his chair. How did you know I was silently mocking you? Can you read minds? Wow, senpai, I didn't expect you to be so well versed in otaku culture. It's a great series. To Hikigaya's surprise, Kazumi-juka started casually discussing the plot of Love Metronome, proving she knew it inside and out. Huh. Guess I've found a fellow otaku here at Sobuhai. Emboldened by the discovery, Hikigaya hesitated for a moment before joining the conversation. As they enthusiastically debated a key moment in the second volume, Hikigaya accidentally let slip, you know, that part was my idea. Back in middle school, I chatted with the author, and a few scenes are based on my suggestions. What? For the first time, Kazumi-juka froze. Her hands trembled slightly as she looked up, her sharp eyes locking onto his. What did you just say? Nothing? Under her piercing gaze, Hikigaya broke into a cold sweat. Oh no. I've let my middle school cringe history slip out. Before he could explain, the bell rang for the next class. Chapter 14, The Forced Intimate Bond Card Classroom 3J. Yuki Noshita's seat, like Hikigaya's, was in the second to last row by the window. At this moment, the teacher was lecturing at the podium, but Yuki Noshita wasn't paying attention. One reason was that the material was something she had already mastered, so listening was optional. The more pressing reason, however, was that she had a terrifying nightmare last night. In the dream, a line of women queued up, taking turns entering her and Hikigaya's marital bedroom. She could only watch helplessly as her boyfriend her husband Hikigaya shouted things like, "You're amazing, name. Your league's better than Yuki Noshita. Sorry, Yuki Noshita." Yuki Noshita shuddered at the memory, trying not to think about the tragic events of her dream. No, that was just a dream. It wasn't real. For now, she needed to stay calm and strategize. How could she ensure Hikigaya successfully wooed Megumi Kato? Wooing Kato, huh? Sigh, this is going to be so hard. Yuki Noshita sighed inwardly. From what the system had told her, Kato Megumi was an extremely passive girl. Even more passive than Hikigaya. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be completely friendless, with a presence so faint even Hikigaya would be ashamed in comparison. After much consideration, Yuki Noshita concluded that Hikigaya would have to take the initiative to get close to Kato. But the problem was, Hikigaya's favorability toward Kato was -5. This was going to be pure torture for him. But there was no choice. To earn points and save your life, Hikigaya-kun, you'll have to endure this and take the lead. Still, before that, Yuki Noshita had to think of a proper excuse to push Hikigaya closer to Kato. Headache. She sighed again. Just wooing Kato is this hard. Is it really possible to accumulate 1,000,000 points in 3 years? Honestly, even if she were given half a year, Yuki Noshita doubted she could completely win Kato over. System, while working on Kato Megumi, the host can also encourage Hikigaya to bond with other potential targets to earn additional points. By that, do you mean you or Kamiki? Yuki Noshita recalled the 10 and 50 points she'd earned from them yesterday. System, not just Yuigahama and Kamiki Hikigaya. Hikigaya has many potential targets. The host can earn points from all of them. Excuse me? Many. Yuki Noshita frowned and asked, how many, exactly? System, at least 30 within Sobuhai. Beyond Sobuhai, at least 50 more, Yuki Noshita? What kind of absurdity is this? 80 plus women have compatibility with my Hikigaya. Yuki Noshita's headache intensified. She realized she'd have to watch out for all these potential rivals in the future. But at the same time, she would need to let them bond with her Hikigaya to earn points. Sigh. Why do such cruel things happen to me? Hikigaya-kun, help me out here. Oh, right. Open the system shop. Yuki Noshita sighed listlessly, recalling that she'd unlocked it this morning but hadn't checked it yet. The shop contained only 3 items. The first 2 were familiar, the strengthening potion she had taken before. The charisma boost potion she had given Hikigaya, priced at 50 points. She wasn't interested in the charisma potion. The last thing she wanted was for Hikigaya to become an irresistible charm demon. The strengthening potion, priced at 100 points, caught her attention. She stared at it for nearly 10 seconds. The third item, however, was new, a one-time use forced intimate bond card. Curious, Yuki no Shita clicked on the description. System: this card forces Hikigaya Pokemon to instinctively bond with the nearest potential target. Note: this card does not affect Kato Megumi. System: the first purchase costs only 20 points. Forced bonding? Can something like this really work? System: highly recommended for the host, especially since the host isn't great at coming up with ideas. This card can force bonding when needed. Who are you calling dumb? My grades are the highest in Sobya High. Yuki no Shita took a deep breath, trying to calm down. If I use it, Hikigaya won't notice anything unusual, right? System: while the bonding will be instinctive, Hikigaya himself will not realize it's out of the ordinary. Alright, buy it. After some hesitation, Yuki no Shita decided to spend 20 points on it. As long as Hikigaya doesn't run into you, this should be worth it. Might as well give it a shot. System: forced intimate bond card purchased. Would you like to use it now? Huh? Yuki no Shita blinked, caught off guard. Use it now. System: understood. Using the card? I was asking. Not confirming. System: locating Hikigaya Pokemon's nearest potential target, Yuki no Shita? System: target confirmed. Activating forced intimate bond. System: under the card's influence, Hikigaya Pokemon instinctively touched Utaha Kazumijouka's trembling nylon-clad foot. System points plus 80. System: as Kazumijouka's foot is one of her weak points, an additional 100% bonus applies. Points plus 80, huh? Yuki no Shita was dumbfounded. She had just earned 160 points in an instant. And for only 20 points? That's such a bargain. Wait, no. Hold on. It's still class time, isn't it? I actually made Hikigaya-kun touch a girl's foot? Dismayed and conflicted, Yuki no Shita felt a pang of regret. Hikigaya-kun. Are you alright? Chapter 15, Yuki no Shita's Command Class 3J, after school. Pokemon Hikigaya was numb mentally, emotionally, and physically. The ordeal started with Kazumijouka's relentless leg jiggling during class, her black stockings drawing all of his frustrated attention. The rhythmic motion was so distracting that a peculiar idea struck him. What if I just reach out and stop her? Of course, the noble justification was to remind her to stop shaking her leg, but there was another, less honorable reason: the sheer visual allure of her smooth, shapely legs wrapped in those stockings. A part of him, the one he'd rather not admit existed, even fantasized about he couldn't believe he was thinking this licking them. But Hikimon, being Hikimon, would never act on such delusions. He prided himself on his self-control, his aversion to social suicide, and his sheer fear of rejection. Even if the world were ending, he wouldn't dare touch a girl's leg, let alone a senior like Kazumijouka. Yet, reality shattered his expectations. Somehow, during the course of the lesson, he had reached out and touched her black stocking-clad foot. Yes, touched. Pokemon Hikigaya had actually done it. His only explanation? A sinister, malevolent force had seized control of his body. That had to be it. There was no other way to explain this betrayal of his willpower. It's the evil energy inside me, he thought grimly. There's no other explanation. By sheer luck, neither the teacher nor Kazumijouka screamed during his blunder. But the mortifying encounter left him a mess of guilt, self-loathing, and utter panic. Kazumijouka-senpai, I'm sorry. He wailed internally. If groveling could make this better, I'd do it. After class ended, Kazumijouka cornered him and unleashed her wrath. Her arsenal included sharp mockery, biting insults, and every demeaning remark she could summon. Pokemon had no defense. He shriveled under her verbal assault like a criminal receiving a tongue lashing from a sharp-tongued judge. To make matters worse, during the ordeal, he caught Megumi Kato's curious gaze. She didn't intervene but stared at him with a perplexed expression, as if she couldn't fathom why Pokemon Hikigaya would touch a girl's foot. That look alone sent chills down his spine. What if she uses this against me? He could already imagine her leveraging this incident to coerce him into God knows what evil schemes. The morning crawled by painfully. Another wretched day. Pokemon muttered, sighing as he trudged toward the cafeteria. The prospect of lunch was his only solace. But as soon as he entered the bustling hall, his sharp eyes caught sight of a familiar figure. Oh no! Why is she here? Standing near the bakery counter, Yuki no Shita surveyed the crowd with her usual calm demeanor. Pokemon froze. His fight or flight instinct screamed at him to flee before she noticed him. Too late. Good afternoon, Hikigaya-kun. She called out softly, her clear voice cutting through the noise. Caught like a deer in headlights, Hukuman sighed inwardly and resigned himself to his fate. Good afternoon. He replied hesitantly, trying not to meet her eyes. Are you here to buy bread? Yes, I overslept this morning and didn't have time to prepare lunch. Yuki no Shita replied with a gentle smile, the dimples on her cheeks adding a pure, captivating charm to her expression. Hukuman's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly averted his gaze. Part of him feared blushing under her radiant smile, but guilt also gnawed at him. After all, it hadn't been long since he'd done something he couldn't even confess to her, touching another girl's leg. Could you do me a favor, Hikigaya-kun? Yuki no Shita asked sweetly. Please get me a melon bread from the counter. Melon bread? Hukuman blinked, his tone wary. Is there a problem? Yuki no Shita tilted her head slightly, her expression curious. And no problem. Reluctantly, Hukuman squeezed through the crowd, braving the chaos at the bakery counter. Minutes later, he emerged clutching 3 pieces of bread, visibly exhausted. Here. He handed one melon bread to Yuki no Shita. How much was it? I'll pay you back. She offered. We're dating, aren't we? No need. Fair point. Yuki no Shita smiled faintly, clearly pleased, though her sharp eyes noticed something unusual, 2 other pieces of bread in Hukuman's hands, one of which was also melon bread. With your appetite, Hikigaya-kun, I doubt you can finish 2 pieces. She remarked, her smile deepening mischievously. Hukuman stiffened, panic flashing across his face. Unless. Yuki no Shita leaned in slightly, her tone teasing, you bought it for someone else? Have you made a friend, perhaps? That's. Hukuman stammered, his eyes darting around nervously. It's. For a classmate. Oh? Yuki no Shita's expression turned even more amused. Last I checked, you didn't have many acquaintances in your new class. Could it be you've already befriended someone? That's quite the miracle. How does she know that? Hukuman's internal alarm blared. Are you monitoring me, Yuki no Shita? It's nothing serious. He protested weakly, visibly sweating under her scrutinizing gaze. You don't need to look so guilty, Hikigaya-kun. Yuki no Shita said, her tone softening. In fact, I encourage you to make new friends. I'd be happy if you could connect with more people in your class. Friends? Hukuman blinked, unsure if he'd heard her right. Yes. Yuki no Shita nodded firmly. It pains me to think of you sitting alone like a hermit. That's why I'm giving you a task, within 1 week, make friends with at least 3 girls. No objections allowed. Wait, 3 girls? In a week? Hukuman's face turned pale. Correct. Yuki no Shita's tone was non-negotiable. It's for your own good. You don't want to stay as isolated as you were before, do you? But why girls specifically? Hukuman asked, his voice trembling. To make it more challenging. Yuki no Shita replied with a sly smile. I trust you, Hikigaya-kun. You wouldn't dare do anything to betray me, would you? Her saccharine tone and perfectly crafted smile sent shivers down Hukuman's spine. Of course not. He stammered, his voice trembling as he nodded obediently. Good. Yuki no Shita's expression brightened. I'll check on your progress in a week. Don't disappoint me, Hikigaya-kun. As she left, Hukuman slumped in defeat. A week to befriend 3 girls? He groaned internally. Where am I supposed to find them? Yuki no Shita, you're crueler than I thought. With no time to wallow, Hukuman sighed and dragged himself toward the rooftop, where Kazumi-juka awaited him for their lunch. Chapter 16, So, you're just using me, Hukuman? The school rooftop. Upon arriving, Hukuman's gaze was immediately drawn to Kazumi-juka-senpai, who was seated on a bench a short distance away, engrossed in a book. Serious and poised. Yet. She was wearing an extraordinarily suggestive pair of black stockings, her crossed legs exuding a seductive charm. Hukuman took a deep breath, clutching the melon bread and bottle of milk in his arms, before walking toward her. Here. Your milk and bread, as requested. Carefully placing the items next to Kazumi-juka, Hukuman prepared to make a swift exit. Defile me, and then leave just like that? Startled by this outrageous comment, Hukuman flinched, hurriedly looking around to confirm they were alone. Relieved no one else was present, he let out a long sigh. With a bitter expression, he pleaded, Kazumi-juka-senpai, could you please refrain from saying things that can cause misunderstandings? Is that how you intend to treat me? Kazumi-juka turned a page in her book, her tone calm and unhurried. Hikigaya-kun, you're such a disappointment. Hey. Please don't twist this into something it isn't. I didn't do anything to you. Okay, fine. I might have accidentally touched your leg during class. My bad, that's on me. Realizing escape was futile, Hikuman resigned himself to the inevitable and reluctantly sat down next to Kasumijoka, awaiting her judgment. Huh? Why did you just kick me? Ow! You're still kicking me? At first, Hikuman assumed Kasumijoka was venting her frustrations. But when he caught the faint sound of a growling stomach, it all became clear. Silently, he opened the melon bread, unwrapped it, and offered it to her. Kasumijoka took the bread, her fingers brushing against the back of Hikuman's hand. She touched me. She actually touched me. Flustered, Hikuman quickly prepared the milk, inserting the straw before handing it over. Once again, her fingers lingered on his. She's doing this on purpose. She must be. Yuki no Shida, she's flirting with me. After finishing her food, Kasumijoka casually remarked, since you know the author of Love Metronome, you must be familiar with the upcoming plot. Care to share some spoilers? Hikuman had been bracing for more complaints about his accidental leg touch earlier, so this sudden shift in topic caught him off guard. Apparently, Kasumijoka-senpai was a devoted fan of Love Metronome. Lost your hearing? Kasumijoka's calm voice was accompanied by another kick to Hikuman's leg. What's with her and kicking? Hikuman couldn't help but wonder if, in the future, her husband would end up as her personal footstool. Cough, no. About that. Hikuman cleared his throat and quickly explained, I did know the author back in middle school, and we even discussed the story a few times. I made some minor suggestions, but later, she blocked me. Kasumijoka's eyebrow twitched slightly. Why did she block you? I think she found me too annoying. I used to message her every night, after all. A moment of silence passed between them. Okay, fine. I lied. The truth is, the author of Love Metronome didn't block me. In fact, she jokingly suggested meeting up in person and even offered to be my girlfriend. But, after confessing to Orimoto and getting brutally rejected, how could I ever trust women again? Meeting up in real life? Becoming my girlfriend? That's obviously impossible. How could two people who've never met fall for each other? Just from chatting online? Ridiculous. Hikigaya Hikuman, falling in love with some internet stranger? That would never happen. Even if it could, it wouldn't happen to me. And so, I ended up blocking her instead. Sorry, Kasumijoka-senpai, for lying to you. I promise I won't do it again. Hikuman is an honest guy, after all. So, about the future plot of Love Metronome. I'm afraid I can't help you, senpai. Breaking the silence, Hikuman timidly raised his head to explain. But the next moment, he noticed something. Kasumijoka had leaned in close, her beautiful face just inches from his, her almond-shaped eyes locking onto his own with a gaze that seemed almost alluring. She smells so good. And her beauty is blinding. This was the top beauty of her senior class. Just as Hikuman thought she'd stop, Kasumijoka edged even closer, as if intending to kiss him. At this, alarm bells blared in Hikuman's mind. His entire body tensed, his breath quickened, and his heart raced. Wait. Senpai, what are you doing? Don't come any closer. Senpai? What are you? Nothing. Kasumijoka pulled back with a calm expression. I was just a bit surprised. Turns out Air-kun looks somewhat like a man. Like a man? Thanks for the compliment, I guess. But maybe don't do it again. And, senpai, why are you calling me Air-kun again? Hikuman wanted to leave, but Kasumijoka's intimidating presence made him stay put. Desperate, he tried changing the subject. Speaking of which, the new version of Genshin Impact just launched. Pulling for the banner? Well, now that I think about it, I'll probably skip this time. Hikuman shook his head. For Electro DPS, Keking and Raiden Shogun are good enough. I'll just log in to collect rewards and do dailies. Oh, but I'll definitely try the trial run for Clarion. Hey. I see. Before the patch, you were all waifu this, waifu that. Swearing you'd roll for her. But now, after a few trial runs, you get bored and abandon her? Kasumijoka gave Hikuman a playful yet sharp glance. Air-kun, you really know how to love em and leave em? No wonder. Just like how you touched me earlier, then immediately tried to walk away. Hey Air-kun, you're that kind of guy, aren't you? Kasumijoka stared at Hikuman like he was a certified scumbag. Hey. How did we end up here? Even if we're alone on this rooftop, please stop saying things that could lead to such massive misunderstandings, Kasumijoka-senpai. Honestly, I only wanted to try Clarin for the 20 primogems. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother. Hikuman let out a long sigh, silently lamenting his misfortune. To be honest, he had considered befriending Kasumijoka to fulfill Yuki no Shita's request. But now, this senpai's personality was just too much to handle. Hukuman hesitated. What if Kazuma-joka casually said something outrageous to Yuki no Shida, causing an even bigger misunderstanding? Chapter 17, Sorry, Senpai, I already have a girlfriend. The rooftop of the school building. Hukuman Hikigaya and Kazuma-joka Senpai had been there for nearly 20 minutes. The longer they stayed, the more uneasy Hukuman felt. He already had a girlfriend, yet here he was, alone with a stunning senpai in black stockings. Hukuman, you scoundrel. This is truly unfaithful of you. Hukuman muttered inwardly, grateful that Yuki no Shida hadn't witnessed this scene. Explaining it to her would have been a monumental challenge. Air-kun, are you done with the task? Kazuma-joka lightly tapped him with her foot. Ugh. Senpai, can you stop teasing me with your silky black stocking-clad feet? Almost done. Hukuman forced a response, doing his best to avoid looking at her mesmerizing legs while continuing the task at hand. Why did you make me do these tedious Genshin Impact daily quests? It's your account, not mine. But fine. I'll be your grunt. That's whatever. The problem is, why did you choose Mondstadt as your daily quest region, just like me? Damn it. Not this absurd task again. Linguistic exchange, talk to Ella Musk. Every time, I guess randomly. Every time, I get it wrong. I'm not a hilichurl. How would I know what their gibberish means? Hukuman's dejected expression didn't go unnoticed by Kazuma-joka, who gave him a sidelong glance before speaking. My first time, and Air-kun isn't satisfied. Hukuman's hand froze mid-tap. Wait, what? First time? Senpai, please stop saying misleading things. Could you at least clarify and add having you do my Genshin daily quests for the first time? The task is done now. Is this okay? Finally finishing the quest, Hukuman let out a sigh of relief and handed Kazuma-joka her phone, eager to escape. This woman was dangerous. She had a habit of casually dropping shocking statements. Being friends with someone like her? No thanks. Not worth the stress. But Kazuma-joka had no intention of letting him off the hook. Crossing her legs, she left the phone in his outstretched hand. Do the side quests too. Eh? Recalling the blinking red indicators on the quest log, Hukuman nearly snapped. But he kept a straight face, attempting to persuade her. Some of the side quests have really interesting storylines, senpai. You'd be missing out if you didn't experience them yourself. Another round of mundane Genshin side quests. Kill me now. Senpai, don't treat poor Hukuman like a slave. Kazuma-joka raised an eyebrow, displeased. You took my first time, yet you don't want to take responsibility for the follow-up? Hukuman sighed deeply. Stop making inappropriate jokes already. Fine. Let's leave it for now. Lunchtime is limited, after all. Kazuma-joka relented, crossing her arms over her chest with a calm expression. But while we still have time, how about you handle this abyss rotation for me? Get me all the stars. Huh? You want me to do the abyss for you? It's not helping. You're doing it for me. Kazuma-joka corrected, lifting her chest slightly to emphasize her words. Air-kun, mind your phrasing. Senpai, it's obvious you can't handle it yourself. Just say you need help. As a member of the service club, Hukuman couldn't refuse a request. Fine, I'll do it for you. Recalling the moment earlier when he had accidentally touched her foot, Hukuman sighed. This will be my atonement. Clearing his throat, Hukuman opened the abyss spiral. Oh wow. Eula, Yellen, Shin, Yi Maiko, Raiden Shogun. All lined up. Male characters? None. Not a single limited male character was pulled. And the existing ones? Completely untrained. Senpai, are you into women? Cough, cough, not that it's any of my business. Still, with this roster, full stars should be easy. However, a few minutes later, Hukuman felt defeated. No crits at all. And this measly damage? Only a few thousand per hit? Apart from Raiden Shogun, every other character's performance was abysmal. You're struggling already? Air-kun, how pathetic. Hey, it's not my fault. Hukuman grumbled. Senpai, your account. Your build is the issue. It's hopeless. After another failed attempt, Hukuman decisively gave up. TCH. Kazuma-joka clicked her tongue, visibly dissatisfied. Noticing her mood, Hukuman quickly backtracked. It's not your account's fault. It's mine. I'm the problem. I'm too noob to fully clear your abyss. It's all my fault. If you're bad, then practice. Play more. Improve your skills. Kazuma-joka retorted, clearly wanting him to keep going. But there was no way Hukuman was going to suffer through her poorly built account. My phone skills are terrible. I usually play on PC. I really can't do it on mobile. He confessed. Oh? You need a PC? Yeah, I'm much better on PC. But you don't have a PC here, right? Hukuman chuckled nervously, You're not seriously going to hand over your account, are you? Aren't you afraid I might mess with your waifu behind your back? Kasumijoka stroked her chin thoughtfully, then suddenly spoke. How about this, Air-kun, came to my house this weekend. I have a PC in my room. Hukuman's face froze in horror. What? You're inviting a guy like me, a total loser, to your house? Senpai, have you lost your mind? This isn't appropriate. Hukuman stammered. Kasumijoka smirked. Hey. I thought you were tough. Turns out you're just scared of not clearing it. It's not that. I can clear it on PC, but I'm a guy. Going to Senpai's house just isn't right. Wow, Air-kun, you're surprisingly pure. Don't tell me you've never been to a girl's house before? TSK. That's pitiful. Excuse me? Okay, before my second year of high school, I had never been to a girl's house. But now and no, it's not like that. It's just that I already have a girlfriend. Hukuman stammered, lowering his head. So, sorry, Senpai. I really can't go to your house. To avoid any misunderstandings in the future, Hukuman decided to come clean. But saying he had a girlfriend was far harder than he imagined. If not for Kasumijoka's relentless pursuit, he would have preferred to keep it a secret. Kasumijoka's smile froze. Her brows furrowed as her sharp gaze locked onto Hukuman. You have a girlfriend? Hey, shocked? Even a loser like me can have a girlfriend. Why yeah. Hukuman peeked at her stiff expression nervously. Senpai, I get that you're surprised, but your gaze is way too intense. Wait, your foot Senpai, why are you kicking me again? Hold on. You're way too close. What are you trying to do? This is too close. I feel dizzy. Hukuman. Stay calm. A heart free of women draws the sharpest sword. Stay. Phew. Nope. I can't. The sword's about to be drawn. At that moment, Kasumijoka leaned in, her body almost pressing against his, her face icy yet trembling slightly. Who is she? Hey. I'm really curious now. Care to share? Chapter 18, a meeting between Kasumijoka and Yuki Noshita. Under Kasumijoka's relentless interrogation, Hikigaya eventually confessed to his relationship with Yuki Noshita. Yuki Noshita-san? Kasumijoka, seated on the bench, looked visibly surprised. She turned her head slightly, glancing at Hikigaya beside her, her brows furrowing deeply. Hikigaya sat awkwardly on the bench, avoiding her gaze. Alright, Senpai, I get it. I mean, someone like me, a total bottom feeder, actually dating someone as stunning as Yuki Noshita. Your confusion is entirely justified. Kasumijoka stayed silent for a moment, then spoke again. Hikigaya-kun, could it be that you're blackmailing Yuki Noshita-san with some kind of dirt you have on her to make her your girlfriend? Huh? Hikigaya's mouth twitched. That's just mean. How could I possibly be the type of guy who'd do something so underhanded? Cackling internally, Yuki Noshita, you wouldn't want these shameful photos of you to go public, would you? Remember, behave yourself. Yuki Noshita, become my loyal servant. Wait, am I seriously imagining such nonsense right now? Geez, my imagination sure runs wild sometimes. It's nothing like what you're thinking, Senpai. Hikigaya explained weakly. Yuki Noshita and I are both in the service club. And due to some peculiar circumstances, we just sort of ended up together. To be honest, even I don't fully understand how we got together. It's like we're cursed. Some peculiar circumstances led to you, of all people, ending up with the most beautiful girl in our grade? Hey, it sounds just like a plot out of a light novel. Kasumijoka remarked dryly, tapping her heel rhythmically on the ground, the soft thuds punctuating her words. Yeah, it's pretty surreal, I guess. Hikigaya replied half-heartedly, all the while fighting the urge to flee. Why does the atmosphere feel so stifling? And what's with this inexplicable tension? Somebody, help me. As Hikigaya inwardly prayed for salvation, Kasumijoka spoke again, her voice calm yet unsettling. No wonder you've been so resistant to me from the beginning. You're worried Yuki Noshita might find out about the intimate moments we shared on the rooftop earlier, aren't you? Intimate? All we did was play a game. How is that considered intimate? Senpai, please be more mindful of your phrasing. Hikigaya wanted to retort, but under Kasumijoka's intimidating presence, he could only stammer, unable to voice his thoughts. If there's nothing else, Senpai, I think I'll head back now. Leaving already? Taking advantage of your lunch break to meet up with your beautiful girlfriend, are we? No, it's not like that. Then why are you in such a rush to leave? Are you that afraid of spending time with me? Your girlfriend isn't here right now, you know. That tone, why does it sound irritated? Is it just my imagination? I just. Look me in the eyes and speak properly. Kasumijoka's dissatisfaction with Hikagaya's avoidance was evident. Alright. Why so hesitant? I'm not some kind of monster. Or is there something strange on my face that's scaring you? No, nothing like that. Hikigaya muttered, shaking his head quickly. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally mustered the courage to lift his head and meet her gaze. Kasumijoka, sitting with her legs crossed in black stockings, her hands resting confidently on her lap, exuded an air of elegance and sophistication. The perfect curves of her figure, her posture accentuating both her chest and hips, were on full display. There's no denying it. She's dazzling. Every curve, every detail, it's almost overwhelming. And paired with her stockings and that mature, alluring face. XP overload. Truly deserving of her title as the most beautiful senior from last year. Wait. What am I thinking? I have a girlfriend. I can't keep staring like this. Focus. Focus. Hikigaya instinctively recoiled slightly, forcing his gaze downward in a panic. Between me and Yukinoshita-san, who do you think is more attractive? Kasumijoka suddenly asked. Huh? Comparing you to Yukinoshita? Wait a minute. Why are you asking me this deadly question? Something feels off about this. Hikagaya's instincts kicked in. Ever since he mentioned Yukinoshita, Kasumijoka's demeanor had shifted. What's going on here? She's acting strange. Could it be? No way. Does Kasumijoka-senpai like me? Idiot. This is Kasumijoka-senpai we're talking about. The most stunning and accomplished senior, compared to me a mere nobody. Get a grip, Hikigaya. There must be another explanation. Senpai, why would you ask something like that? I mean, both of you are really amazing and beautiful in your own ways. But if you had to choose, setting aside personal feelings, who's prettier? Kasumijoka leaned in closer, her alluring gaze piercing through Hikigaya. Too close. Senpai, stop teasing me. Hikigaya felt himself shrinking under the pressure, unable to respond. Tell me, Hikigaya-kun. What's your answer? As Kasumijoka leaned in further, the tension mounted, her presence becoming nearly suffocating. But just as Hikigaya was about to break, the sound of a door creaking open from the rooftop entrance shattered the charged atmosphere. Both of them instinctively pulled back, startled by the unexpected interruption. Who comes to the rooftop during lunch break? A confession, maybe? Either way, I'm saved. Hikigaya let out a silent sigh of relief. But as he turned to see who had arrived, a familiar figure entered his view. No way. The elegant, raven-haired girl approached hesitantly, her gaze locking on to Hikigaya. Why is it her? Indeed, the unexpected intruder was none other than his girlfriend Yukinoshita Yukino. What a coincidence, Hikigaya-kun. Taking a breather on the rooftop too? Yukinoshita offered him a soft smile before turning her attention to Kasumijoka. Oh, Kasumijoka-senpai, it's been a while. Kasumijoka, momentarily stunned, returned the smile after a brief pause. It has been a while, Yukinoshita-san. Why don't you join us? Chapter 19, Hikigaya-kun, why don't you visit senpai's house? Why on earth did Yukinoshita suddenly appear on the rooftop? To get some fresh air? Really? Don't lie to me. You're already frail, climbing all these stairs must have been exhausting. With your build, Yukinoshita. Wait. Am I still underestimating her? Back then, her skills in that area were terrifying. Her slender, delicate legs might look fragile, but in truth, they're frighteningly strong. Climbing some stairs? Piece of cake. Cough cough. Anyway, let's set that aside for now. The pressing issue is, why are you and Kasumijoka-senpai having a casual chat now? Seeing Yukinoshita and Kasumijoka, two high-caliber ladies from Sobyu High, sitting down and engaging in conversation made Hikigaya so anxious he felt like ants were crawling all over his body. Well. I guess I'll leave you two to talk. He mumbled. Wait, Yukinoshita called out, stopping him in his tracks. Hikigaya froze. Sigh. Why can't you two high and mighty flowers of Sobyu High just chat without dragging me into this? A worthless bottom dweller like me is just polluting the air here. Yet, faced with his girlfriend's commanding gaze, Hikigaya could only twitch his lips and reluctantly stay put. It's not like I'm listening to you or anything. I'm just appreciating the view from the rooftop. Yeah, fresh air. Totally worth it. The three of them sat on the rooftop bench, Kasumijoka and Yukinoshita flanking either side, with Hikigaya awkwardly sandwiched between them. What kind of setup is this? Me, in the middle? This is so awkward. Also, weren't you two supposed to be chatting? Why did you both go silent after sitting down? Help. Realizing the tension would only escalate if this continued, Hikigaya had no choice but to break the silence. So, You two know each other? Yuki no Shita responded calmly. Kasumijoka-senpai and I interacted a few times during academic meetings. Senpai is an outstanding individual. Kasumijoka, unfazed, nodded gracefully. Your praise is appreciated, but Yuki no Shita-san is equally remarkable and highly regarded within her year. Oh no, you're too kind, senpai. What the heck? Are you two seriously showering each other with compliments now? How harmonious. Their conversation, mostly about academics, was dull enough to make Hikagaya's eyelids heavy. He was fighting the urge to doze off when Kasumijoka suddenly shifted the topic. Speaking of which, Hikigaya-kun mentioned earlier that you're his girlfriend. Is that true? Hikigaya, who had been on the verge of nodding off, jolted awake, his brain snapping to full alertness as he glanced at Yuki no Shita. She nodded nonchalantly. Yes. I suppose you could call it a fated misfortune. One thing led to another, and before I knew it, I ended up becoming his girlfriend. Kasumijoka's body seemed to shudder briefly. After a few moments of silence, she took a deep breath and asked, he didn't trick you, did he? I mean, Hikigaya-kun looks like a total dead fish. Especially with those eyes. PFFT. Yuki no Shita couldn't help but laugh softly. You're right, senpai. Most girls would likely steer clear of him at first glance. Yuki no Shita. That's just cruel. You're roasting me again. Hikigaya sulked silently. Kasumijoka raised a skeptical eyebrow. And yet, you're willing to be his girlfriend? Yuki no Shita nodded. Though Hikigaya-kun's appearance leaves much to be desired, he's not entirely without redeeming qualities. Occasionally, he does have some endearing traits. Oh? Such as? Looking at the now flustered Hikigaya, Yuki no Shita's lips curved into a sly smile. Well, he's surprisingly selfless. In the service club, he often takes on tasks on his own, quietly helping students in need. Deep down, he's a very kind person. Yuki no Shita's gentle smile was directed at Hikigaya. Kind, huh? Kasumijoka murmured. Flustered, Hikigaya muttered, I'm not kind at all. Yuki no Shita said nothing, simply smiling knowingly. This is too much. Yuki no Shita, what's gotten into you today? You're actually praising me? In front of another girl? Yuki no Shita, you've become so kind. Feeling both touched and emboldened, Hikigaya instinctively shifted slightly closer to his girlfriend. However, Yuki no Shita subtly scooted toward him, using her hand to nudge him further away straight toward Kasumijoka. Wait, no. Don't push me toward Kasumijoka-senpai. Before Hikigaya could react, his leg accidentally bumped against Kasumijoka's. Of course, she noticed, but she didn't seem to care. She glanced at the two sitting beside her and sighed softly. You two really seem to get along. It's enviable. Yuki no Shita smiled but didn't deny it. Instead, she turned to Kasumijoka. By the way, senpai, I noticed you and Hikigaya-kun were chatting earlier. May I ask what you were talking about? Kasumijoka paused for a moment before replying calmly, games. Games? Yuki no Shita blinked, surprised. Kasumijoka gave a brief rundown of what had happened earlier. Hearing this, Yuki no Shita raised an eyebrow at Hikigaya. I didn't know you were so skilled at gaming, Hikigaya-kun. Of course. I'm practically a gaming god. Hikigaya couldn't resist showing off in front of Yuki no Shita. Kasumijoka sighed wistfully. I was actually thinking of inviting Hikigaya-kun over to help me with a game this weekend. But since he has a girlfriend who happens to be you, Yuki no Shita-san, I suppose I'll have to give up on that idea. Hikigaya awkwardly added, sorry about that. Maybe some other time, if the opportunity arises. Phew. I'm saved. Looks like senpai gave up on the idea. Thank goodness. If I really had to go to her house, spending time alone with a seductive, mature beauty in black stockings, the pressure would have been unbearable. Feeling relieved, Hikigaya relaxed slightly. However, to his horror, Yuki no Shita suddenly shook her head. If senpai is in need of help, it's only right for members of the service club to assist. She said with a smile. Hikigaya-kun, as the gaming god you claim to be, why don't you visit Kasumijoka-senpai's house this weekend to help her out? Both Kasumijoka and Hikigaya were stunned. Hikigaya almost jumped out of his seat. You're serious? Yuki no Shita smiled serenely. Of course. Do you have a problem with that, Hikigaya-kun? What's with that tone? What kind of girlfriend sends her boyfriend off to another girl's house? Chapter 20, I'll take good care of you. Erkan Hikigaya naturally wanted to resist Yuki no Shita. But when he caught sight of Yuki no Shita's steely gaze, he sighed inwardly and decided not to go against his girlfriend's orders. Sigh, Hikaman, oh Hikaman. Can't you man up just a little? If this keeps up, you're only going to be more and more oppressed by Yuki no Shita in the future. Hikigaya knew he couldn't let things continue this way. After being tormented by Yuki no Shita the entire afternoon, he felt something was off about his mindset. Even though I went through so much during our second year and overcame my fear of girls. But now, it wasn't just Yuki no Shita. Whenever he faced a strong-willed girl, he instinctively shrank back. Hikigaya, oh Hikigaya. You need to toughen up. Regain your confidence by taking Yuki no Shita down a notch one of these days. Seeing Hikigaya finally settle down, Yuki no Shita smiled and turned to Kasumijoka. Senpai, I've already educated Hikigaya-kun. This weekend, he'll head to your house to help you beat your game. Does that work for you? Eh? Kasumijoka snapped out of her daze and hesitated. Of course. That's fine. But are you sure? Hikigaya-kun is your boyfriend. Isn't it a little? Honestly, even Kasumijoka, who was usually composed, found it hard to believe what she'd just heard. In this world, there are actually girls who are okay with their boyfriend going to another girl's house? Hee, it's no problem at all. I trust both you and Hikigaya-kun. Yuki no Shita replied with a serene smile, showing no sign of concern. Thank you for your trust. Kasumijoka took a deep breath, thought for a few seconds, then gave Yuki no Shita a meaningful look. Still, the reason you're so willing to let Hikigaya-kun come to my house must involve something else, doesn't it? If you have any requests, just say it outright. Hee, as expected of you, senpai. Yuki no Shita's smile faded as her expression grew serious. Actually, there is something I need to trouble you with. Kasumijoka raised an eyebrow. Oh? What is it? Yuki no Shita glanced at the silent Hikigaya, who seemed caught between wanting to speak and staying quiet. She sighed in exasperation, as if disappointed. Sigh, here's the thing, Hikigaya-kun's grades are terrible. What? My grades aren't that bad. My Japanese is Hikigaya, who had been keeping quiet, couldn't help but interject, protesting his unfair treatment. Don't interrupt. Yuki no Shita arched an eyebrow, her stern gaze immediately making Hikigaya freeze. His lips twitched before he reluctantly closed his mouth, unwilling to make another sound. Fine, it's not that I'm scared. I just don't want to argue with a girl. Satisfied, Yuki no Shita continued, senpai, while Hikigaya-kun is decent in Japanese, his other subjects, particularly math, are disastrous. As she spoke, Yuki no Shita cast a pained glance at Hikigaya. Hey. Math is the scariest subject in the world. Only aliens could find it fun. All those random symbols and formulas, it's even scarier than English. Yuki no Shita turned back to Kasumijoka and said earnestly, since you and Hikigaya-kun are in the same class, could I ask you to help him with his studies? If you ever need my help with something in the future, I'll gladly return the favor. Oh, I see. You want me to help Hikigaya-kun with his studies? Sure, I'll do it. Kasumijoka only thought about it for a few seconds before agreeing without hesitation. Then she looked at Yuki no Shita and added, but you don't need to be so formal with me. Since Hikigaya-kun will also help me beat my game, we can call this a mutually beneficial collaboration. Still, one thing doesn't cancel out the other. I'll leave Hikigaya-kun in your capable hands. Yuki no Shita replied, her tone firm. Of course. Kasumijoka's mature features softened into a rare smile. Hey. Senpai, that smile of yours is terrifying. And Yuki no Shita, you can't just hand me over to Kasumijoka-senpai. She's definitely trouble. Hikigaya protested silently, but Yuki no Shita shot him a glare as if to say, Hikigaya-kun, you are not allowed to resist. You must follow orders. Wait a minute. Yuki no Shita, are you trying to make me friends with Kasumijoka-senpai? That woman must have ulterior motives. Yuki no Shita nudged Hikigaya, who was still wailing internally. Hikigaya-kun, thank senpai properly. You're lucky someone like her is willing to deal with a slacker like you. Hikigaya sighed in defeat. Thank you, senpai. Kasumijoka's eyes sparkled as she smiled brightly. Looking forward to working with you, Hikigaya-kun. In the end, under Yuki no Shita's oppressive gaze, Hikigaya was forced into a partnership with Kasumijoka. He'd help her beat her game, and she'd tutor him. That afternoon, whether in class or during breaks, Hikigaya wore a perpetually gloomy expression. To make matters worse, Kasumijoka took every opportunity to tease him. At one point, she even used her foot to poke the back of his chair, causing him to shiver. Senpai, if you keep this up, I swear, I'll unleash my inner darkness and crush your foot. By the final homeroom session, Hikigaya had reached his limit. Unable to endure her teasing any longer, he glanced down at her legs, seemingly ready to retaliate. Sensing his defiance, Kasumijoka smirked devilishly and poked his back. Her gaze seemed to say, go ahead, if you dare. Damn it. This is so infuriating. Hikigaya clenched his fists, doing his best to stay calm. After all, their teacher, Girasa-sensei, was still speaking on the podium, discussing the formation of study groups for senior year. Study groups? Ugh, more pointless stuff. When Kirasa-sensei announced the groups, Hikagaya's despair reached new heights. Group 6, Sawamura, Kato, Kasumijoka, and Hikigaya. The boys in the class immediately cast envious glances at him. What's there to envy? This is pure misery. Hikigaya, wishing he could escape, stared at Kirasa-sensei with a look of betrayal. But her death stare quickly silenced him. And then, as if mocking his plight, Kasumijoka whispered, "Hee fate sure is funny, isn't it? I'll take good care of you, Air-kun." Wait, is she holding a grudge over that leg incident? Or does she have some grander scheme? Suddenly, a wild thought crossed Hikagaya's mind. Senpai. Do you like Yuki Noshida? And because I'm her boyfriend, you're targeting me? Considering her all-female Genshin Impact roster, the odds of her being into girls are pretty high. Chapter 21, The Unreliable Yuigahama After School. In Class 3B, students gradually left the classroom in small groups. Hikigaya packed his bag while reflecting on the class meeting earlier. The study groups set up by Kirasa-sensei weren't just aimed at improving individual grades, they were primarily intended to help others raise their scores. For example, if one student in the group fell behind, the other members were supposed to help. Otherwise, if anyone lagged and dragged down the group, the whole group would face penalties just as Kirasa-sensei decreed. In summary, Kirasa-sensei's point was to encourage teamwork within the group. She wanted everyone to cooperate, help each other, and grow together, rather than studying selfishly. Despite her cold and strict exterior, she's actually a great teacher. She reminds me of Hiratsuka-sensei. Hiratsuka-sensei often used tough love to keep us in line, but in truth, she was a gentle and kind-hearted teacher. Suddenly, reminiscing about this mentor made Hikigaya zone out a little. I wonder where Hiratsuka-sensei transferred to. If I had another chance. At the very least, I should have gotten her contact information. Hiratsuka-sensei was the first teacher I could genuinely call a mentor. Deep down, Hikigaya hoped he could meet her again someday, rather than losing touch forever. Hey, Air-kun, see you tomorrow. Don't go home fantasizing about my legs and doing weird things. Eh? Who would do that? Hearing the teasing voice of Senpai Kasumijoka behind him, Hikigaya snapped out of his daze, utterly speechless. Anyway, setting aside thoughts of Hiratsuka-sensei for now. At the moment, the pressure was mounting. Since he had ended up in a study group with Kasumijoka, Sawamura, and Kato, he would inevitably have to talk, chat, and discuss studies with them from now on. Even just dealing with Senpai alone was exhausting enough, let alone adding an invisible demon queen like Kato and Sawamura, who spent the whole day glaring at him. Sigh. If only they were normal people, this task from Yuki Noshita could be completed smoothly. But as things stand, do I really have to force myself to befriend these three? It feels so dangerous. I have this strong sense of walking into a lion's den. In short, befriending them requires careful consideration. After parting ways with Kasumijoka, Hikigaya, burdened with his backpack, trudged toward the service club room. Due to the delay caused by Kasumijoka earlier, he was the last to arrive today. Opening the door, he saw Yuki Noshida, Yuigahama, and Kamaki sitting around the long wooden table, chatting and laughing casually. Yuigahama was the first to glance up and greet him with a smile. "Yeah, hello Hiki. How was school today? Anything fun happen?" "No." Hikigaya shook his head and walked to the seat at the far left of the long table, next to Yuigahama, intending to pull out a chair. "I see." Yuigahama shifted slightly, making room. Her fair thighs gleamed, and her ample chest bounced rhythmically a few times right in front of Hikigaya. That size is ridiculous. Probably something Yuki Noshita could never achieve in her lifetime. Unconsciously, Hikigaya recalled the moment yesterday when Yuigahama had suddenly fallen into his arms. Soft and fragrant. Absolutely outrageous. Wait. What am I daydreaming about? Hikaman, get a grip. You used to fantasize like this all the time, but now you have a girlfriend. After sitting down, Hikigaya instinctively put some distance between himself and Yuigahama to avoid a repeat of yesterday's accident. Huh, Unyai-chan, why do you look so pale again today? Kamaki, sitting directly across from Yuki Noshida, immediately noticed her brother's off expression. You were like this yesterday, and today too? Is third year studying really that exhausting? Uanizan and Yukino Nizan seem fine, so it must be your problem, Unyai-chan. Hikigaya was at a loss for words. It's all because of Kasumijoka-senpai tormenting me. Sigh, the days ahead will only get harder. Seeing Hikigaya's bitter expression, Yuki Noshita delivered a sharp jab. Hey, looking so weak already. Could it be that you're even less capable than a girl? If Yuigahama-san arm wrestled you, I bet you'd lose. Huh? What kind of insult is that? What do you mean, I can't even beat Yugahama in arm wrestling? I'm a guy. Oh? That's true. I think so too. Kamiki chimed in with a mischievous grin. But seeing how annoyed Unai-chan looks, why don't we have you and Izan arm wrestle him? Hikigaya. Hey. Are you that bored? Do you really think Yuki no Shita would agree? My foolish little sister. Right, Yuki no Shita? But Yuki no Shita nodded with a sly smile. Yes, Kamiki has a great point. Let's follow the club president's suggestion. Yugahama-san, why don't you arm wrestle Hikigaya-kun? Yugahama, eh? Hikigaya, huh? A few minutes later, Hikigaya found himself sitting face to face with Yugahama at the long table, their awkward gazes locked in silence. So, why am I arm wrestling Yugahama? Seriously, I'm a guy. Do you all think so little of me? Ready to start? Kamiki, thrilled, grabbed their hands and forcefully placed them into position, making sure both had a firm grip for the match. Wait. Kamiki is one thing, but Yugahama and Yuki no Shita, are you two really taking this seriously? Is this actually happening? Why am I suddenly so nervous? This is only the second time I've held a girl's hand, right? Yuki no Shita's hand was so delicate, while Yugahama's is so soft. Ugh. What am I thinking? Why am I comparing their hands? This is bad, really bad. Am I sweating? Oh no, I can't summon any strength. No. I'm going to lose to Yugahama. Fine, I'm just a weakling. Hikigaya Hukaman, you're nothing but a useless wreck who gets nervous holding a girl's hand. As Hikigaya's mind spiraled into chaos, Yugahama, who had her head lowered, was even more flustered. Her cheeks turned pink, her hand limp as she fidgeted nervously. And so, before they even started, Yugahama's hand flopped over like a rag doll's, conceding defeat. Kamiki, acting as the referee, froze in confusion. You and Izan, you lost already? Ugh, I lost. Yugahama quickly withdrew her hand, embarrassed, her flushed face nearly buried in her ample chest. Yugahama is so cute. But still, as adorable as she is, she's such a klutz. I didn't even use any strength, yet you lost just like that. Of course, it wasn't just Hikigaya who thought Yugahama was hopeless. Yuki no Shita also rubbed her temples in exasperation. This interaction ended far too quickly to meet her expectations. She didn't even score many points from it. While Yuki no Shita fretted over Yugahama's ineptitude, the service club's door suddenly swung open, and a sweet, soft voice rang out. Senpai, what are you all doing? The service club seems lively today. As the little devil, Ishiki Iroha, casually strolled into the room, Hikigaya's face stiffened, and he averted his gaze, while Yuki no Shita's eyes gleamed as she smiled slightly. Chapter 22, Yuki no Shita's Secret Delight. So, is this never going to end? First, it was Yugahama. And now, this hairpin-wearing little devil. I'm a man, okay? Why do all of you look down on me and insist on arm wrestling me? Do I look that weak to you? Fine, then. Today, I must prove myself. Hukaman Hikigaya is a real man. Are you two ready? Kamiki, acting as the referee, looked at Hikigaya and the little devil herself, Iroha Ishiki, who had just proposed an arm wrestling match against him. Of course. Hukaman replied confidently. Daring to challenge me? Ishiki, just wait and see. I'll show you the power of Hukaman in a moment. Better not cry when you lose, okay? Senpai, please. Go easy on me. Just as Hukaman was brimming with confidence, Ishiki suddenly pursed her thin lips and blinked her adorably wide eyes 2 or 3 times like a helpless little animal, gazing at him weakly. Seeing Ishiki's soft and vulnerable expression, Hukaman froze on the spot. Hey. What's with that unfairly cute look? It's way too adorable. Why do I suddenly feel no desire to win and instead have this overwhelming urge to protect her? I win, senpai. By the time Hukaman snapped back to reality, his hand was already pinned to the table by Ishiki. Wait. The match had already started? Shocked, Hukaman looked toward the referee. Big bro, you lost. Kamiki cast a disdainful glance at Hukaman and unceremoniously declared the match over. How did this happen? Hukaman opened his mouth, stunned and unwilling to accept the outcome. He had only been momentarily bewitched by Ishiki's cuteness, and yet he lost? How infuriating. Ishiki, this girl, is just too dangerous. Hukaman sighed inwardly. From the moment they met, Ishiki's devilish charm had continuously suppressed him. She was far too cunning, this woman. Beside him, Kamiki quickly dropped her disdainful look and switched to a cheerful smile as she praised Ishiki. As expected of Miss Iroha, you're amazing. Humphrey, dealing with a clueless senpai is, Of course, a piece of cake. Ishiki nodded smugly, then seemed to notice something. She added, but, Kamaki, you should stop calling me Miss Iroha. I've said before, it feels weird. Then what should I call you? Call me senpai. Of course. That's the right vibe. Eh? No way. I'll either call you Miss Iroha or... Hey. Kamaki blinked, scanning the somewhat flustered Ishiki mischievously. Call me what? Feeling the bad intentions in Kamaki's gaze, Ishiki instinctively guarded herself and turned her eyes toward Hakumen for help. Senpai, could you control your little sister? I really feel like she's plotting something against me, senpai. Hey. What's with that last, unnecessary senpai? What could I possibly plot against Miss Iroha? Humphrey, as if I don't know your sneaky thoughts. Let me tell you, it's not going to happen. Oh, really? Then tell me, what exactly am I thinking? Hakumen had no idea what the two were arguing about, but he found the bickering quite entertaining. Although he had trouble dealing with the little devilish Ishiki, his adorable little sister seemed to be her natural nemesis. Interesting. As he watched the scene unfold, Hakumen occasionally stole glances at Yuki Noshita and Uegahama, who were chatting nearby. At that moment, seeing the dejected look on Uegahama's face, Yuki Noshita took a sip of her tea and said gently, Uegahama-san, would you like to give it another try later? Eh? Uegahama raised her head cautiously, her eyes evasive, as she stammered, isn't that not a good idea? I mean, I've already lost once. Yuki Noshita replied, it's only one loss. Are you planning to give up just because of that? Uegahama lowered her head again. Losing isn't scary. Yuki Noshita said, gripping Uegahama's hand earnestly. What's truly frightening is refusing to face defeat. Don't give up so easily, Uegahama-san. Yuki.no.chan. Encouraged by Yuki Noshita's words, Uegahama, who had been looking down, slowly raised her head as if gazing at an angel. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Uegahama took a deep breath. Her previously downcast expression transformed into one of energy and determination. You're right, Yukino-chan. How can I give up so easily? Hiki, let's go again? Hakumen nearly spit out his tea. Again? Hearing Uegahama's declaration, Kamaki's eyes sparkled. Yay! Go for it, Uenizan. Beat my brother. Ishiki, on the other hand, played the role of a bystander, cheering with a smile. Good luck, Ue-senpai. Motivated by everyone's encouragement, Uegahama nodded vigorously. Brimming with determination, she turned to Hakumen, whose face had gone stiff. Hiki. Let's do this. Seeing Uegahama's serious expression, Hakumen felt a wave of pressure and quickly tried to find an excuse. I suddenly need to use the bathroom. Be right back. Why is the service club so dangerous today? Time to bail. Big bro, senpai, no running away. Kamaki and Ishiki spoke in unison, their faces full of disapproval. Hakumen's mouth twitched as he glanced weakly at Yuki Noshita, silently pleading for his girlfriend to save him. However, to his dismay, Yuki Noshita remained perfectly composed, sipping her steaming tea. She looked at him with a calm smile and said, Hikigaya-kun, it's just arm wrestling. As a boy, you shouldn't back down. Hakumen's face froze, and his last hope crumbled. Seriously? You don't mind your boyfriend having physical contact with other girls? Fine. If even you, as my girlfriend, don't care, what can I say? Meanwhile, watching Hakumen's troubled expression, Yuki Noshita's serene smile concealed a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Strangely enough, Yuki Noshita had always felt uncomfortable when Hakumen interacted with other girls. As his girlfriend, she naturally disliked seeing him get too close to other women. Yet, perhaps due to the growing sense of points being accumulated and the hope they represented, or perhaps from witnessing Hakumen's visible discomfort, Yuki Noshita found herself secretly enjoying the situation. In short, as Hakumen had brief, minor interactions with other girls, Yuki Noshita suddenly felt it wasn't entirely unacceptable. Ahem. Of course, that didn't mean she'd tolerate him cheating. If Hakumen ever crossed the line, like kissing or something more intimate, Yuki Noshita knew she wouldn't be able to accept it. Not now, anyway. Chapter 23, Dream Simulation Card. The day at school had ended. Yuki Noshita lay sprawled on the sofa upon returning home, utterly exhausted. Her body wasn't particularly tired, it was her mental energy that had taken a toll today. After all, going out of her way to create opportunities for Hikigaya to bond with other girls required meticulous planning and effort. With a sigh, she opened up the system interface to check Hikigaya's favorability ratings with other girls. Hikigaya's favorability with Ishiki Iroha, 70 out of 100, close friend. Hikigaya's favorability with Sawamura Ariri, 10 out of 100, Acquaintance, Hikaya's favorability with Kasumijoka Utaha, 35 out of 100, more than acquaintances, less than friends. Yuki no Shita was quite surprised. Who would have thought Hikaya's favorability with Ishiki was actually slightly higher than that with Uegahama? From Yuki no Shita's perspective, Hikigaya seemed much more resistant to Ishiki in his daily interactions. So why did he like her more than Uegahama? Ugh, Hikigaya-kun is such a strange person. Could he actually have some masochistic tendencies? Yuki no Shita muttered, sighing. As for the two newcomers, she decided to set aside Sawamura for now. Her focus turned to Kasumijoka. All that effort helping on the rooftop paid off. She mused with a hint of pride. Thinking back to the tense rooftop scene earlier that day still made her heart race. Being a stalker was harder than it looked, stressful and nerve-wracking. If not for her quick thinking, things might have turned awkward. At least the outcome was satisfactory. She had successfully strengthened the bond between Hikigaya and Kasumijoka. As she reflected, the system's voice interrupted her thoughts. Current system points, 530, new item unlocked in system store, dream simulation card, a new item. Yuki no Shita perked up. Open it, she instructed. System store is now open. Her eyes landed on the dream simulation card and clicked on it to view the details. Dream simulation card simulates a vivid and realistic dream for a selected target while they sleep at night, increasing their favorability toward Hikigaya Hukuman. Cost, 100 points. PS1, this card does not work on Kitamegami. PS2, the host can view the dream in real time. A single-use item again? Yuki no Shita frowned, deep in thought. Compared to the Morning Forced Intimate card, this dream simulation card seemed less impactful. Just a dream to boost favorability? And it cost 100 points? Yuki no Shita felt the price was steep and the returns unclear. As her mother often said when hiring employees, if their output doesn't double their wages, it's a loss. The same principle applied here. If spending 100 points didn't yield a significant return, it wasn't worth it. Beautiful dreams can significantly increase the target's favorability. The closer the relationship, the more frequent the interactions, and the more opportunities for earning points. Highly recommended purchase, strengthening bonds through dreams, huh? It does sound like an investment. After some hesitation, Yuki no Shita decided to take the gamble. She had over 500 points, after all. Spending 100 to experiment wasn't too risky. With that, she purchased the dream simulation card. However, a new dilemma arose after the purchase. Who should she use it on? Uegahama? Ishiki? Or even Kamiki? Cough, cough. No, her priorities were all wrong. Yuki no Shita dismissed the idea of using it on girls who already had high favorability with Hikigaya. They didn't need the boost. Then, an image flashed through her mind. Kasumijoka-senpai, perhaps. Of all the points she'd earned today, Kasumijoka had contributed the most. Her interactions with Hikigaya had the highest point conversion rate. If their relationship deepened, Kasumijoka alone could become a consistent source of daily point income. Yes, Kasumijoka it is. Yuki no Shita decided. Of course, this wasn't just about point income. Kasumijoka was the top-ranking student in her year. If she and Hikigaya grew closer, she could also tutor him, improving his grades. Boosting his academic performance while earning points? A win-win. As the clock approached midnight, Yuki no Shita prepared to use the card. Is senpai a night owl? She muttered, waiting impatiently for Kasumijoka to fall asleep. Finally, the system prompt appeared. Use dream simulation card? Yes. Enter the target for dream simulation, Kasumijoka Utaha. Yuki no Shita typed without hesitation, then confirmed. Dream simulation for Kasumijoka Utaha in progress. Host may view the dream. Would you like to watch? I'll just take a quick peek, she said, curiosity winning over her reluctance. The system's screen lit up. Dream simulation for Kasumijoka Utaha begins. 4 years after Kasumijoka's university graduation, she encounters her high school junior, Hikigaya Hukuman, on the street. They reminisce fondly. During their conversation, Kasumijoka learns that the Yuki no Shita family had gone bankrupt due to an unforeseen incident, leaving them in debt. As Yuki no Shita's son-in-law, Hikigaya was struggling to borrow money. Moved by sympathy, Kasumijoka offers to lend him money. However, during the transaction, Kasumijoka develops ulterior motives and proposes they check into a hotel together. Faced with financial desperation, Hikigaya reluctantly agrees. Yuki no Shita's eyes widened as she abruptly ended the viewing. Panting slightly, she muttered to herself, "It's just a dream. Just a dream." Her expression darkened as she questioned the system. "Are you sure this absurd dream will actually increase Kasumijoka's favorability? You're not messing with me, are you? Please do not question the system's effectiveness." And with that, the system fell silent. Meanwhile, In her sleep, Kasumijoka's forehead was beaded with sweat, her lips trembling slightly as faint murmurs escaped. Hikimon. Chapter 24, The Whereabouts of Hiratsuka Shizuka. Hikigaya had spent the entire night mulling over a possibility. Was Kasumijoka-senpai perhaps into girls? Otherwise, he couldn't fathom why she would go out of her way to target him so persistently. Two untouchable flowers in a close bond? The imagery felt. Wait. That's definitely out of the question. Sure, I occasionally watch Yuri anime, but in real life, Yuri is a terrifying force to be reckoned with. And besides, Yuki no Shita is my girlfriend now. How could I ever let Kasumijoka-senpai have her? Good morning, Mr. Air. The moment Hikigaya walked into class and approached his seat, Kasumijoka, seated behind him and engrossed in her book, casually greeted him. Hikigaya responded reluctantly, "Good morning, senpai." Kasumijoka's tone was light as she commented, "So, how far have you and Yuki no Shita progressed?" "I'm curious." Hikigaya froze, his guard instantly up. Progressed? In what way? Have you done it?" she asked flatly. "Huh?" Hikigaya pushed his chair back, his face slightly pale. "That's none of your business, senpai." No sooner had he spoken than he noticed Kasumijoka's brows furrowing. Wait a second. Why is she even asking such a question? If I said I had done it with Yuki no Shita, would she try to kill me in a jealous rage? Hikigaya took a deep breath, grabbed his textbook, and sat down, determined to ignore the ominous aura emanating from the girl behind him. More and more, Hikigaya was convinced that Kasumijoka might have feelings for Yuki no Shita. Now that he and Yuki no Shita were officially dating, it could very well have sent the senior into emotional overdrive. Sigh. Yuki no Shita really is popular here at Sobu High. Seems like I'll need to keep our relationship under wraps for the foreseeable future. Even though he tried to ignore her, Kasumijoka wasn't about to let him off the hook. She kept tapping him lightly with her foot, a small but deliberate provocation. From morning homeroom to recess, and even during class. She even had the audacity to mess with him during Garasu-sensei's history lecture. Sweat poured down Hikigaya's back. "This is Garasu-sensei's class. How dare you openly provoke me like this? Don't think of me as some sickly little kitten, senpai. You're forcing my hand." For a brief moment, a bold idea crossed Hikigaya's mind, stepping down hard on Kasumijoka's foot. "You don't think I'd dare?" "Wrong. I, Hikigaya Hikimon, have never hesitated to crush a girl's spirit when necessary. I've made plenty cry back in my second year." Just as he considered whether to go through with it, Hikigaya noticed Garasu-sensei's sharp gaze shifting in his direction. In an instant, he came up with an even bolder plan. With steely resolve, Hikigaya leaned down and right in front of Garasu-sensei brushed his hand against Kasumijoka's foot in retaliation. "Garasu-sensei?" "Kasumijoka." There was no doubt, Hikigaya's move was audacious enough to cause a stir. As a result, Garasu-sensei patrolled near his desk for the rest of the class, her cold gaze flitting back and forth between Hikigaya and Kasumijoka. For the time being, Kasumijoka stopped her antics. After the bell rang, Garasu gathered her materials and, without a trace of emotion, called out, "Hikigaya, came to my office." The other students exchanged puzzled looks, unable to guess why the teacher had singled him out. A few even shot him sympathetic glances. Feigning indifference, Hikigaya quietly followed her, though internally he was panicking. Well, since she caught me acting up on the first day of class, I guess it was inevitable I'd get on her radar. Before leaving his seat, he heard Kasumijoka's sly parting remark, "Truly a kind soul, Mr. Air." Hikigaya froze. What is this increasingly dangerous vibe? Why do I feel like she is planning something even worse for me now? In the hallway, Hikigaya sighed. He could worry about Kasumijoka later. For now, his priority was Garasu-sensei. Maybe, if the opportunity presented itself, he could request a seat reassignment. Surely, after witnessing that earlier incident, Garasu-sensei would agree, right? A minute later, Hikigaya arrived at Garasumifu's office. There she was, seated at her desk. Her black pencil skirt accentuated her legs encased in sheer tights, while her commanding presence filled the room. But Hikigaya dared not let his gaze linger. Garasu-sensei's piercing glare was like a weapon aimed straight at him, her every movement exuding an aura of authority. "Hikigaya." She began coldly, "Do you know why I called you here?" After a moment's hesitation, Hikigaya admitted, "Because I touched Kasumijoka-senpai's leg." Her expression darkened. "On my watch, during class, you decided it was a good idea to grope a female student? Explain yourself." "Because her legs were too attractive." Hikigaya replied matter-of-factly. "What man wouldn't want to touch them?" "Garasu-sensei?" Although the response was startlingly direct, Hikigaya was counting on it to work in his favor. He hoped this would lead to a lecture and a much-needed seat reassignment. But to his surprise, Garasu-sensei frowned. Don't lie to me. I know you, Hikigaya. You're not the type to do something like that without a reason. Lying? Hikigaya was taken aback. How does she know me so well? Before he could process it, Garasu-sensei tapped her pen against the desk. As Shizuka said, you're quite a character. Wait, Shizuka? Hikigaya's mind reeled. Sensei, do you know Hiratsuka-sensei? She's a good friend of mine. Garasu-sensei replied curtly. Hikigaya was stunned. No wonder she'd been keeping an eye on me. So this is all because Hiratsuka-sensei pulled some strings? Just as Hikigaya was grappling with this revelation, Garasu-sensei added, I know both you and Kasumijuka's personalities well. I expect you to behave yourselves from now on. If I catch you misbehaving again. She shot him a chilling glare, making Hikigaya flinch. Next time, she'd show no mercy. Understood. Hikigaya muttered, sighing in resignation. At this point, he couldn't shake the suspicion that even his seating arrangement had been part of some elaborate plan. As he turned to leave, he hesitated. Sensei, about Hiratsuka-sensei. Where is she now? Garasu-sensei gave him a sharp look. Didn't she tell you? She didn't mention it. Hikigaya admitted awkwardly. After a moment's thought, Garasu-sensei answered, Shizuka is now teaching at Tokyo Metropolitan Advanced Nurturing High School. Advanced Nurturing? High school? Hikigaya's expression shifted. You've heard of it? Garasu-sensei asked, noting his reaction. Well, it's Japan's top and most unforgiving school. I can't believe she went to a place like that. The thought of Hiratsuka-sensei in such an intense environment left him both impressed and a little alarmed. Lost in thought, Hikigaya's gaze wandered to Garasu-sensei's legs. And for reasons he couldn't explain, a certain reckless idea began to take shape in his mind yet again. Chapter 25, A Teacher Can't Just Let This Slide. Smack. A loud slap on the desk echoed through the teacher's office. Garasu-sensei, is something wrong? One of the female teachers asked in surprise as she turned toward Garasu-sensei. Apologies, I was just disciplining a student. Garasu replied apologetically before coldly fixing her gaze on Hikimon, whose face was a mix of confusion and dread. Hikigaya-kun, care to explain why? Why you just touched my thigh? Garasu-sensei demanded, her tone icy and authoritarian, akin to a judge passing sentence. I have no idea either. If I said it was an involuntary movement, would you even believe me, sensei? Hikimon felt like crying. Sure, Garasu-sensei's black stocking-clad legs were mesmerizing, but even if he had 100 lives, he wouldn't dare lay a hand on them. Could it be some sinister force within me acting up again? Wait. Do I really have some dark energy inside me? At this moment, Hikigaya was drenched in cold sweat. Stammering, he tried to come up with an explanation. There was a bug flying around your leg, sensei. I wanted to swat it, so. Really, Hikimon? That's the best you could come up with? Garasu-sensei raised her cold gaze, her murderous aura radiating unchecked, clearly conveying just how furious she was. Hikimon, who already had a lifelong fear of women, now faced the scariest one of them all, Garasu-sensei, his homeroom teacher. In that moment, his legs nearly gave out from sheer terror. Garasu glared at him for what felt like an eternity, her expression unchanging. After several tense seconds, she finally let out a faint sigh, her icy demeanor slightly softening. Shizuka is a very close friend of mine. Since you were her student, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt this time. But Hikigaya-kun. Her voice grew stern again. It won't happen again. Absolutely not. Hikigaya quickly promised, nodding frantically. Phew. Hiratsuka-sensei, you're my savior. No matter what, he owed Hiratsuka-sensei big time now. Garasu gestured dismissively and turned to her laptop. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Be sure to get along with your classmates, and don't hesitate to ask others for help with your studies if you're struggling. Hikigaya gave a quick nod and let out an understood. Of course, he wanted nothing more than to leave immediately. But before he walked out the door, he hesitated, then nervously asked, Garasu-sensei, can I ask for Hiratsuka-sensei's contact information? If Hiratsuka-sensei was at a nearby school, Hikimon figured he might have some slim chance of meeting her again. But with her now at Tokyo Metropolitan Advanced Nurturing High School, it was nearly impossible. Desperate times called for desperate measures, so he thickened his skin and asked. Garasu raised an eyebrow. Shizuka didn't tell you anything before she left? She seemed to care about you quite a bit. Hiratsuka-sensei cares about me? Garasu-sensei, please elaborate on that. I can give you her contact info, but... Garasu paused and then added, you'll need to pass your next math test first. At least score above the passing line, Hikigaya-kun. What? Are you serious? Hukuman's face fell instantly. Garrus's tone was sharp. If you can't even pass math, how can you possibly face your former teacher? Seeing no way out, Hukuman sighed deeply in defeat. Fine. Thank you, Garrus-sensei. Class is about to start. Hurry back. Got it. Reluctantly, Hukuman turned to leave. But as he glanced back at Garrus's desk, he noticed something peculiar. Her keyboard was covered with cutesy anime-themed stickers, and her desktop wallpaper was of a striking knight clad in armor, carrying a massive sword, her bare back exposed. No way. Garrus-sensei, do you play Genshin Impact too? Hukuman's mind was spinning. Could it be that Garrus-sensei was secretly a hardcore otaku? Of course, he didn't dare say anything aloud. After stealing a few glances, he quickly excused himself and left the office. At the same time, after Hikigaya left, Garrus subconsciously touched the thigh that Hikigaya had just touched. To be honest, this was the first time she had been touched on the leg by a boy. And this boy was her student. For some reason, she felt a little weird. On the other side, Class J, Year 3. Ding. Hikigaya Hukuman unconsciously touched Garrus thigh under the effect of the forced intimate card, and the system points plus 100. Hikigaya Hukuman's affection level for Garrus-sensei, 59 out of 100. Wow, another new target? Yukino, sitting in the king seat, exclaimed. She had used another forced intimate card during the break. And this time, the points gained were even higher than before. But that wasn't the point. The point was, Hikigaya's affection level for this girl was already 59. Who is Garrus? Yukino furrowed her brow, thinking. Garrusu. Sounds familiar. Garrus? Garrus-sensei? Yukino's expression changed as she realized who Garrus was. The homeroom teacher of Class 3B? Oh no. How could she have used the forced intimate card to make Hikigaya touch his teacher's thigh? Yukino regretted her actions. She didn't know how Hikigaya was doing, but hopefully, he was okay. Yukino took a deep breath and spoke to the system. Is the teacher also a potential target? Yes, Garrus has a high individual value. Hikigaya Hukuman can gain a high amount of system points by deeply interacting with her. It is strongly recommended to send Hikigaya Hukuman to Garrus bed. Yukino was speechless. You're disgusting. In this society, teacher-student relationships are strictly forbidden, Yukino thought to herself. As Hikigaya's girlfriend, she hoped he could get along with his teacher. After all, a good teacher-student relationship would help Hikigaya in his studies. So, if there was an opportunity, she would make Hikigaya interact with Garrus-sensei. Not for romance, of course. Just to improve their teacher-student relationship. Yeah, that's it. Yukino tried to convince herself. Chapter 26, I, Kazumi Jouka, am a normal woman, and I like men. Afternoon, library. Since most third-year students had already completed their high school coursework, regular classes had become sparse. Many opted to spend their self-study periods in the quiet refuge of the library. Currently, Hikigaya, Kitu, Sawamura, and Kazumi Jouka had gathered by a window-side table on the second floor, ready to study. As the group leader, Kazumi Jouka was the first to speak, addressing the other three. If you encounter any problems while studying, feel free to ask me for help. Hikigaya and Kitu nodded in response. Sawamura, however, being her usual rival-like self, simply snorted without sparing Kazumi Jouka a glance. Unbothered, Kazumi Jouka gave an indifferent smile before turning to Hikigaya. Air-kun, sit next to me. Your math is absolutely hopeless. I'll tutor you myself. Huh? No, just sit down already. Without waiting for a response, Kazumi Jouka pulled Hikigaya into the seat next to her. Across from them, Kitu and Sawamura took their places. Resigned to his fate, Hikigaya sighed and dug into his bag for his math worksheet. Well, it was true his math grades were abysmal. But now, with added motivation, he resolved to make an effort. After all, his goal wasn't just to improve academically but to secure that Yukino-sensei's contact information. The group settled into their studies, but Kazumi Jouka refused to behave. Her sleek, nylon-clad legs would occasionally brush against Hikigaya's. She leaned closer than necessary, causing fleeting touches and offering tantalizing glimpses of her neckline. It wasn't even warm, so why was she doing this? It had to be on purpose, right? Could you please stop tempting poor little Hukuman? Squirming in his seat, Hikigaya forced himself to focus. Stay calm, for hire Atsuka-sensei. Study, study. An hour later. I'm going to the restroom. Kitu announced, standing up. Kazumi Jouka nodded. I'll go too. Sawamura added. Oh, didn't you just go earlier? Are you on your period? Kazumi Jouka quipped with a sly grin. Mind your own business. Sawamura snapped, her cheeks flushing. She's really doubling down on the rivalry today, Hikigaya thought. Poor Sawamura. Constantly bullied but resilient. Respect. With Kato and Sawamura gone, only Hikigaya and Kasumijoka remained. The atmosphere immediately became charged. Air-kun, are there any questions you don't understand? Kasumijoka leaned closer, her faint scent of strawberry ice cream wafting into Hikigaya's nose. Her impressive figure loomed dangerously close. Why yeah, there are a few. He pointed to a triangle problem on his worksheet. Really? This is first-year material. Air-kun, you're hopeless. Kasumijoka teased. Fine, I'll take pity and guide you through it. Leaning even closer, Kasumijoka began her explanation, peppering it with sarcastic remarks. But what stood out to Hikigaya wasn't her tutoring, it was the series of accidental physical contacts that made his heart race. Kasumijoka-senpai. Please, stop teasing me. I can't handle it anymore. Desperate, Hikigaya finally broke. Senpai, I understand how you feel, but huh? Kasumijoka froze, her previously teasing expression replaced by genuine curiosity. What do you mean? Hikigaya took a deep breath, summoning all his courage. Senpai, I know you like Yuki no Shida. You're trying to get closer to her by seducing me. You probably even plan to secretly film our moments to ruin my relationship with her. But this is too much. Please have some self-respect. What? Kasumijoka's playful demeanor evaporated, her face darkening. You think I like Yuki no Shida? She said coldly. And that I'm seducing you to break you two up? Wow, Air-kun, your imagination is something else. Too much manga, perhaps? Hikigaya froze, confused by her reaction. Wait, so that's not I'm a normal woman? She interrupted, her tone icy but calm. My preferences are for men. Not women. Oh. Hikigaya felt the weight of his misunderstanding crash over him, embarrassment written all over his face. Amused by his awkwardness, Kasumijoka leaned in again, her finger tracing lazy circles on his thigh. Air-kun, I suggest you take a good, hard look at yourself. Why do you think I'm so fond of you? The ambiguous words, paired with her closeness, sent Hikigaya into full-on panic mode. I need to go to the bathroom. As Hikigaya fled, Kasumijoka let out a deep breath and squeezed her thighs together, her mind wandering as she watched him leave. Last night. Why was it so intense? She murmured to herself. Elsewhere. Behind a nearby bookshelf, Yuki no Shita pretended to browse but was actually spying on the pair. Last night's dream simulation was odd. But I have to admit, its effects are outstanding. Kasumijoka-senpai has been unusually proactive today. While Yuki no Shita wanted to nudge Kasumijoka closer to Hikimon, she drew the line at letting him make the first move. After all, it would feel far too much like betrayal if he initiated contact with another woman. No way. I'm the one pulling the strings here. Evening. After an uneventful day in the service club, Yuki no Shita couldn't complain. Thanks to Kasumijoka's involvement, she'd racked up over 500 system points. Even after purchasing another forced intimate card and a dream simulation card, her balance still stood at 940 points. Before bed, Yuki no Shita prepared to use her dream simulation card. Enter target for dream simulation. Let's go with Kasumijoka-senpai again. After some thought, Yuki no Shita chose to focus on Kasumijoka. Would you like to view the dream sequence? She hesitated, conflicted. It's not real. One last peek, then. Yuki no Shita sighed, steeling herself before pressing play. Chapter 27, Wa. My Hikigaya-kun kissed another woman. The next day. As usual, Yuki no Shita continued her sneaky surveillance of Hikigaya's study group in the library. However, today she was utterly frazzled. Yuki no Shita had assumed that after yesterday's simulation for Kasumijoka, the results would lead to the latter becoming even more proactive and sticking closer to her Hikigaya. If that happened, she'd easily rake in a steady stream of points just from Kasumijoka alone. That way, she wouldn't even need to rely on other women anymore. But reality, as always, was cruel. By afternoon, her total point earnings for the day still stood at a solid 0. Even someone as poised as Yuki no Shita couldn't help but feel a growing sense of urgency. How could this be? Did the simulation fail? That doesn't make sense. Yesterday, during the simulation, Senpai made such a bold move on Hikigaya-kun. Muttering to herself, Yuki no Shita paced back and forth behind a bookshelf, flipping through books in frustration without reading a single word. Could it be that things had backfired and made Kasumijoka-senpai develop a dislike for Hikigaya instead? No way, right? Yuki no Shita was growing more anxious by the second. She desperately wanted to check Kasumijoka's affection level toward Hikigaya, but unfortunately, affection levels were only visible for the main target, Ketu. Secondary targets were entirely out of her scope. This can't go on. By now, Yuki no Shita had grown too accustomed to farming points from Kasumijoka-senpai. If she couldn't continue this strategy, she wouldn't even know how to make ends meet today. What about you in the service club? Out of the question. Not only was Yu's point yield much lower than Kasumijoka's, but trying to stage frequent accidents in the service club's private setting would surely raise suspicions. Should she focus on Katu's main storyline? That would be a monumental challenge. Over the past few days of observation, Yuki no Shita had came to realize that Katu was practically a Zen master, calm, unflappable, and utterly indifferent to everything. Honestly, it was absurd. No wonder the system had ranked her on par with Haruno, Yuki no Shita's own monstrous older sister. Sigh. No choice then. The difficulty of Katu's storyline was too high, so Yuki no Shita could only aim to complete a few side quests for now, hoping to improve her standing before tackling Katu. System, what should I do? Reluctantly, Yuki no Shita turned to the system for advice. She really wanted to keep milking Kasumijoka's points but was out of ideas. System, the system suggests the host use today's forced intimate card on Kasumijoka Utaha, huh? Yuki no Shita blinked in surprise. Use it on senpai? But isn't that card only usable on Hikigaya-kun? System, as the host accumulates more points, additional privileges are unlocked. The card can now compel other women to initiate close interactions with Hikigaya. With enough progress, even high-quality targets like Katu Megumi will be affected. Wait, really? Even Katu could be made to act? This system's potential seemed limitless. Alright, that works. Let's do it. After some deliberation, Yuki no Shita decided to use the forced intimate card on Kasumijoka-senpai. Once Yuki no Shita had her sights on Kasumijoka's points, she wasn't about to let go. However, Yuki no Shita glanced at the four people engrossed in studying. Using the card now would be impossible. It was better to wait until Kasumijoka and Hikigaya were alone. Half an hour later. I'm going to the restroom. Hikigaya announced as he stood up and addressed Kasumijoka, their group leader. I'll go too. Kasumijoka said, also rising to her feet. Nature's call was universal, so Hikigaya didn't think much of it. Slouching slightly, he walked off toward the restroom. Seeing the opportunity for Hikigaya and Kasumijoka to be alone, Yuki no Shita's eyes lit up. Here it is. Realizing they were heading toward the restroom, Yuki no Shita hesitated for a moment before a sly smile appeared on her face. A restroom was perfect, quiet and private. It was the ideal spot for Kasumijoka to make her move. With that in mind, Yuki no Shita discreetly followed them. Hikigaya finished in less than 2 minutes and walked out of the men's restroom, heading to the sink to wash his hands. However, Kasumijoka had yet to emerge from the women's restroom. What? Why is senpai taking so long? Come on, Hikigaya-kun's going to leave soon. Yuki no Shita, who had been planning this moment, was practically pulling her hair out in frustration. Why couldn't women be as quick as men in the restroom? Senpai, hurry up. Just then, a voice called out from the women's restroom. Hikigaya-kun, are you still there? Huh? Hikigaya hesitated for a moment but answered, yeah, I'm here. Ah, thank goodness. Kasumijoka's voice sounded relieved. Could you grab me some toilet paper? There's none left in here. Hikigaya's lips twitched. But I'm a guy. How can I go into the women's restroom? There's no one else around right now. No one will see. Hurry up and help me out, didn't I just tutor you earlier? After a moment of hesitation and a quick glance around, Hikigaya reluctantly agreed. Alright, fine. From her hiding spot, Yuki no Shita watched in disbelief as Hikigaya walked into the women's restroom. Hikigaya-kun, why are you so soft-hearted? Still, this worked in her favor. The women's restroom was even safer, no risk of being spotted by someone else. Not wanting to waste the moment, Yuki no Shita immediately used the forced intimate card on Kasumijoka. What would senpai do next? The thought made Yuki no Shita giddy with anticipation. However, a realization suddenly hit her. Wait. Was I too impulsive? What if senpai's still, occupied? How are they supposed to? Ding. Under the card's influence, Kasumijoka Utaha has pulled Hikigaya Hukaman into the restroom and kissed him. System points plus 200, ding. Achievement unlocked, second kiss stolen. System points plus 300. Hearing the word kiss, Yuki no Shita froze. Kiss? Wait a second. Did the system just say Kasumijoka kissed Hikigaya-kun? How? How could this happen? Yuki no Shita muttered, her body trembling. She could tolerate them getting close in a simulation. But this was real life. Her Hikigaya-kun's first kiss with another woman, and she had caused it herself? Fuming, Yuki no Shita directed her ire at the system. System. What the hell is going on? You owe me an explanation. Chapter 28, The corruption level increases. Host, please calm down. Hikigaya Hukuman only kissed Kasumi Joka Utaha once. Is it really worth getting this angry over? Just one kiss, and that's it? Hearing the system's indifferent words, Yuki no Shita gritted her teeth. Even she, usually so composed, felt her anger rising. Hikigaya-kun is my boyfriend. Before this, he had never kissed any other girl but me. Ugh, I'm such a terrible girlfriend. I've tainted my boyfriend's mouth. Originally, Yuki no Shita had planned to enjoy watching the drama unfold, but now, a vague sense of guilt and betrayal rose within her heart. Host, please don't shut yourself off. At least in this instance, you earned 500 points from the kiss. That's about as much as you earned in an entire day before. You shouldn't be upset, host. In fact, you should be happy. As the points increase each day, the hope of saving Hikigaya Hukuman grows too, host. I'm sure you want to live happily with Hikigaya Hukuman forever, right? The system's calm persuasion made Yuki no Shita's heart ache. The logic was sound. But being happy about it? That was out of the question. Still, to say there was no surprise at all would be a lie. 500 points. Hikigaya-kun's first kiss with the senpai gave 500 points. Looking at the system's point total, which had surpassed 1,400, Yuki no Shita's mood became quite complicated. Indeed, the more intimate the closeness, the more points the system granted. If Kasumi Joka senpai and Hikigaya-kun kissed 2 or 3 times a day, wouldn't that easily add up to 500 or 600 points? 1,000 points in a single day didn't seem impossible at this rate. Ugh. No. Yuki no Shita shook her head, pushing down these troubling thoughts. There could be no second time where Hikigaya-kun kisses another woman. Even if the points were coming in quickly, even if the goal was to save Hikigaya, she couldn't keep relying on such morally questionable closeness to get points. This had to be the last time. Yuki no Shita-san, are you? Just as Yuki no Shita was making this firm resolution, a voice suddenly came from behind her, startling her into quickly turning around. A blue-haired girl with a high ponytail was staring at her curiously. Yuki no Shita quickly sorted her thoughts and, after calming herself, smiled at the girl. Oh, it's you, Kawasaki-san. Sorry, I was thinking about a math problem and got a little distracted outside the restroom. She remembered Kawasaki was in the same class as Hikigaya-kun, both in Class B. A math problem? Kawasaki said, sounding impressed. As expected of the top student, Yuki no Shita-san. Always focused on studying. Not really. Yuki no Shita smiled politely and then asked, are you heading to the restroom as well, Kawasaki-san? Let's go together. Kawasaki suggested, inviting her to join her to the women's restroom. Okay. Yuki no Shita reluctantly nodded and followed Kawasaki into the restroom, a growing sense of unease settling in her mind. After all, Hikigaya-kun and Kasumi Joka senpai were still inside, and they hadn't come out yet. She had no idea what they were doing in there. Once inside the restroom, Yuki no Shita discreetly scanned for which stall Hikigaya and Kasumi Joka might be in. Still thinking about the math problem? Kawasaki asked again, it must be a tough one if it's bothering you so much. No, I'm thinking about what those two might be doing in the restroom. You're right, Kawasaki-san, it is a tough problem. Yuki no Shita gave a dry smile, trying to avoid suspicion, and simply picked a random stall and entered. Oh. Kawasaki followed her and entered a neighboring stall. It was much like when guys use the restroom together sometimes, girls would chat while doing their business. Just like now. Yuki no Shita-san, can I ask, how are things with you and Hikigaya-kun lately? Kawasaki suddenly asked, curious. Wait. Kawasaki-san, you don't think it's just the two of us in here, right? Hikigaya-kun and Kasumi Joka senpai are also in the restroom. Yuki no Shita felt embarrassed but didn't know how to respond. Saying nothing was worse. It's okay. Yuki no Shita finally responded hesitantly. Our relationship is good, just a normal boyfriend-girlfriend development. Is that so? Yuki no Shita, ever perceptive, could hear the odd tone in Kawasaki's voice. She continued, what's wrong, Kawasaki-san? It sounds like you have something to say. Kawasaki hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but say, it might cause a misunderstanding, but I still want to remind you. Hikigaya-kun has been getting pretty close to Kasumi Joka-san from our class lately. Yuki no Shita hadn't expected Kawasaki to be the one to kindly remind her about the relationship between Hikigaya and Kasumi Joka. Ugh. I love her, Kawasaki, you're such a good person. You're even warning me, worried my boyfriend might cheat. I know. Yuki no Shita replied softly. I asked Kasumi Joka-senpai to tutor Hikigaya-kun, so that's why they've been getting closer. Kawasaki looked surprised. You're the one who encouraged them to get so close. Ah. Yuki no Shita raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem with that? Kawasaki shook her head. Tutoring's no problem, but I feel like Kasumijoka-san might be a little too forward. I'm worried that something inappropriate might happen between them. Cough, cough. Of course, I'm just worried, Kawasaki quickly emphasized, trying to clarify, so far, nothing serious has happened. Well, something did happen already. And I was the one who caused it. Hey, thanks for the reminder, Kawasaki-san. But I trust Hikigaya-kun, and I trust Kasumijoka-senpai. They're not the kind of people to do something like that. Yukinoshita said calmly, though inwardly she sighed. Since Yukinoshita didn't say more, Kawasaki didn't press further, instead saying, well, if you trust them, then that's all that matters. Anyway, thank you again, Kawasaki-san. I'm really glad to have a friend like you. Yukinoshita-san, you're too kind. I just don't want Hikigaya-kun to do anything that might hurt you. As Yukinoshita nodded in response, she suddenly sensed something wasn't quite right. Why does it feel like Kawasaki cares a little too much about Hikigaya? Otherwise, why would she even be paying attention to Hikigaya and Kasumijoka's relationship? Could Kawasaki? Just as Yukinoshita was deep in thought, the system suddenly beeped with a prompt. Ding. Hikigaya Hukuman's corruption level has changed. Current corruption level, 10 out of 100? Yukinoshita, who had been thinking about Kawasaki and Hikigaya's relationship, was stunned when she heard the system's notification. Her expression shifted as her legs, still squatting on the toilet, tensed. Hikigaya-kun, whose willpower was as strong as iron, had actually had his corruption level rise. Wait a minute. Did I say something wrong to Kawasaki just now? Hikigaya-kun, please don't fall into corruption. Chapter 29, Kasumijoka's Confession. I, Hukuman Hikigaya, am a pure love warrior. Though I despise my sadistic girlfriend, Yukinoshita, my love for her is unwavering and unchanging. I swear, I will never love anyone but her. I had once vowed to myself that in this lifetime, I would only touch one woman, only kiss her. However, a few minutes ago, I kissed a girl who wasn't Yukino. Hukuman cried inwardly. Although it wasn't something he actively pursued, his body had betrayed Yukino and kissed another woman. His values and beliefs had been shattered like never before. Hukuman was overcome with self-blame. After Yukino and Kawasaki left the women's restroom, Hukuman and Kasumijoka were still stuck in the bathroom. The atmosphere was awkward and tinged with tension. Hukuman, his back to Kasumijoka, knew he couldn't just leave. He needed to figure out what had just happened, why it happened, and what the hell the kiss was all about. Could Kasumijoka be plotting something? Hukuman clenched his jaw, took a deep breath, and turned around. Senpai, why did you do that? Kasumijoka herself couldn't understand why she suddenly acted so impulsively. But after remembering the strange dreams she'd been having every night recently, she felt strangely relieved. She opened her mouth, paused for a few seconds, and then swiftly changed the topic. How's Air-kun feeling? Hukuman shuddered, not expecting her to ask such a question. He stuttered, what? Then he heard Kasumijoka's laugh from behind him. Don't pretend you don't know, Air-kun. When you kissed me and Yukino, who did you feel more for? Hukuman? Who feels what now? Why is she asking me such a question? That's easy, no need to choose. Of course, Yukino. Hukuman started, but for some reason, his mind flashed back to the kiss with Kasumijoka, remembering her initiative. His heartbeat quickened, and he found himself at a loss for words. Wait. Hukuman, what are you doing? How could you be comparing the kiss techniques of your girlfriend and your senpai? Hukuman shuddered and tried to continue. Definitely Yukino. Kasumijoka's laugh rang out again. Hee, you say Yukino, but deep down, Air-kun must think I'm better, right? After all, otherwise, you wouldn't have been so eager to match my kiss just now. Hukuman shivered as a wave of self-blame and frustration surged through him. He couldn't help but speak up. Please. Stop toying with me, senpai. In that situation, anyone would react instinctively. Immediately, Hukuman spun around, his eyes locking onto Kasumijoka's as he asked, what's going on, senpai? But when his eyes met the red-faced beauty behind him, his words died in his throat. At the same time, when Kasumijoka saw him turn around, she quickly averted her face, embarrassed, still sitting on the toilet seat. The narrow space between them grew more charged with tension, the sound of their breaths becoming more apparent. Wait. What is going on here? Why is senpai's face so red? Air-kun, your face is so flushed. Could it be that after I kissed you, you've fallen for me? Kasumijoka asked, her voice a little softer. Hukuman gritted his teeth. Why you? You too, senpai? Have you fallen for me too? Hukuman thought for sure that Kasumijoka, being the high and mighty person she was, would either reject him or change the subject. But instead, to his surprise, she softly responded with an Hukaman froze on the spot. You say? Hukaman swallowed dryly, increasingly certain that the situation was spiraling out of control. His body instinctively began to retreat as he prepared to escape. But Kasumijoka grabbed his arm, her head lowered in embarrassment, and in a small, shaky voice, she murmured, I mean, that. Huh? Hukaman's breath caught. That? Senpai, are you confessing to me? Senpai likes me? No, no, no. This can't be happening. What nonsense is this? We've known each other for only a few days. And now she likes me? There must be some sort of scheme at play. Hukaman stammered, Senpai, you're kidding, right? Please, stop playing with me. I'm begging you. Kasumijoka took a deep breath, raised her eyes to meet his, and spoke calmly. Air-kun, do you think a girl would give her first kiss as a joke? First kiss? No wonder it had felt so skilled yet tinged with a hint of inexperience. Wait, what? You gave your first kiss to someone like me, a complete mess? Hukaman couldn't bring himself to look into Kasumijoka's serious eyes. He stammered, But I'm just a useless guy, how could someone like you like me? This doesn't make sense. Kasumijoka paused, pursing her lips. I prefer weak boys. Air-kun, you really match my taste. Wait, what? Senpai, are you also a sadist? Hukaman took a deep breath. But I already have a girlfriend, sorry, Senpai. I don't think I can accept your confession. Kasumijoka remained unfazed, her expression indifferent. Who says that boys with girlfriends can't have other girls confess to them? Maybe you'll like me more in the future. She said this while adjusting her chest and crossing her perfectly shaped legs, her black stockings only enhancing her allure. What a sight. No. Hukaman, get it together. Yukino is your girlfriend. Hold on, don't give in. Hukaman did his best to calm himself, but it was time for his final move. He sighed helplessly and said, Senpai, I've already. Well, done that with Yukino. You girls probably care if a guy hasn't had his first time, right? So. He glanced at Kasumijoka, whose body seemed to tremble slightly. Hey. This has to work. Senpai, a woman as amazing as you wouldn't be interested in someone like me who's already been tainted, right? You must be disgusted. Just tell me to leave. But as Hukaman confidently thought this, Kasumijoka's expression didn't change. She calmly responded, Sorry, Kasumijoka Utaha, really like that kind of guy. A boy who's been touched by love will probably be so much better later on. After speaking, Kasumijoka raised her eyes, gazing intently at Hukaman, as if to add, I don't mind at all. In fact, I might even be a little excited. At Kasumijoka's relentless responses, Hukaman was utterly stunned. No way. This is really happening? This. As he thought back to the absolute trust Yukino had shown him in her conversation with Kawasaki, Hukaman's self-blame surged again, but he quickly suppressed his rapid heartbeat. No. No matter how sincere Senpai is, I, Hukaman Hikigaya, am a pure love warrior. Chapter 30, The Forced Husband Delivery Task. After leaving the women's restroom, Yukino Shita and Kawasaki continued chatting and laughing down the hallway. As they chatted, Yukino Shita noticed that Kawasaki seemed to have an indescribable concern and care for Hukaman. Curious, Yukino Shita tentatively asked, By the way, Kawasaki, I'm a bit curious, how do you feel about Hikigaya-kun? Huh? Kawasaki, who had been about to leave, suddenly looked uneasy after hearing Yukino Shita's question. She quickly turned her head and hesitated. Why are you asking me this? Yukino Shita sighed helplessly. I was just asking casually. After all, Hikigaya-kun often does things that are hard for others to understand, which ends up indirectly making the relationships around him pretty awkward. I just worry that it might affect you, Kawasaki. Kawasaki paused, shaking her head. Hikigaya-kun is definitely a weird person, but even though he's strange, I think he must have his reasons for doing things. He's actually a really gentle person deep down. I actually admire him a little. As she spoke, Yukino Shita could clearly sense that Kawasaki's voice was becoming hesitant, as if she was getting a little nervous. I see. Well, now I'm relieved. Yukino Shita smiled as she said this. Kawasaki, noticing she had said something awkward, flushed slightly and waved her hands, hastily saying, Yukino Shita-san, please don't misunderstand. I don't have those kinds of feelings for Hikigaya-kun. I just think he's a nice person. On the contrary, you two are a perfect match, so please don't misunderstand. To prevent Yukino Shita from misunderstanding, Kawasaki emphasized this once more. How could I misunderstand, Kawasaki? Yuki no Shita shook her head and smiled, seriously looking at Kawasaki. Hikigaya-kun is lucky to have someone like you as a friend. I am happy for him. Huh? Friends? Kawasaki hesitated as she spoke. I wouldn't really call us friends. At best, we're classmates, and Hikigaya-kun probably thinks the same. No. Yuki no Shita shook her head with a serious expression. Hikigaya-kun considers you his friend. He really does. Well, oh. Okay. Kawasaki avoided eye contact. Anyway, I'm going to study now. I'll keep an eye on Hikigaya-kun and make sure he doesn't get too close with any other girls. Thank you, Kawasaki. No problem. We're friends, after all. Kawasaki said this, then hurried off to her study group. Yuki no Shita showed a bright smile. I was right. Kawasaki is truly a good person. If possible, she wouldn't mind letting Hikigaya-kun and Kawasaki get a little closer. After all, from Kawasaki's tone and mannerisms, it seemed like she had quite a fondness for Hikigaya-kun. Sigh, Hikigaya-kun really is quite popular, isn't he? Yuki no Shita thought as she continued to gaze at the women's restroom in the distance. She then found another relatively concealed spot to continue her observation. Why haven't they come out yet? How long are those two going to stay in the restroom? Honestly, if it weren't for Kawasaki just going in, and there being no other women around, she'd be really anxious for them. Yuki no Shita sighed helplessly. I feel like I'm in some weird situation, as though my boyfriend is fooling around with another woman in the restroom, and as the girlfriend, I have to make sure no one interrupts them. It's so strange. While Yuki no Shita was observing, the system suddenly chimed. Ding. Kasumijoka Utaha is confessing to Hikigaya-kun, and her hands have touched his face. System points plus 60, ding. Kasumijoka Utaha gave Hikigaya-kun a forceful kiss, system points plus 200, ding, upon hearing the word confession. Yuki no Shita froze in shock. Wait a second. What the hell is going on? A confession? For a moment, Yuki no Shita felt a jolt in her chest, and she didn't feel any joy from the increasing points. A kiss? You just gave my Hikigaya-kun a kiss so easily? This can't be real. You're so cold and aloof, Kasumijoka. Ding. Hikigaya-kun's corruption level has changed. Current corruption level, 15 out of 100, huh? What? When Yuki no Shita heard that the corruption value had changed again, she could no longer stay calm. Kasumijoka kissed Hikigaya. Hikigaya's corruption level increased. In this terrible situation. Hikigaya-kun, you're not going to accept her confession, right? No. Yuki no Shita was in a panic, trembling with anxiety, and desperately wanted to rush into the restroom to stop this worst-case scenario. But reason told her that if she rushed in and the situation was exposed, she would probably look like a complete fool. No. Don't let Kasumijoka tempt you, Hikigaya-kun, don't. Please, don't. Yuki no Shita's heart raced as she prayed silently. A few minutes later, the system chimed again. Ding. After detection. Hikigaya-kun firmly pushed Kasumijoka away and rejected her confession, huh? Yuki no Shita, who had been feeling anxious and worried, immediately broke into a smile upon hearing the system's report. Phew. I was scared there for a moment. I thought Hikigaya-kun had agreed to her confession. I knew it. Hikigaya-kun is strict with himself, he wouldn't be tempted by Kasumijoka. Hikigaya-kun only loves me, right? But. Just as Yuki no Shita was feeling incredibly relieved, the system chimed once again. Ding. After rejection, Kasumijoka's emotional state has plummeted, triggering the forced husband task. Forced husband task. To stabilize Kasumijoka's emotions and prevent future point losses, the host must have Hikigaya-kun comfort Kasumijoka in bed, spending the night with her. Failure to do so will result in a deduction of 10,000 points. Time limit. This week. Reward. 1,000 points. 1 lottery box. Yuki no Shita, who had been feeling happy, froze. Her smile instantly vanished, and her face turned pale. Hikigaya-kun rejected her confession, and now you want me, his girlfriend, to let him sleep with Kasumijoka to comfort her? And it has to happen this week? System, are you crazy? Yuki no Shita nearly spat blood in frustration. Chapter 31, If Senpai kissed Hikigaya, I'll kiss him too. After fiercely cursing the system, Yuki no Shita took a deep breath, gradually calming herself down. As a smart woman, she knew she needed to think clearly and devise a plan to deal with the situation. If Hikigaya didn't sleep with Kasumijoka, the system would penalize her with a deduction of 10,000 points. Given that her current points barely exceeded 2,000, a penalty would plunge her into negative numbers. Without a doubt, this would be a significant blow to her efforts thus far. Yuki no Shita clenched her fists. She absolutely couldn't let her points go negative. But the real question was, should she really let Senpai Kasumijoka sleep with Hikigaya? Hikigaya was her boyfriend. Her most cherished person. Watching her boyfriend roll around in bed with another woman. The mere thought of it made her instinctively brace herself against the wall, bitterness welling up inside her. Once again, Yukino Shita's thoughts turned to Hikigaya. If this were his problem, how would he handle it? Host, there's no need to be so dramatic. Hikigaya Hukuman already kissed Kasumijoka Utaha, so why should sleeping together bother you? Shut up. Yukino Shita snapped at the system, anger flaring in her chest. Host, look on the bright side. Hikigaya just rejected Kasumijoka Utaha's confession, which shows he doesn't like her at all. Even if you orchestrate a scenario where they sleep together, as long as he doesn't fall for her, your position won't be threatened. The system projected Hikigaya's current favorability toward Kasumijoka. Hikigaya Hukuman's favorability toward Kasumijoka Utaha, 58 out of 100, 58. Yukino Shita's eye twitched. It had only been 35 before, but after one kiss and a confession, his favorability had jumped significantly. Still, compared to her own 99 out of 100, Yukino Shita found some solace. Taking another deep breath, she thoughtfully considered the system's logic. As long as Hikigaya didn't develop genuine feelings for Kasumijoka, her position wouldn't be at risk. For instance, their recent kiss wasn't voluntary on Hikigaya's part, it was passive. He hadn't acted out of desire. If Hikigaya wasn't acting willingly, then it didn't count as betrayal. Even so, her heart was deeply conflicted. But what if sleeping together changes Hikigaya-kun's attitude? What if he falls hopelessly in love with Kasumijoka-senpai? What will I do then? Hikigaya Hukuman's corruption level must reach 100 for him to become infatuated with Kasumijoka Utaha, current corruption level, 15 out of 100, corruption level. She had nearly forgotten about this mechanic. But it's already at 15. Yukino Shita bit her lip nervously. After just one kiss, Hikigaya's once rock-solid character seemed to be eroding. Host, don't worry. Corruption levels can increase or decrease. After the act, you can comfort Hikigaya Hukuman to lower his corruption level. That way, he won't become attached, huh? Comforting him can reduce corruption levels. Yukino Shita asked, surprised. Exactly. At the current 15 points, it's a very safe range. No need to worry excessively, host. Remember, true love leads to intimacy, but intimacy doesn't always mean true love. The system's voice was soft and persuasive, like an angel whispering in her ear. Yukino Shita muttered to herself, intimacy doesn't always mean true love. It doesn't mean he'll love her. Before she realized it, the system's words were starting to make sense. Slowly but surely, Yukino Shita began to think that Hikigaya and Kasumijoka sleeping together might not be entirely unacceptable. As she mulled this over, her gaze landed on a graceful figure stepping out of the women's restroom. It was Kasumijoka-senpai. Finally, after spending so long in there, she decided to come out. Seeing Kasumijoka's flushed but icy face, Yukino Shita immediately knew her confession had failed. Clearly, she wasn't in a good mood. Yukino Shita sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of guilt. After all, her interference had reduced the usually composed and confident senpai to this state. With a complicated expression, she glanced back toward the restroom. Huh? Where's Hikigaya-kun? Why isn't he out yet? Frowning, Yukino Shita raised an eyebrow. Could he have fallen into the toilet? Deciding to investigate, Yukino Shita stepped out from her hiding spot and walked toward the restroom. There, she found Hikigaya standing blankly at the sink. What's with this self-deprecating look? Still, it's kind of cute. Hikigaya-kun. She lightly patted his shoulder. Ah. Hikigaya jumped, startled. When he turned and saw Yukino Shita, his face was filled with shock. Yukino Shita? Crap. She almost forgot she'd been in the restroom a few minutes ago too. Hikigaya mustn't suspect anything. Quickly composing herself, Yukino Shita turned on the faucet and spoke nonchalantly, I just came to wash my hands. Didn't expect to run into you here. Oh. Yeah. What a coincidence. Hikigaya's eyes darted nervously, avoiding her gaze. Seeing his panicked reaction, Yukino Shita couldn't help but smirk. Knowing he was scared she'd find out about the kiss made her strangely pleased. With a gentle smile, she said, Hikigaya-kun, I heard from Kawasaki that you've been spending a lot of time with Kasumijoka-senpai lately. Looks like you've become friends. Good job. Wait, it's not like that. Hikigaya started to explain, but Yukino Shita suddenly leaned in and kissed him on the lips. Hikigaya froze, his face turning crimson as he stumbled backward. Yukino Shita, you. Yukino Shita blushed slightly but maintained her smile. Hee, that's a little reward for you. If you manage to make 3 more friends, I'll give you an even bigger reward. A bigger reward? Hikigaya stammered, his face burning. Ding. Hikagaya's corruption level has changed. Corruption level -1, current corruption level, 14 out of 100, huh? Just a kiss, and his corruption level dropped. Could it be that he felt my love? Looks like the system was right. If I comfort Hikigaya-kun after everything, he'll focus on me instead of being distracted by other vixens. Chapter 32, time for Sawamura-san to shine. After kissing Hikigaya, Yuki no Shita continued showering him with encouragement and care. To her delight, she discovered his corruption level had dropped further to 13 out of 100. Indeed, the woman Hikigaya truly loves is me. Yuki no Shita couldn't contain her smug satisfaction. Fixing her hair in front of the mirror, she spoke with a composed tone. I've decided if you complete the task I gave you before the week is up, we'll go on a date this weekend. Standing beside his girlfriend, Hikagaya's face turned even redder. Nervously, he asked, a date? What exactly does that mean? Yuki no Shita turned to him with an exaggerated roll of her eyes. Dummy. What do you think it means for a boyfriend and girlfriend to go on a date? Hikigaya froze in place. Ding. Hikigaya-kuman's corruption level has changed, -1 corruption point, current level, 12 out of 100, perfect? As expected, the more I show Hikigaya my love, the guiltier he feels. That guilt draws his attention back to me, reducing his corruption level unnaturally. Ugh, I don't think this is possible. Hikigaya muttered as he avoided eye contact with Yuki no Shita. Making friends with 3 girls is way too hard. And as for senpai, she might not even. Humphrey. Yuki no Shita immediately caught on to what Hikigaya was about to say. He wanted to confess what had just happened. But there was no way she would let him do that. With a calm, reassuring voice, Yuki no Shita interjected, senpai is a wonderful girl. I believe you two are already good friends. So now you only need to befriend 2 more girls. Hikigaya hesitated, then sighed deeply. That's not it. This weekend, I probably won't be able to go to her house anymore. I mean, senpai and I as friends or whatever. Might be. Hikigaya-kun. Yuki no Shita cut him off sharply. Her tone suddenly became stern. Can't you have more confidence in yourself? Kasumijoka-senpai genuinely appreciates you. She sincerely sees you as a friend. Don't disappoint her, alright? Humphrey, refusing to visit her house? How are the 2 of you supposed to sleep together later? No sleeping together? I'll lose 10,000 points. Yuki no Shita, you. Hikigaya looked at his girlfriend, dumbfounded by her uncharacteristic firmness. Anyway, I've acknowledged Kasumijoka-senpai as your friend. Yuki no Shita declared with an air of authority. Do you have any objections, Hikigaya-kun? None. Seeing his girlfriend's sudden assertiveness reminded Hikigaya of a particularly grueling afternoon when he had been thoroughly tormented by her. Reluctantly, he nodded obediently. That's more like it. Yuki no Shita's stern expression melted into a gentle smile as she added softly, after helping senpai at her house, we'll go on our date. I'll reward you however you like since, well, it's been a week since we last. Ahem. That's really not necessary. Hikagaya's face darkened as he hastily waved off her suggestion. I don't need any rewards. I'll just focus on completing the task. What? Yuki no Shita pouted, her expression faintly tinged with disappointment. Hikigaya-kun, are you saying you don't want to go on a date with me? Hikigaya had never seen Yuki no Shita look so disheartened before. To him, this vulnerable side of her was utterly unfair. It was too cute. Recalling the physical training he had been doing lately, Hikigaya felt a surge of determination and quickly corrected himself. Of course not. Fine, I'll do it. If I finish the task, we'll go on a date this weekend. Hearing his change of heart, Yuki no Shita's face lit up instantly. See? I knew you wanted the reward after all, Hikigaya-kun. Blushing furiously, Hikigaya grumbled, I don't. Watching Hikagaya's flustered reaction, Yuki no Shita felt triumphant. Little bug, I'll be waiting for you this weekend. Hey. Don't underestimate me like that. Hikagaya's fighting spirit flared up, leading to yet another playful exchange between the 2. Ding. Hikigaya-kuman's corruption level has changed, -2 corruption points, current level, 10 out of 100, wonderful, it's gone down again. With Hikagaya's corruption level dropping further, Yuki no Shita finally felt a sense of relief. However, as she prepared to bid him goodbye, her sharp eyes caught sight of a blonde girl standing by the bookshelf nearby. The girl Sawamura Ariri was reaching up on tiptoe, struggling to retrieve a book. Yuki no Shita's instincts kicked in, and she quickly nudged Hikigaya, who was just about to leave. That girl over there is Sawamura-san from your study group, right? Hikigaya glanced over. Oh, yeah. And with that, he showed no further interest, ready to walk away. Yuki no Shita? What's with that? And why are you leaving already? Seeing Hikagaya's indifferent attitude, Yuki no Shita grew frustrated and gave him a light shove. Dummy, go help her. But she can probably reach it on her own. Go help her. Yuki no Shita insisted, exasperated. Use this as an opportunity to befriend her. Honestly, how can you be in the same study group and still have such a distant relationship? Fine, stop pushing me. I'm going. Sighing in defeat, Hikigaya reluctantly made his way toward the struggling Ariri. That's more like it. Yuki no Shita smiled approvingly. Still, even as she felt satisfied with her efforts, she couldn't help but grumble internally, why do I always have to push him into action? Sigh, Hikigaya-kun being this passive is really troublesome. If things went like this in bed, she thought bitterly, she'd probably have to take the lead there, too. For now, she brushed aside those woes. The priority was for Hikigaya to build a proper friendship with Sawamura. Watching quietly from behind a nearby shelf, Yuki no Shita resolved to intervene if necessary. After all, if Hikigaya only grew close to one girl Kasumi Joka it would be risky. She couldn't let senpai gain too much influence over him. The key was balance, spread out Hikagaya's guilt by having him interact with multiple girls. That way, as the girlfriend with the highest affection score, her position would remain secure. Hikigaya-kun, let's see how you handle Sawamura-san, she thought, ready to act if needed. Chapter 33, Ariri and Dare-kun on a date? After dealing with Kasumi Joka-senpai's situation, Hukuman Hikigaya had no desire to interact with other girls. Unfortunately, his girlfriend, Yuki no Shita, insisted that he approach someone else, leaving him no choice but to comply. He walked up to Ariri Spencer Sawamura, who was struggling to reach a book. Let me help you, Sawamura-san. Without waiting for her response, he pulled down the book she had been reaching for. It was a manga. As expected, Sawamura-san was a true blue otaku. Ah! Hearing a voice from behind, Ariri jumped like a startled rabbit. Whoa, what a cute reaction. She even has little fangs like Kamaki. When she turned to see Hikuman handing her the book, she bit her lip. What? Are you looking down on me? I could have reached it myself. Humphrey. Despite her words, she obediently took the book while sneaking hesitant glances at Hikuman, as if she wanted to say something but found it hard to get the words out. Ah, a textbook tsundere. Hikuman could tell she wanted to say thank you. But her personality made it near impossible, just like how he struggled to speak to girls. I wasn't looking down on you. Hikuman said. I was just grabbing a manga for myself and figured I'd help you while I was at it. He picked a manga from the shelf and sat on the floor to read it, acting completely at ease. Huh? You're here for manga too? Ariri's surprise was evident. Her initial nervousness began to fade as she realized they were both slacking off in the same way. Yeah. Hikuman replied. After studying for so long, I feel like my brain's going to explode. Taking a break now and then is necessary. Ariri nodded emphatically. Exactly. Sitting all afternoon is killing my back. But if you're reading manga, it's best to be sneaky about it. If Kasumi Joka-senpai catches you. I know. She's always nagging me to study this or that. If she catches me slacking, she'll chew me out for sure. Well, she is the group leader. Humphrey. So what if she's the leader? Does that give her the right to boss everyone around? Cough. Hikuman wisely avoided fanning the flames of their rivalry. No need to get himself caught in the crossfire. Ariri, meanwhile, pouted as she hugged her manga. After glancing around hesitantly, she finally sat down beside him, mirroring his posture. And so, the two of them began reading manga together. A few minutes later, Hikuman closed his book and stood up. You're leaving? Ariri asked, looking up at him. Reading manga alone was awkward, but having someone else to slack off with made it much more bearable. No. Hikuman replied. I just didn't like the manga's plot. I'm picking another one. Oh, good. Ariri breathed a sigh of relief. Being alone again would have been nerve-wracking. She stole a glance at him as he browsed the shelves. What kind of manga do you like? She asked hesitantly. Me? I enjoy action and battle manga. Especially those by Harumaki Iri-sensei. Ah, action and battle, wait, what? Ariri almost dropped her book. Harumaki Iri-sensei? Who's that? She asked cautiously. She's an artist who creates male-oriented action manga. Hikuman said nonchalantly, not expecting her to know such a niche creator. Ariri lowered her head and asked in a small voice, is she really that amazing? Definitely. Her art, storytelling, character development, and battle scenes are top-notch. It's just a shame she's still relatively unknown. But I'm sure she'll be one of Japan's best someday. One of Japan's best? Ariri's heart skipped a beat. She stole a glance at him, unable to believe his words. Well, that's just my opinion. Ah, sorry, I probably got carried away. Hukaman coughed awkwardly, realizing he'd gone on a tangent. Damn it. Why am I exposing myself like this? Another embarrassing memory to add to the pile. Lately, he'd been studying Harumaki Iri's work to prepare for Yuki no Shita's challenges. Mentioning her here had been a slip of the tongue. Phew. Thankfully, Sawamura-san doesn't know who Harumaki Iri really is. Otherwise, I'd die of embarrassment. As he glanced down, he noticed Eri tugging lightly at his pant leg. Huh? Sawamura-san? And nothing. Eri quickly let go, her face slightly flushed. I can tell you're a big fan of Harumaki Iri-sensei. If she heard what you said, I'm sure she'd be very happy. Who knows? Hukaman shrugged, brushing it off. She'd definitely be happy. Eri emphasized, her voice unusually firm. Maybe. Hukaman answered half-heartedly and turned back to browse the shelves, unimpressed by the library's manga selection. On the other side of the shelf, Yuki no Shita peeked through a gap, observing Eri. As a sharp observer, she couldn't help but notice the subtle changes in Eri's behavior. What's going on here, Hukaman-kun? What did you do to make her act so eager? Meanwhile, back at the group's seats, Kasumijoka frowned at the empty chairs. They're still not back? Kato, focused on her homework, answered absent-mindedly. Maybe Hukaman-kun and Sawamura-san ran into each other and started chatting. It happens. Fresh off her rejection, Kasumijoka stiffened at Kato's offhand remark. What? She shot to her feet, her expression darkening. Chapter 34, Hikagaya's Perfect Love Triangle. Hiding behind a bookshelf, Yuki no Shita silently observed Hikigaya and Eri. Out of habit, she checked the affection levels. Hikigaya Hukaman's affection for Sawamura Eri, 25 out of 100, up by 10 points. Looks like their manga chat went pretty well just now. Unfortunately, she could only see Hikagaya's affection level and not Eri's. Sigh, I wonder what Eri's affection level is right now. It's a little frustrating not knowing. During their conversation earlier, Yuki no Shita clearly noticed Eri blushing inexplicably. She figured something Hikigaya said must have hit a soft spot for the tsundere. Honestly, Yuki no Shita wouldn't mind if Eri just outright fell for Hikigaya. That way, it would save her a lot of effort. Otherwise, if Eri stays passive, Yuki no Shita would have to take the lead to push things forward later, which is honestly a bit of a pain. Of course, all of this effort is simply for coldly farming points. At the end of the day, as long as Hikigaya continues liking her, it doesn't matter if others like him too. As long as Hikigaya doesn't fall for them in return, everything should be fine. She could handle that. Yuki no Shita continued her silent observation. But, unfortunately, the scene she envisioned didn't happen. Eri didn't reach out for Hikagaya's pant leg again, let alone make any intimate moves. In fact, the two of them didn't even exchange a single word. They simply immersed themselves in their respective manga. Huh? What? Wait. You two were chatting so happily earlier, why the sudden silence? Come on. Keep talking. Yuki no Shita grew increasingly anxious, nearly stepping out from her hiding spot to push the two closer. Unfortunately, her naturally shy demeanor held her back. Sigh, I was overthinking it, wasn't I? Just because they talked for a bit doesn't mean Eri would suddenly throw herself at my Hikigaya-kun. Yuki no Shita sighed internally. Of course, there was another possibility. She could tell that Eri was an extreme tsundere, someone who had difficulty expressing herself. Taking the initiative to talk was probably incredibly challenging for her. In any case, judging by the current situation, if Yuki no Shita didn't push things forward herself, any progress between these two would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Yuki no Shita instinctively thought about using a forced intimate card, a direct and effective option. Unfortunately, the card was limited to one purchase per day. Sigh, I'd have to wait until tomorrow to buy another. Is there any other way I can help today? Oh, right. I still have the dream simulation card. Yuki no Shita's eyes lit up. If I want Hikigaya to get closer to other girls, then today's dream simulation card definitely shouldn't go to the affection-maxed Kasumijoka-senpai. Yep, today it'll go to Sawamura. Yuki no Shita began silently strategizing. She was determined to bring the two closer, even if it meant sparing Kasumijoka some of the emotional turmoil. More than 10 minutes passed. The two closed their manga at the same time and tacitly stood up. While slacking off was fun, they couldn't do it forever. After putting his manga back on the shelf, Hikigaya glanced at the book Eri was holding. Seeing this, Eri quickly spoke up, I can do something this simple myself. I don't need your help. Hikigaya gave a non-committal "oh" and stepped aside. Eri tiptoed, attempting to return the manga to the shelf. Unfortunately, due to her height, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't reach. Sawamura-san? Don't bother me. I'll manage on my own soon. Ariri huffed, stubbornly refusing to show weakness. She didn't want Hikigaya to witness her embarrassing struggle. You go back first. I'll come after putting this away. This. Hikigaya hesitated. Help her already, you idiot. Hiding behind the bookshelf, Yuki no Shita was growing increasingly exasperated. And sure enough, her boyfriend didn't disappoint. Completely ignoring Yuki no Shita's mental plea, Hikigaya actually looked around and seemed ready to leave. Yuki no Shita nearly stomped her foot in frustration. You've got to be kidding me. Hikigaya-kun, are you really walking away? Do you want me to come out and stand right behind you to make you help her? Just as Yuki no Shita was fuming internally, Ariri overexerted herself, lost her balance, and twisted her ankle. She fell backward, about to hit the floor. Ariri's face paled with shock. Hikigaya, who had been observing her all along, sighed and finally stepped forward to catch her, preventing her fall. Sawamura-san, be careful. While she felt the warmth of his reliable arms, Ariri didn't look particularly thrilled. Instead, her expression shifted to one of awkward discomfort. Why? Why are you back? And why are you holding me so tightly? Hikigaya looked at his hands gripping her waist a little too firmly and quickly let go. Sorry, I didn't mean to. About Yuki no Shita's level, huh? Ariri hugged herself protectively, her face flushing red. The atmosphere between them began to grow tense. At that moment, a voice cut through the awkward silence. Well, isn't this interesting? Startled, both Hikigaya and Ariri turned toward the source of the voice. Kasumijoka approached with a shadowy expression. But when she stopped in front of them, her lips curved into a smile as she addressed Hikigaya. Hikigaya-kun, so you like someone small like Sawamura, huh? No wonder. Hey. Hikigaya stood frozen, speechless. Ariri's face turned beet red. What? Meanwhile, Yuki no Shita, still hiding, blushed slightly and unconsciously squeezed the air around her. Humphrey. Of course, my Hikigaya-kun prefers petite ones. Cough cough. Ahem, that's not the point. The point is. Hikigaya-kun finally made a move to help Sawamura. Judging by the situation, her affection level must have increased quite a bit. And Kasumijoka just happened to show up. From her reaction, it seemed even after her failed confession, she still had lingering feelings for my Hikigaya-kun. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so upset jealous, even seeing him with Ariri. Surprisingly, Yuki no Shita wasn't upset by this. In fact, she found the sight of her boyfriend being fought over by two girls rather amusing. Chapter 35, Dare to Insult My Hikigaya. Time to teach a lesson. When Ariri heard Kasumijoka claim she and Hikigaya were that kind of couple, her face immediately flushed, and she shot back indignantly, Kasumijoka, are you insane? Hikigaya and I. We're nothing like what you're implying. Oh? Sneaking off here during study hours for a cozy little rendezvous, and you were just hugging a moment ago. And you're telling me there's nothing going on? Kasumijoka's tone was dripping with sarcasm. Hey, so, it seems that Ms. Sawamura, who plays the innocent on the surface, is actually that kind of girl behind closed doors. You've been wanting to make a move on Aircon for a while now, haven't you? You. Ariri bit her lip, instinctively stepping a bit farther away from Hikigaya. She huffed, as if I'd ever fall for a dead fish-eyed guy like him. I have zero interest in him. Not even a smidge, got it? Oh? Kasumijoka smirked thoughtfully. After a moment, she chuckled and added, dead fish eyes, is it? Hey, I never thought Sawamura would be the shallow, looks-obsessed type. Personally, I think Aircon's eyes are quite endearing. Her suggestive gaze flicked toward Hikigaya, who quickly looked away, visibly uncomfortable. That's not what I meant, I just Ariri, realizing she may have gone too far, instinctively glanced at Hikigaya, as though wanting to explain. But with Kasumijoka giggling at her side, she couldn't find the words and swallowed them back. Not missing a beat, Kasumijoka interjected, oh, don't bother with the fake apologies, Sawamura. Just admit it, you think he's beneath you. Kasumijoka, you ahem. Hikigaya, caught between the two girls, was already drenched in a cold sweat. Sighing inwardly, he hurried to intervene before the argument spiraled any further. Ladies, this is a library. If you keep this up, you're going to disturb everyone else, and then we'll all get scolded by Girasa-sensei. At the mention of Girasa-sensei, both girls froze for a moment. Kasumijoka turned to Hikigaya, her tone cooling. Aircon, you still haven't finished today's math worksheet, have you? Go back and finish it. If you run into any problems, feel free to ask me, I'll graciously tutor you. Hikigaya blinked in surprise. Even after rejecting her confession, Kasumijoka still wanted to tutor him? Was this really about helping, or Was she plotting some form of revenge? Regardless, Hikigaya couldn't refuse the leader of their study group. Resigned, he muttered, got it. As Hikigaya and Kasumijoka prepared to leave, Ariri hesitated. She bit her lip and blurted out, Hikigaya-kun, About earlier, it's fine, Sawamura. Hikigaya replied casually, not even glancing back. Kasumijoka, however, couldn't resist chiming in with a sly smile. Hey Air-kun, you're too kind. Honestly, there's no need to waste your time on such a shallow little golden retriever. Kasumijoka. Ariri, who had been feeling a twinge of relief moments ago, now looked ready to explode. She glared daggers at Kasumijoka, her hands twitching as though resisting the urge to strangle her. The three eventually shuffled back to their study group seats, but in the shadows behind the bookshelf, Yuki no Shita's expression was anything but pleasant. She'd been hoping for some entertainment, expecting to see her dear Hikigaya caught in the midst of two girls fighting over him. But no, this Sawamura girl dared to insult her Hikigaya. My Hikigaya-kun is not someone you get to belittle. Yuki no Shita clenched her fists, trying to suppress the bubbling frustration. She understood that Ariri's words were just a result of her tsundere personality. For a classic tsundere like her, saying such things was practically second nature. But still. No. Yuki no Shita couldn't stand it. It made her blood boil. After all, if anyone was allowed to mock Hikigaya, it would be her, Yuki no Shita Yukino. When she saw Hikigaya's affection for Ariri had actually increased, Hikigaya Hukuman Sawamura Ariri affection, 35 out of 100, her eye twitched. You've got to be kidding me. His affection actually went up? Yuki no Shita's lips trembled as she stared at the stats panel. A girl who says she dislikes you, and your feelings for her improve? Really, Hikigaya? Truly living up to your reputation as a hopeless, bottom-tier fish. Fine. If you're not going to get revenge, then I will. Yuki no Shita took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. You don't retaliate. Well, as your future wife, I'll do it for you. Doesn't like my Hikigaya-kun, huh? Dares to insult him, huh? Just wait until tonight. I'll use a dream simulation card on you. Tomorrow, I'll follow it up with a forced intimate card. Yuki no Shita began to strategize, a wicked glint in her eye. She'd make Ariri regret every word she said today. You say you don't like Hikigaya-kun now? Fine. But soon enough, you'll be completely infatuated with him. That evening, back home, Yuki no Shita stuck to her plan and purchased the dream simulation card. But when she saw the new price, 500 points, her brow furrowed. Huh? Why is it so expensive now? As the host's privileges increase, the card's features expand accordingly. Expanded features. Yuki no Shita tilted her head. What new features? The host can now adjust the stamina levels of Hikigaya Hukuman and other characters in the dream, ensuring the desired outcome, stamina levels. Yuki no Shita's eye twitched. You mean that stamina? Seriously? Ridiculous as it sounded, the more she thought about it, the more the feature intrigued her. This could be fun. Buy it. Dream simulation card purchased. That night, Yuki no Shita patiently waited until almost midnight. Sigh. So Sawamura is a night owl too, huh? Please specify the dream target, Sawamura Ariri. Dream simulation initializing. Would you like to adjust stamina levels? Hikigaya Hukuman, 46, Sawamura Ariri, 30, leave Sawamura's the same. Raise Hikigaya's to 90. Adjustment complete, Hikigaya Hukuman stamina 90, perfect? Yuki no Shita smirked. Would the host like to observe the dream? Yuki no Shita hesitated for a moment. But the thought of watching her Hikigaya teach that tsundere Ariri a lesson was too tempting to resist. Alright, just a quick look. Chapter 36, excited Sayuri, could my daughter be getting a boyfriend? As Ariri suddenly opened her eyes, it was already the next morning. She gasped for breath, beads of sweat trickling down her fair skin. Ugh, no way. How could I have? Grasping her head with both hands, her face flushed red as she wrestled with a mix of embarrassment and frustration. Then, noticing something off about the bed, she hesitantly lifted the covers and cautiously peeked underneath. Ugh. Within a second, Ariri slammed the covers back down. Her already rosy cheeks flared into an intense red, making her look like a ripened apple. No, no way. I actually. Her shame reached its breaking point. At that moment, a gentle voice came from outside her bedroom. Sweetheart, what's the matter? Hearing the voice, Ariri's face froze, and she hurriedly called back, and nothing. I just bit my tongue, that's all. Oh? You bit your tongue? Thinking she had successfully deflected the situation, Ariri relaxed slightly until her bedroom door creaked open moments later. A graceful woman in a red and white yukata walked in, smiling warmly at the startled Ariri, who sat on the bed looking like a deer caught in headlights. Every time you lie, it's so obvious. The woman teased with a chuckle. You really are my adorable little girl. Her dark hair was neatly tied up, and her features bore a striking resemblance to Ari's, so much so that they were almost identical, save for the woman's more mature allure. Her beauty was softened by a warm, maternal smile but tinged with a mischievous glint that hinted at a fondness for teasing. This was Sayuri Sawamura, Ari's mother. Ari quickly averted her gaze, avoiding eye contact as she stammered, I'm not lying. I really did bite my tongue. Humphrey. Sayuri chuckled, clearly used to her daughter's tsundere tendencies. As she pulled back the curtains to let sunlight flood the room, she casually said, let's put that aside for now. I want to ask you something, my little sweetheart. When did you start dating? You've been keeping it a secret from me, haven't you? As she spoke, her gaze sharpened with playful curiosity, making Ari's heart skip a beat. What? Dating? Ari instinctively clutched the covers tightly, her voice trembling. I don't have a boyfriend. Mom, stop making things up. Come now, there's no need to pretend in front of me. Sayuri leaned closer, pinching her daughter's flushed cheeks with a teasing smile. Last night, while you were sleeping, I heard you muttering, Hikigaya-kun, please don't, and I like you so much, I really like you, and even please be gentler. TSK, I never imagined my sweet little girl had such a side to her. AHHH. Before Sayuri could finish, Ari's face turned beet red, and her entire body trembled in mortified panic, nearly leaping out of bed. That's impossible. I couldn't have said anything like that. Ari desperately tried to defend herself, her voice breaking. I wouldn't know. Oh? Still denying it? Seeing her daughter's utterly flustered expression only deepened Sayuri's amusement. She continued in a light-hearted tone, if you don't believe me, I could always play it back for you. After all, I recorded everything on my phone. What? Ari's whole body stiffened. Staring at the phone her mother waved in front of her, she stammered, why, you recorded me? My dream talk? Of course. Want to hear it? No. Please, Mom, don't. Stop, I'm begging you. Seeing her daughter on the verge of tears, Sayuri relented, letting out a small cough to stifle her laughter. I'm just teasing you, she said lightly. But since you do seem to have a boyfriend, when are you going to introduce him to me? I'm very curious about my future son-in-law. Ugh. Ari let out a sigh of relief, but her cheeks remained flushed as she mumbled, I told you, I don't have a boyfriend. Hikigaya-kun and we just met a few days ago. Oh, so you're not dating yet? Sayuri scrutinized her daughter carefully and, realizing she wasn't lying, sighed with faint disappointment. In that case, you'd better hurry up and start dating him. I mean, it's obvious how much you like him. I don't like him at all. Really now? After saying those things in your sleep, you're still insisting you don't like him? Sayuri shook her head, feigning exasperation. Oh dear, what am I going to do with my dear daughter? I really don't have any feelings for Hikigaya-kun. Ari shot back, though her voice faltered. Those dream mutterings were just. Her words trailed off, leaving her staring blankly at her quilt. Wait, if she didn't like him, why had she dreamed about him? The memory of Hikigaya telling her, Sawamura Iri will become the greatest mangaka in the world, played back in her mind, causing a strange warmth to rise in her chest. But she shook her head forcefully and turned back to her mother. Mom, just mind your own business. Instead of worrying about me getting a boyfriend, why don't you find yourself a new husband first? Sayuri's husband had passed away years ago in an accident. Oh? Does my little Ari want me to find her a new dad? Sayuri teased with a sly grin. Fine, how about this, you find yourself a boyfriend, and I'll find myself a husband. Let's see who gets there first. What? Why would I compete with you over something like that? Ari groaned, thoroughly exasperated. And I've already said I don't have feelings for Hikigaya-kun. I could never like him. Humphrey. Her voice grew quieter with each word, and by the end, her gaze had dropped back to her lap, her red face betraying her true emotions. Sayuri, of course, caught every detail and smiled knowingly. Meanwhile, at the Yukinoshita residence, Yukino lay sprawled on her bed, utterly drained. She rubbed her aching head and sore legs, regretting the effects of staying up too late watching a certain dream simulation. Using just the dream simulation card won't be enough. Once I get to school, I'll use the forced intimate card to bring Hikigaya-kun and Sawamura closer. Yukino murmured to herself. After all, she couldn't let Ari's harsh words about her Hikigaya-kun slide without consequences. The tsundere needed to learn her lesson. Chapter 37, Ari's outburst. When Hukiman arrived at school, he found Kasumijoka-senpai treating him as she usually did, teasing him the moment she sat down, as if she'd completely forgotten that he'd rejected her confession the day before. Hukuman played along, pretending as if nothing had happened. Truthfully, he appreciated this. It spared both of them the awkwardness. Initially, he'd thought they might not even remain friends after yesterday, but it seemed they could at least be acquaintances? Friends, maybe? As Hukuman was dealing with Kasumijoka, a blonde twin-tailed girl walked in quietly through the back door of the classroom, head lowered. Wait, Ariri's here already. If he had to pick one girl to talk to right now, Hukuman would undoubtedly choose Ariri. No way would he willingly engage with the senpai he'd turned down just yesterday. Kasumijoka senpai seemed calm on the surface, but who knew what she was really thinking? Talking to her always felt like being on the edge of a minefield. Good morning, Sawamura-san. Hukuman greeted without hesitation as Ariri walked past his desk. Ariri, who had just been about to sit down, froze in place when she heard him. She turned to look at him hesitantly. When her gaze met his, her cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered, "Gee, good morning, Hukuman-kun." Blushing? So cute. Could she still be dwelling on what she'd said to me yesterday? Well, Hukuman didn't mind. He was a forgiving guy. He didn't take her words to heart at all. Besides, she wasn't wrong, he was a dead fish-eyed guy. No normal girl would ever like someone like him. But just as Hukuman was considering saying something to ease Ariri's apparent unease, the person behind him seemed to have other plans. "Hey, Air-kun, I was talking to you. How dare you ignore me and start chatting with someone else? And with Sawamura-san, of all people. That makes me mad, you know." Kasumijoka leaned her chin on her hand and smiled sweetly, but under the desk, her black stocking-clad foot poked at Hukuman's leg a few times, expressing her displeasure. Hukuman sighed inwardly. Kasumijoka kept smiling and then added teasingly, "Hukuman-kun, don't tell me you're interested in Sawamura-san?" "Eh?" Hukuman immediately felt alarmed by her bright smile. "I already have a girlfriend. Why would I be interested in someone else? The only reason I greeted Ariri was to try to make friends. After all, Yukino Shito had specifically assigned me this task for the week. If I didn't show any progress, I was pretty sure she'd be furious." Meanwhile, Ariri, who had just sat down, suddenly tensed up again when she heard Kasumijoka's words. She glanced over at Hukuman nervously, and when their eyes met again, her face turned even redder. Flustered, she quickly blurted out, "Kasumijoka, I've already said I can't possibly like someone like him. He's just a..." But as she was about to throw out her usual dead fish-eyed loser insult, something stopped her. Her expression shifted awkwardly, and she quickly shut her mouth. "Don't worry, Ariri. I can take it. Insult me all you want, it doesn't bother me." Kasumijoka, unfazed, gave a sly smile. "Oh, I wasn't saying you like him. I was saying he might like you. Why are you getting so worked up?" Hearing this, Ariri's gaze darted around, and she stammered, I just misspoke, okay?" Kasumijoka chuckled softly, completely ignoring Ariri as she turned back to Hukuman. "Now then, Hukuman-kun, let's get back to discussing our plans for the weekend. Are you coming to my place on Saturday or Sunday?" After a brief pause, Hukuman answered, "Saturday, I guess." Kasumijoka's smile widened. "Oh my, you're so eager. I'll make sure to entertain you properly, Hukuman-kun. Huh?" Ariri, who had been resolutely trying to ignore the two of them, suddenly froze. Turning to Hukuman, she exclaimed, "You're going to Kasumijoka's house tomorrow?" Before Hukuman could respond, Kasumijoka cut in. "That's right. Hukuman-kun is coming to my place tomorrow. Is there a problem with that, Sawamura-san?" Ariri's face paled as she glanced between Hukuman and Kasumijoka. A terrible realization seemed to dawn on her. "You two are..." Kasumijoka ignored her and smiled playfully at Hukuman. "I just hope you don't disappoint me when you come over, Hukuman-kun. If you can't keep up, I might have to mock you." Hukuman winced. What kind of innuendo-laden threat is that, senpai? While Hukuman understood what Kasumijoka actually meant, Ariri was clearly interpreting things in a much more scandalous way. A boy going to a girl's house on the weekend? There was only one way to interpret that. Under normal circumstances, Ariri wouldn't have cared what Kasumijoka did. But now, every time she looked at Hukuman's face, memories of that dream from last night surfaced unbidden. Coupled with her mother's teasing earlier about Hukuman as her future son-in-law, Ariri couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing Hukuman about to spend the weekend with Kasumijoka, Ariri panicked. She instinctively grabbed Hukuman's arm, her tone urgent. "Hukuman-kun, you can't. Don't let her trick you. Kasumijoka's no good, you mustn't go to her house. Please, don't go." "Eh?" Hukuman froze, alarm bells ringing in his mind. At first, he'd thought Ariri was a harmless tsundere. But now, seeing her gripping his arm so tightly, She suddenly seemed just as dangerous as Kasumijoka. Wait a second. Sawamura-san, you don't have feelings for me too, do you? Lately, Hukuman couldn't help but notice how often he unintentionally attracted attention from girls. As someone with a girlfriend, all he wanted was to avoid unnecessary complications. Damn it, Yuki no Shida. Why do you make me take on this stupid make friends assignment? Isn't having you enough? Why do I need other friends? This is just bringing me more trouble. Chapter 38, Ariri barges into the boys' restroom, eh? So you're just going to her place to help with a game? Yes, that's why I hope you don't misunderstand, Sawamura-san. It's not what you're thinking at all. Since Kasumijoka wasn't planning to explain, Hukuman couldn't just let things slide. He hurriedly clarified to Ariri that he was only going to help Kasumijoka with a dungeon raid over the weekend. Oh, so that's all. That's a relief. Ariri sighed, but her gaze instinctively dropped to her right hand. When she realized she was still clutching Hukuman's arm, her cheeks flushed red in an instant. Ah. Ugh. Humphrey. Flustered, Ariri quickly flung Hukuman's arm away with a forceful motion. No. But even if you're just going to her house to play games, I'm telling you, Kasumijoka is no good. You'd be better off turning her down and not going. Ariri said, trying to sound calm. This time, before Hukuman could respond, Kasumijoka chuckled softly. Oh my, what does it matter to you if Air-kun comes to my house? Why are you so worked up? Could it be you like him? Ugh. Ariri's face turned bright red as she huffed in frustration. I already said I don't. Who would like him? I'm just pitying him. That's right, I'm showing sympathy so he doesn't get tormented by you. Kasumijoka raised an eyebrow. You? Feeling sympathy for Air-kun? Sawamura-san, since when did you start caring about someone, let alone a boy? I was just, Ariri stammered, but she couldn't find the words to continue. Her mouth twitched uncontrollably. The more she tried to explain, the messier it got. Her eyes instinctively darted to Hukuman, and her face turned even redder. Sensing that things were getting increasingly awkward, Hukuman sighed inwardly. What did he do to deserve this? To have these two grand dames debating over him? To prevent things from spiraling out of control, he quickly interjected, ladies, morning self-study is about to start, and Garasu-sensei will be here soon. Maybe we should call it a day? Reluctantly, Kasumijoka and Ariri stopped arguing. But while the bickering ended, Hukuman couldn't shake off the uneasy glances they both kept throwing his way. Kasumijoka was one thing, her intentions were clear enough. But Sawamura? What's going on with you? Why do I feel like you really might have thoughts about me? No way. Aside from that library incident yesterday, haven't we exchanged fewer than 3 sentences a day since the semester started? Hukuman was utterly baffled. Sigh. Was Sawamura paying this much attention to him a good thing or a bad thing? On the bright side, this could mean they'd become friends quickly, fulfilling Yuki no Shita's task for the week. On the downside, if Sawamura turned out to be like Kasumijoka and started crossing boundaries, things would get troublesome fast. As Hukuman pondered the situation, he suddenly noticed Katu at the desk to his right. She was staring at him with a slightly bewildered expression. The moment their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze and resumed playing with her phone. Hukuman. What the heck? Katu, when did you even show up? How did I not notice at all? Oh no. Did she see the argument between the two of them earlier? Wait. This isn't good. What if she uses this as leverage later? Hukuman started to panic. Being surrounded by 3 girls, this was just too much. The morning classes passed uneventfully, and soon it was afternoon. As usual, Hukuman and the group headed to the library for self-study. Hukuman sat next to Kasumijoka again. Compared to before, her teasing had decreased significantly, probably a side effect of yesterday's failed confession. Honestly, Hukuman found this a relief. Slow and steady. With time, he believed Kasumijoka would let go. All he had to do was remain patient and composed. However, while Kasumijoka was less of a concern for now, Hukuman was growing increasingly wary of Ariri. The girl had been sneaking glances at him all afternoon. Just in the past hour, he had caught her staring 27 times. Girl, are you not here to study? I'm going to the restroom. Hukuman muttered to Kasumijoka as he stood. She nodded with a hum of acknowledgement. As soon as Hukuman left his seat, Ariri, who had been watching him intently, suddenly sprang up. Ignoring Kasumijoka entirely, she declared, I need to use the restroom. And with that, she quickly followed Hukuman. Hey. What kind of coincidence is this? Realizing Ariri was trailing him, Hukuman quickened his pace. To his dismay, Ariri sped up as well. No way. Hukuman's face turned pale as alarm bells rang in his head. The two of them reached the restroom at the same time. After confirming no one else was around, Ariri pursed her lips, lowered her voice, and said, Hikigaya-kun, Sawamura-san, can this wait until after we use the restroom? Hukuman said awkwardly. Really need to go. Oh. Okay then. Ariri stammered, her face turning red again. After hesitating for a few seconds, she added nervously, but wait for me after you're done. I have something to tell you. Alright. Hukuman sighed internally and reluctantly agreed. At this point, all he could do was pray it wasn't what he feared. Otherwise, things would get seriously awkward. Hukuman entered the men's restroom. Ariri, naturally, headed for the women's restroom. She did feel a bit of urgency herself. But just as she was about to step into the women's restroom, a flash of her dream from the night before, one involving a rather embarrassing scenario with Hukuman, suddenly replayed in her mind. Darn it. Why does that scene keep popping up? Stop thinking about it already. I just want to apologize to him. Ariri's intentions were simple, to apologize to Hukuman for her harsh words yesterday. Nothing more. And yet, the more she tried to deny it, the clearer the dream replayed in her head, making her heart race faster and faster. Ugh. Could it be that what Mom said was true? That I need a boyfriend? No way, right? Mom's at that age where she needs a man. I'm still way too young for that. Lost in her own thoughts, Ariri unknowingly began to walk toward the boys' restroom. Meanwhile, serves you right, Sawamura. Let's see you act all tsundere now. Hiding in the shadows, Yukino Shita smirked to herself, eager to watch the drama unfold. Go on, Sawamura-san. Let's see if you can keep that haughty attitude after this. Having finally caught the perfect opportunity for Ariri and Hukuman to be alone, Yukino Shita wasted no time in using her forced intimate card. Chapter 39, Another Woman Has Kissed My Hikigaya. What kind of scene will unfold between the two of them? Hidden in a discreet corner outside the restroom, Yukino waited with a mix of anticipation and curiosity. As she pondered, her mind wandered to the potential scenarios inside the men's restroom between Hikigaya and Ariri. Judging by the system's usual antics, this forced intimate card will probably lead to a kiss, right? A kiss between Ariri and her Hikigaya-kun. The thought made Yukino Shita pause, involuntarily recalling the scene from the library yesterday. Given Ariri's flustered and inexperienced reactions toward Hikigaya-kun yesterday, it seemed likely that, like Kasumijoka-senpai, this would also be her first kiss. First kisses. They're one of the most precious things to a girl, aren't they? Yukino Shita mused, her lips curving into a mischievous smile. Hey, sorry, Ariri, but your most cherished first kiss is about to be taken by my Hikigaya-kun. The thought of Ariri's probable embarrassed and mortified expression filled Yukino Shita with delight. After all, hadn't Ariri just yesterday declared she didn't like Hikigaya-kun, didn't find him appealing, and even spoke ill of him? Yet today, she was barging into the men's restroom, about to force a kiss on him. There was no doubt this would thoroughly humiliate Ariri and turn her into a laughingstock. I can't wait to see it happen. Yukino Shita's excitement was palpable. However, amidst her glee, she subconsciously touched her chest, where her heart was racing. Strange. My boyfriend is about to kiss another girl, and I'm feeling happy? Ugh, ever since I got this system, I've been acting less and less like myself. Calm down. This isn't something I want. I'm only doing this to slap Ariri in the face and rack up system points. System points that I can use to save Hikigaya-kun. When Hikigaya-kun is saved, our future together will be happy and bright. Yes, everything I'm doing is for Hikigaya-kun and the future happiness of us both. Besides, Hikigaya-kun's first kiss was already mine. So was his first. Everything else. Yukino Shita muttered smugly to herself. The second kiss, the third. Even if they're with other women, it doesn't really matter. Humphrey, after all his firsts have already been claimed by me. With that thought, she turned her gaze back toward the restroom, ready to savor the spectacle. But just then a shadow suddenly darted past her and hurried toward the restroom. It was Kawasaki-saki? Yukino Shita froze. Why is she heading to the restroom? Coincidence? Is she here to use the restroom, too? Stay calm. Kawasaki should be heading to the women's restroom. She shouldn't witness anything unusual. As long as she doesn't enter the men's restroom, nothing will go wrong. Yukino Shita reassured herself, praying silently that no mishaps would occur. But then wait. Kawasaki-san, why? Why are you? Yukino Shita's voice trembled as she watched Kawasaki stride straight toward the men's restroom. Why are you heading into the men's restroom? The women's restroom is on the other side. Kawasaki, stop. Watching Kawasaki enter the men's restroom, Shita felt her heart pounding wildly, her mind spinning in chaos. Could it be that I accidentally used the forced stick-together card on Kawasaki instead? No, that's impossible. The system only allows one card per day, and I've already used it on Ariri. So why is Kawasaki entering the men's restroom? Kawasaki didn't consider herself a saint. But if she happened to witness someone in trouble like an elderly lady struggling to cross the road or a child needing help retrieving a balloon from a tree, she'd lend a hand without hesitation. And now, as she stood at the entrance of the restroom, she clenched her fists, conflicted yet resolute. Ariri clearly had feelings for Hikigaya. As Shita's friend, how could she just stand by and watch someone else entangle themselves with her friend's boyfriend? She had to step in. Yes, this was simply an act of friendship. Nothing more. Reassuring herself, Kawasaki took a deep breath and strode into the men's restroom. And then she froze, her pupils dilating in shock. Inside, she saw a blonde-haired girl standing on her tiptoes, her hands gripping Hikigaya's face as she leaned in with puckered lips. Hikigaya looked flustered beyond belief, while Ariri seemed both determined and bashful. When Hikigaya noticed Kawasaki, his expression grew even more panicked. "Kawasaki-san, why are you?" Kawasaki's mind blanked for a moment. As she processed what she was witnessing, the sight of Ariri continuing her assault on Hikigaya ignited an indescribable feeling within her. "Street. Stop it. What are you two doing?" Kawasaki bolted forward, intending to separate them. Hikigaya is Shita's boyfriend. He can't just be kissed by another girl like this. This had to be stopped for the sake of her friend. And also for Ariri. Wait, what? As these chaotic thoughts swirled, Kawasaki suddenly felt the slippery restroom floor beneath her feet. Her eyes widened in alarm. Meanwhile, outside the restroom, Shita was growing increasingly anxious. What should I do? Why did Kawasaki enter the men's restroom? What if she sees Hikigaya-kun and Ariri kissing? What then? And if Kawasaki-san brings it up later, how should I explain myself? As Shita fretted, the system's notification chime echoed in her mind. Ding. Kawasaki accidentally pushed Hukaman Hikigaya to the ground, resulting in a kiss. System points plus 180? Shita blinked, utterly dumbfounded. A kiss? With Kawasaki-san? What? What's going on? What happened? Ariri didn't end up kissing Hikigaya-kun, but Kawasaki did. Her thoughts scrambled as she struggled to process the absurdity. Meanwhile, in the men's restroom, Hikigaya lay sprawled on the ground, Kawasaki hovering over him, propping herself up with her hands and knees. And yet their lips were locked. Both of their faces flushed bright red, filled with embarrassment and awkwardness. As for Ariri, who had been poised to kiss Hikigaya just moments earlier, she now stood frozen to the side, utterly dumbfounded by the unexpected scene. The atmosphere in the men's restroom was beyond awkward. Chapter 40, Kawasaki's not too bad either. Honestly, at first, Ariri was utterly at a loss about walking into the men's restroom. She had never imagined she'd suddenly take such a bold action. Was it because guilt overwhelmed her? Did she just want to apologize to Hikigaya immediately? That's what Ariri had thought initially. But the moment she saw Hikigaya fumbling to pull up his pants, a strange, audacious idea unexpectedly popped into her mind. She wanted to kiss him. Yes, that's right. Especially when her eyes caught Hikigaya awkwardly adjusting his pants, his face flushed red as he nervously looked her way, the inexplicable urge surged even stronger. Her legs, almost as if acting of their own will, began moving closer to Hikigaya. Ariri's heart was in turmoil. She was terrified, confused, and overwhelmed with embarrassment. What kind of girl sees a guy pulling up his pants and immediately thinks about kissing him? She wasn't some kind of pervert. Logically, Ariri knew this wasn't the reason. Was it because of how Hikigaya helped her yesterday? Because he was her fan? Because he encouraged her dream? Or perhaps it was that intense dream she had last night? Piece by piece, these feelings had piled up, and now, could it be that she had already started liking Hikigaya, and this was the result? To be honest, Ariri wasn't sure. Her feelings for Hikigaya were blurry at best, but to say she felt nothing for him would be a lie. There was definitely some affection there. But. This was too impulsive, wasn't it? Was she losing her mind? Kissing a boy in the men's restroom? Ariri was deeply conflicted. She desperately wanted to stop herself. However, the more she resisted, the stronger the desire to kiss Hikigaya grew. Her legs refused to halt, and even her hands began reaching out on their own to cup his face. Ugh. Maybe she really did like Hikigaya. When you think about it, securing a boyfriend wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It could even help her fulfill her mother's expectations. But kissing him so openly, especially when he was so clearly trying to avoid it, was just too mortifying. If only they were in a less awkward place. Why? Why did it have to be here, of all places? It was humiliating beyond belief. At this rate, she'd rather not kiss him at all. As Ariri struggled internally, fate stepped in. A certain blue-haired girl suddenly barged into the restroom. The newcomer quickly walked over, forcibly shoved the two apart, and then she slipped and fell, knocking Hikigaya to the ground and accidentally locking lips with him. Oh. Freedom. She didn't kiss him after all. What's there to be happy about? Ariri froze on the spot, utterly dumbfounded. Her first thought? Who the hell is this random girl ruining my moment? She had been ready to confess her feelings to Hikigaya, and this girl just had to barge in. And that wasn't even the worst part. She kissed him. That was her spot, damn it. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated Ariri became. If a dog walked by right now, she might actually want to bite it. Infuriated, Ariri's face flushed red as she snapped at the pair on the floor. Why you two? What on earth are you doing? How long are you planning to keep kissing? Hikigaya, his face bright red, hurriedly pushed the girl off him. Kawasaki, equally flustered, quickly got up from the ground, her cheeks burning crimson. Watching the two of them, Ariri felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. A strange irritability bubbled up from deep within her, filling her chest. Before she could say anything more, Hikigaya took a deep breath and broke the awkward silence. I'm sorry for the mess just now. Kawasaki, are you okay? Kawasaki stiffened, stammering as her face grew even redder. I should be the one apologizing. Anyway, as long as you're not hurt. Hikigaya said, trying to maintain composure. He then turned to Ariri. Sawamura, you're fine too, right? Honestly, what's gotten into you two? Walking into the wrong restroom? This is the men's room. Men's. Ugh. Ah. Hikigaya's words caused both girls to lower their heads in embarrassment, their faces flushed. Without waiting for a response, Hikigaya quickly turned and started walking toward the exit. Anyway, I'm leaving. You two should hurry up and get out of here too before someone sees you. And with that, he bolted out of the restroom. Goodness. The girls around him were acting stranger and stranger lately. First it was Kasunajoka, then Ariri, and now Kawasaki? Yukinon, please save me. I'm really scared here, okay? With Hikigaya gone, only Kawasaki and Ariri were left in the restroom. The two glanced at each other, their expressions awkward. But soon, they both let out a small humphrey, each turning their head away with a slight pout. Meanwhile, outside, Yuki no Shita stood hidden in the shadows, finally snapping out of her shock. She mumbled to herself, Kawasaki's a potential route too? Just moments ago, Kawasaki had kissed Hikigaya, earning her a solid 180 system points. If the system awarded points, there was no doubt she was a viable candidate for Hikigaya's affection. Judging by the hefty 180 points, Kawasaki was no lightweight. Her quality wasn't any worse than that of a certain senior. Well, what could she say? It was surprising, sure. After all, the original plan had been for Ariri to take the initiative. Kawasaki's involvement was purely accidental. But then again, after seeing the point increase, Yuki no Shita thought, if it's Kawasaki, maybe it's not so bad after all. Kawasaki was, after all, a good person. With that thought, a bold idea crept into Yuki no Shita's mind. Maybe in the future, I could have Kawasaki and Hikigaya stick together too. After all, according to the law of adhesion conservation, the more women around Hikigaya, the less each individual would weigh on his heart. And she, as the one with the highest affection score, would only see her position grow more secure. That settled it. Kasunajoka and Ariri alone weren't enough. Wait, why is Hikigaya coming out already? As Yuki no Shita pondered her plans, she spotted her boyfriend hurrying out of the restroom, his face a mix of panic and fear. Ah, as expected of her boyfriend. He's so adorable. Yuki no Shita smiled to herself. She wanted to step forward and comfort him, but Hikigaya moved too quickly, vanishing before she could even react. Oh well. There would be plenty of chances to comfort him later. Yuki no Shita turned her gaze back toward the restroom. Her Hikigaya had already left. But Kawasaki and Ariri? Why were they still in there? What could those two possibly be doing? Chapter 41, Kawasaki, you're a good person. Kawasaki and Ariri didn't rush to leave the restroom. Both of them had initially entered intending to use the facilities. However, due to the earlier chaos leading them to mistakenly enter the men's restroom, their business had gone unresolved. Now, they hurried to the women's restroom to finish what they came for. Each entered a stall. The atmosphere between them was thick with tension and awkwardness. Sitting on the toilet seat, Kawasaki brushed her hand over her thigh, took a deep breath, and broke the silence first. Sawamura-san, you were about to confess to Hikigaya just now, weren't you? Ah. From the adjacent stall, Ariri, also seated, instinctively clenched her thighs tightly, her face flushed crimson. Confess. Humphrey. Who would like him? Coko. Confess, you say? That's absolutely impossible. Oh? Then why did Sawamura-san run into the men's restroom? And forcibly grab Hikagaya's face like that? If that wasn't to confess, then what was it? Kawasaki pressed on. I. Ariri's face grew redder by the second, her slender, pale legs pressing together more tightly. I wasn't going to confess. I just wanted to apologize. Yes, apologize. Apologize? Kawasaki sounded puzzled. Ariri let out a muffled groan, clearly unwilling to elaborate on the matter. Instead, she diverted the conversation. Enough about me. Let me ask you, why did you suddenly run into the men's restroom? Don't tell me you like Hikigaya, too? Huh. Kawasaki, who had been trying to figure out why Ariri needed to apologize, instinctively clenched her legs as well, her face now tinged with red. Me? Like Hikigaya? No way. Why would I ever like him? I don't have any feelings for him at all. Her voice grew quieter and quieter as she spoke, and her mind involuntarily drifted back to last year's cultural festival when the running boy had confessed to her in his own awkward way. Kawasaki's face flushed deeper, her legs squeezed tighter, and her eyes darted about in panic. Ariri muttered to herself, if it wasn't about you, then why on earth did you barge into the men's restroom? And at the exact moment I was about to apologize. Ahem. Kawasaki snapped out of her thoughts and hurriedly explained, it's like this, I thought you were confessing to Hikigaya, so I wanted to stop you. Because Hikigaya already has a girlfriend, and if you confess to him, I'm afraid. What? Ariri cut her off in shock. He has a girlfriend? Who is it? Kawasaki paused briefly before replying, Shita Yukino from Class 3J. Ariri was dumbfounded. You mean the Shita Yukino, the most famous girl in school, is that guy's girlfriend? Kawasaki cleared her throat. It does sound unbelievable, but it's the truth. So, Sawamura-san, if you confessed to him, it would only end in failure. I just wanted to save you from that. Ariri fell silent, instinctively placing a hand over her uneasy chest. After taking a deep breath, her opinion of Kawasaki shifted. At first, she thought Kawasaki was a lunatic. But now, she realized Kawasaki was actually quite a decent person. Kawasaki-san. You're a good person. Ariri hesitated before speaking. For someone like Kawasaki, who was often labeled a delinquent by her classmates, being called a good person left her feeling utterly disoriented. You ran into the men's restroom to stop me, which accidentally caused that. Ahem. In any case. Thank you, Kawasaki-san. Ariri stammered out, her pride making her gratitude especially rare. There's no need to thank me. We're classmates, after all. Ariri hummed in response, pulling a few tissues. Then she stood, adjusted her clothes, and turned to Kawasaki. I'm done. I'm heading out first. Oh, okay. Kawasaki answered absent-mindedly. As Ariri left the restroom with a sullen expression and a sigh, Kawasaki remained seated, exhaling softly. Almost unconsciously, she brushed her fingers over her lips. Indeed, she had stepped in to help prevent Ariri and Hikigaya from doing anything rash. But the result? She'd accidentally lost her first kiss. Sigh. What a mess. Still, when she thought about Hikigaya being the one she'd shared her first kiss with, the initial discomfort gradually faded. In fact, she found it oddly acceptable. Kawasaki pressed her lips together, sitting in a daze. Minutes passed. Wait. Oh my gosh, how long have I been sitting here? As certain inappropriate images flashed through her mind, Kawasaki's face turned crimson. She hastily grabbed some tissues and berated herself. What am I even thinking? This is ridiculous. Hikigaya is Shita's boyfriend. The thought of Shita brought back memories of her smiling kindly the day before, saying, Kawasaki, you're a good person. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of guilt surged through Kawasaki. Shita was her friend and trusted her. But she had just kissed her friend's boyfriend. And worse still, she had fleeting, inappropriate thoughts about it. This was unforgivable. Kawasaki wanted to slap herself. What should I do? I kissed Hikigaya-kun by accident. I've dated Shita's boyfriend. I'm a terrible person. Mumbling to herself, she balled up some tissue, tossed it into the trash, and stood shakily to adjust her clothing. Walking out of the restroom, her heart felt heavy. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt. How could she have made such a rookie mistake? No, she had to make amends. Dragging her feet, Kawasaki approached the sink, muttering under her breath, I need to find a chance to see Yuki no Shita later. I have to explain everything to her. If I don't, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Just then, a voice spoke behind her. Kawasaki, were you calling for me? Startled, Kawasaki whipped around. When she raised her head, she saw the familiar figure reflected in a mirror, black-haired girl, her smile gentle and elegant, her demeanor calm and approachable. Kawasaki jumped in fright. Yuki no Shita? Chapter 42, I'm sorry, Yuki no Shita. After Yuki no Shita's sudden appearance, Kawasaki was at a complete loss. Thinking back to how she accidentally kissed Hakuman just moments ago, she felt an overwhelming wave of self-reproach. She had no idea how to bring it up with Yuki no Shita. Yuki no Shita. What's wrong? Yuki no Shita's gentle smile unsettled Kawasaki even more. That already suffocating guilt in her heart seemed to multiply under such kindness. Kawasaki avoided her gaze. And nothing. Yuki no Shita, you should go to the restroom first. After that, I'll tell you something important. Alright. Yuki no Shita cast a curious glance at Kawasaki before heading into the women's restroom. The moment she was out of sight, Kawasaki took a deep breath and slapped her cheek slightly, trying to calm her frazzled nerves. Inside the restroom, by pure coincidence, Yuki no Shita chose the same stall Kawasaki had just used. As she sat down, Yuki no Shita murmured to herself, well, after all that, it seems Kawasaki needs some comforting now more than ever. Being the observant person she was, Yuki no Shita had pieced things together. Kawasaki had only stormed into the men's restroom to stop Hakumen and Sawamura from doing something inappropriate. Unfortunately, she ended up becoming a victim herself, accidentally sharing a kiss with Hakumen. It was her first kiss, after all. And yet, it had been stolen by her boyfriend. Honestly, while Yuki no Shita was initially pleased to earn some points from Kawasaki's actions, upon further thought, guilt began to creep in. Those points came at the expense of Kawasaki's good intentions. She had suffered because she was trying to do the right thing. How could that not tug at one's heartstrings? Worse still, the points now felt tainted. As these thoughts swirled, Yuki no Shita subconsciously pressed her legs together ever so slightly. Sigh. In the end, it was her own carelessness that had led to this outcome. If only she had been more cautious and ensured Kawasaki wasn't nearby when Hakumen and Sawamura had their moment. None of this would have happened. Next time Hakumen interacts with other girls, I'll need to be much more careful to avoid any mishaps. Yuki no Shita muttered, pulling some tissues from the dispenser. With that resolved, she finished up, adjusted her clothes, and hurried out of the restroom. Outside, Kawasaki was waiting nervously near the sink. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Kawasaki. I didn't mean to take so I'm so sorry, Yuki no Shita. Before Yuki no Shita could finish her sentence, Kawasaki blurted out an apology, her face flushed crimson. Huh? Yuki no Shita froze in confusion. Wait. Wasn't I the one who should apologize here? Kawasaki, face red and voice trembling, struggled to explain herself. Yuki no Shita. Just now, I accidentally touched Hakumen's. Touched what exactly? His body. Kawasaki stammered, her entire body trembling as her voice quavered. His body? Yuki no Shita raised an eyebrow, a vague unease creeping into her mind. After a few seconds of hesitation, she gently took Kawasaki's shaking hand in hers, her tone soft and reassuring. Kawasaki, there's no need to be so nervous. Just tell me everything. Yuki no Shita, Kawasaki was momentarily stunned by Yuki no Shita's warmth. Her heart felt a fleeting comfort, but the guilt weighing on her grew heavier. Haltingly, Kawasaki explained everything. How she had rushed into the men's restroom to stop Hakumen and Sawamura, and the incident that had ensued. Of course, she didn't dare to mention the kiss directly, instead vaguely referring to it as accidentally touching Hakumen's body. When she finished, Kawasaki lowered her head, her voice filled with remorse. In any case, I'm so sorry, Yuki no Shita. If I hadn't misunderstood Hakumen and Sawamura, none of this would have happened. It's all my fault, it's all my child, you didn't misunderstand. Those two were absolutely about to kiss. Yuki no Shita, listening to Kawasaki's tearful apology, felt her heart ache even more. Her impression of Kawasaki, already good, soared even higher. She had merely accidentally kissed Hakumen, yet instead of lamenting her own lost first kiss, she was apologizing to me? Sigh. What a sweet, honest girl. How could I let this happen to her? Without thinking, Yuki no Shita stepped forward and gently pulled Kawasaki into a hug. It's alright, Kawasaki. It's really alright. I don't mind at all. Thrown off by the unexpected embrace, Kawasaki stammered, but I'm a girl. How can a girl so casually touch someone else's boyfriend? Especially when you're my friend. Seeing her panic, Yuki no Shita smiled softly and lightly patted Kawasaki's back, as though soothing a kitten. It's truly okay, Kawasaki. Even if you accidentally kissed Hakuman, I wouldn't mind. I trust your character completely, so please don't beat yourself up about this anymore. Chin up, alright? What? Kawasaki gawked at her, stunned. Did she just say she wouldn't mind even if I kissed him? Her mind reeled. She looked up at Yuki no Shita, the picture of composure, and couldn't help but wonder, Yuki no Shita. Are you an angel? Letting go of Kawasaki, Yuki no Shita took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. Honestly, if anyone should apologize, it's me. Wait, what? Why would you apologize to me? Think about it. Yuki no Shita replied, her expression serious. You've probably never had any physical contact with a boy before. Yet today, because of my careless boyfriend, you had to endure this. I'm deeply sorry for that, Kawasaki. Hakuman had no right to sully your innocence like that. I'll make sure to discipline him properly. Kawasaki, overwhelmed by Yuki no Shita's sincerity, felt her guilt surge anew. No, please don't blame Hakuman. I didn't really mind it that much. It was my fault to begin with, please, don't make things hard for him. Kawasaki, you're just too good for this world. Yuki no Shita sighed inwardly, her heart softening even more for the girl in front of her. Chapter 43, I really want Kawasaki and Hakuman-kun to get close. Kawasaki-san is actually pleading on behalf of that little bug? No. It's not pleading, really. Kawasaki waved her hands frantically, worried Yuki no Shita might misunderstand. I just don't want there to be unnecessary conflicts between you two because of me. Ah. You're worried about us having conflicts? Oh my goodness. Kawasaki, you're just too good-hearted. Despite her tough appearance, beneath it lies such a kind soul. Yuki no Shita smiled warmly. Kawasaki-san, you don't need to worry. It's just a minor punishment for him. Hakuman-kun won't mind at all. In fact, he might even what? He might even willingly cooperate with my punishment. Yuki no Shita cleared her throat, avoiding Kawasaki's confused gaze. Kawasaki let out a startled noise, blinking in surprise. Anyway. Yuki no Shita continued, what I want to say is that in my eyes, Kawasaki-san, you're a good person. A really good person. I trust you completely. Kawasaki avoided Yuki no Shita's gaze, feeling flustered. Yuki no Shita gently took Kawasaki's hands again, her expression sincere, her voice soft. Kawasaki-san, you're a good girl, and as your friend, I feel truly honored. It's my privilege to be your friend. This is too much, Yuki no Shita-san. Kawasaki stammered, her face turning red as her heart raced in confusion. Really, Kawasaki-san, you're also very cute. Yuki no Shita couldn't help but laugh lightly as she watched Kawasaki's embarrassed expression. Kawasaki's shoulders trembled. She wasn't used to being called cute and immediately shook her head in denial. There's no way someone like me is cute. In my opinion, Kawasaki-san, you're both beautiful and charming. You're definitely a girl with lots of potential. I'm sure there are plenty of boys secretly admiring you. What? No way. Most boys are scared of me. Who would even like a girl like me? Kawasaki's voice trailed off, growing softer with each word. Well, my Hakuman-kun seems to like you quite a bit. Huh? Kawasaki's eyes widened in disbelief. Her heart thudded wildly, like a malfunctioning engine, while her face flushed bright red. See? Kawasaki-san is truly adorable. Yuki no Shita teased, her laughter soft and amused. I. Kawasaki quickly covered her burning face with her hands, her voice rising in panic. Hakuman-kun is your boyfriend. There's no way he would like me. Yuki no Shita-san, stop teasing me already. No, it's true. Yuki no Shita said with a shake of her head. If he wasn't interested in you, he wouldn't have mentioned you to me every now and then. What? Kawasaki was utterly dumbfounded. Normally, if a boyfriend brought up another girl, wouldn't the girlfriend be furious? But Yuki no Shita didn't seem bothered in the slightest. If anything, she seemed happy about it. Could it be? No. What am I even thinking? Yuki no Shita must trust me wholeheartedly. She truly considers me a friend. I absolutely cannot betray her trust in the future. Kawasaki took a deep breath, steadying her nerves. Her expression grew serious, which caught Yuki no Shita slightly off guard. With a determined look, Kawasaki exhaled and said, please thank Hakuman-kun for me. And thank you too, Yuki no Shita-san, for your trust. As your friend, I'll keep an eye on Hakuman-kun and the girls around him. If any woman tries to seduce him, I'll report to you immediately. That was the least she could do as a friend. Huh? Kawasaki-san, you. Yuki no Shita's shoulders trembled slightly. She let out a soft sigh. As expected, Kawasaki-san, you're such a people-pleaser. I am not a people-pleaser. Kawasaki's face turned red again as she hastily let go of Yuki Noshita's hands, embarrassed by the praise. I have to study, so I'll take my leave now. Yuki Noshita gave a small nod, watching Kawasaki's hurried and slightly flustered retreating figure. For some reason, an indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. She felt an urge she couldn't quite suppress. I really want Kawasaki and Hikimon-kun to get close. For some reason, seeing such a kind girl, Yuki Noshita found herself wanting Kawasaki to bond more with her Hikimon-kun. Ugh. The next second, Yuki Noshita slapped her hands over her mouth. After glancing around to make sure no one had overheard, she let out a relieved breath. What is happening to me? I'm becoming so strange. Never mind. I'll deal with Kawasaki later. For now, I should check on Hikimon-kun's group. Thinking about the earlier mishap with Sawamura, Yuki Noshita couldn't help but wonder how things were progressing. Could that tsundere still develop feelings for her Hikimon-kun? Quietly, Yuki Noshita crept toward Hikimon's study group, pretending to browse books while discreetly observing them. Sawamura's face is a bit red, and she keeps sneaking glances at Hikimon-kun. Good, good. Even though they didn't kiss earlier, it seems she's left with a strong impression of him. Wait, is Senpai still using her foot to mess with Hikimon-kun? Their dynamic looks promising as well. Even though I can't see their affection stats, I'm confident both of them hold quite a bit of fondness for my Hikimon-kun. Things are looking good. Finally, Yuki Noshita's gaze landed on Kato, who was silently working on her assignments. But just as Yuki Noshita glanced at her, Kato suddenly raised her head and, as if by coincidence, looked directly in Yuki Noshita's direction. Yuki Noshita flinched, quickly turning away and pretending to focus on a random book. Wait. Did Kato notice me spying? No, no, no. That's impossible. Taking several deep breaths to calm herself, Yuki Noshita cautiously peeked back at the group. Kato had already returned to her work, her movements calm and deliberate, blending seamlessly into her surroundings. Phew. As expected of a key figure in the main storyline. Compared to these side characters, she's on an entirely different level. Such a terrifying woman. Yuki Noshita sighed inwardly. Oh well. I'll take my time. Sooner or later, Kato will also fall for my Hikimon-kun, just like Senpai and Sawamura. Chapter 44, Uegahama, can you be a little more proactive? Moving? In the service club, Yuki Noshita, seated at the table, looked at the fidgety Uegahama beside her in surprise. Uegahama hesitated before explaining awkwardly, yeah, my family's moving today, so I need to head back early to help carry stuff upstairs. It's just my mom and me, and I'm worried she can't handle it alone. I'm really sorry. It's no problem, Une. Kamaki, sitting across from them, shook her head before tilting her head in confusion. But why not just hire a moving company? I heard from Unyai-chan that moving is super exhausting. Uegahama gave a sheepish laugh, hesitating before mumbling, well. Moving services in Japan are incredibly expensive. Hikigaya interjected calmly, answering on her behalf. Indeed, moving costs in Japan aren't cheap, typically starting at around 50,000 yen, with 100,000 yen being pretty standard for an average family. Hikigaya's knowledge of this came from his own family's move during elementary school when his parents had him help out, teaching him the brutal reality of labor costs firsthand. Damn it, those dumb parents of mine. Making a kid shoulder that kind of burden at such a young age? Honestly, are they even my real parents? Kamaki, now enlightened, asked another question. Oh, I see. But, Une, where's your dad? Why is it just you and your mom? Is he on a business trip or something? At the mention of the word dad, Uegahama's expression darkened. She spoke softly, my dad. He passed away a few years ago in an accident. Ah. Kamaki was stunned, immediately falling silent. Hikigaya and Yuki Noshita also went quiet, lowering the books they'd been reading upon hearing Uegahama's somber revelation. Feeling guilty, Kamaki apologized quietly, I'm sorry, Une. It's okay, really. Uegahama shook off her gloom with a practiced smile, gentle and warm, yet carrying a faint trace of sorrow that made her seem heartbreakingly vulnerable. Kamaki, consumed by guilt, quickly changed the topic. So, Une, what's your new address? Uegahama shared the location. What? Kamaki's eyes widened in shock. That's so close to our place. Just one street away. What a coincidence. She turned to Hikigaya, her excitement bubbling over. Hikigaya, maintaining his usual calm, focused on his book, completely ignoring the meaningful look Kamaki was giving him. Yeah, it's quite a coincidence. Uegahama said awkwardly. Seeing her brother remain unmoved, Kamaki huffed in frustration before turning back to Uegahama. Anyway, that means I can come over to visit you often now. Una, can I come to your house to hang out? Of course. You're always welcome, Kamaki. To Yuagahama, Kamaki was like a little sister. After checking the time, Yuagahama stood up and said, "It's getting late. I'd better head off." Kamaki, Yukino, Hiki, wait a moment, Yuagahama-san. Yukino Shida interrupted as Yuagahama prepared to leave. Yukino, is there something else? Well, it's just. Yukino Shida glanced at her boyfriend instinctively. Hikigaya-kun, why don't you go with Yuagahama-san and help them move? What? Oh. Huh? The three of them reacted differently. No, no, no. That's not necessary. Yuagahama waved her hands frantically. There's not much stuff, and my mom and I can manage. Kamaki took the chance to chime in, but you and your mom are both women, moving heavy stuff is exhausting. Wouldn't it be way easier with a guy helping? Right, Unai-chan? She shot a pointed look at her brother. Hikigaya hesitated, glancing at Yukino Shida. Her expression was calm and radiant, her smile seemingly harmless. With a resigned sigh, he gave in. You win. Closing his book, Hikigaya stood and turned to Yuagahama. All right, I'll come help. This. Yuagahama stammered, her face flushing slightly as she struggled to form coherent words. Isn't this too much trouble? Yukino Shida smiled. Let's not forget, Hikigaya-kun is a member of the service club. Helping classmates in need is part of his duty. And more importantly, you're our dear friend, Yuagahama-san. Kamaki nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. Yukino-ne is absolutely right. If we don't make Unai-chan work, he'll just waste away at home playing games, like a lazy fish. Hey. This damn sister of mine. Just because you're cute doesn't mean you can spew nonsense like it's the truth. Yukino Shida chuckled lightly. Well, that's settled, then. Hikigaya-kun, you'll accompany Yuagahama-san and be sure to help properly. Hikigaya sighed in defeat. Fine. Seeing no way out, Yuagahama hesitated for a few seconds before mumbling shyly, Yukino. Maybe you should come too? I don't mean for you to help move anything. I know about your health, so I wouldn't ask that. I just think. If Hiki's the only guy there, my mom might get the wrong idea or something. Plus, my mom just came up with a new cake recipe, so maybe you could come try it? As Yuagahama rambled, her face turned redder, and her voice grew softer. Yuagahama-san, you. Yukino Shida opened her mouth, but no words came out. This girl. Sigh. I was trying to create some alone time for you and my Hikigaya-kun. Yet here you are, worrying about me instead. Such a nurturing personality, and you don't even realize the opportunities you're wasting. Yukino Shida shook her head with a wry smile, while Hikigaya looked at her expectantly. Guess we're all going? Fine. I'll come along too. Yukino Shida sighed in resignation. Her plan for the two of them to have some alone time had failed. Still, Yukino Shida remained unfazed. If being subtle didn't work, there were always more direct approaches. After all, if Yuagahama and Hikigaya ended up getting closer, it wasn't such a bad thing. If Hikigaya had to grow closer to someone else, she'd rather it be Yuagahama. Now, how should she orchestrate things so that these two might accidentally get closer during the move? She began to plot quietly. Chapter 45, Is even the mom a potential target? Ayuri slumped into the passenger seat of a black sedan with a frustrated sigh, her small frame pressing heavily into the cushioned seat. Dressed in a red and white striped kimono, her mother, Sayuri, greeted her school-bound daughter with a bright smile. What's wrong, sweetheart? You look so upset. As Ayuri's biological mother, Sayuri could immediately tell her daughter had faced trouble at school. Nothing. Let's just go home. I still need to finish my manuscript. Ayuri replied curtly. Oh. Sayuri started the car, her attention focused on the road ahead. Yet, as her daughter's mother, she couldn't help but worry. Did something happen at school? You can't tell me, you know. No, nothing happened. Did you and Utaha get into another argument? That girl just likes teasing you. Don't take it too seriously, she's a good kid. I didn't argue with her. Ayuri huffed indignantly. Oh, so it's not about Utaha? Sayuri murmured, lightly pressing the brakes as they stopped at a red light. While waiting, she glanced at her daughter thoughtfully. Could it be about Hikigaya? The girl, who had been idly leaning against the window, stiffened noticeably. Seeing the reaction, Sayuri smiled knowingly. Aha, it is about Hikigaya, isn't it? No, it's not. It's not him. Ayuri's face turned red as she flailed. Why would my mood have anything to do with him? I don't even like him. Sayuri chuckled, remaining silent as the light turned green. Sweetie. She teased with a smirk. You didn't confess and get rejected, did you? No. Sayuri snapped, her face a deep crimson. He has a girlfriend already. Why would I even confess? Oh. Sayuri mused. So your crush already has a girlfriend, huh? No wonder you're so upset. Sayuri's casual words unraveled Sayuri's carefully constructed defenses in seconds. Panicking, Sayuri tried to deny it. That's not it, Mom, I still trying to fool your own mom? Sweetheart, you've got a lot to learn. Sayuri said with a mischievous grin. Ugh. Sayuri dropped her head in embarrassment, choosing to ignore her mother entirely. Sayuri, however, wasn't about to let her daughter off so easily. Listen, darling, there's no need to cling to one tree when there's a whole forest out there. If he's taken, just move on. There are plenty of good guys out there. Humphrey. Sayuri snorted dismissively. I'm not interested. Oh. Sayuri raised an eyebrow in surprise. You really like him that much, huh? Well. If that's the case, sticking with one tree might not be so bad after all. What? Sayuri's blush deepened as she stammered. What are you even saying, Mom? Stop making stuff up. Sayuri chuckled. Sweetie, let me tell you something, when it comes to chasing a man, you need to have thick skin. If you're too shy, you'll lose out. So what if Hikigaya has a girlfriend? If you truly like him, I'll fully support you. Mom, what are you even? Sayuri stared at her mother, horrified. You're not actually suggesting who says you can't chase after someone just because they're taken? Sayuri quipped, rolling her eyes at her daughter's naivety. Channel that same passion you have when creating your art and use it to win him over? Watching her mother get increasingly enthusiastic, Sayuri turned as red as a beet. No. That would make me the blonde villain in my manga. I won't be that kind of person in real life. Meanwhile, Yukino Shida was deeply troubled. On the way to Yu's new house, she had tried countless subtle strategies to create scenarios where Hikigaya and Yu might naturally get closer. Unfortunately, every single attempt was deftly sidestepped by Yu herself. Yes, the supposedly clumsy Yu had expertly avoided every potential interaction, not Hikigaya. Sigh. Don't you care about my Hikigaya? Yukino Shida thought. Why won't you even try to touch him? Is it because you're worried about me? Afraid I'll get upset? Yu is just too kind. Yukino Shida knew Yu had strong feelings for Hikigaya. Yet, despite that, Yu remained utterly passive, too hesitant to take any initiative. Unlike the other girls, who had gradually come to terms with the situation, Yu's case was unique. Yukino Shida didn't mind if her boyfriend got close to Yu. After all, they were good friends. But Yu's timid, overly considerate nature left Yukino Shida mentally drained. Ugh. Would she need to use a forced intimate card for Yu as well? How wasteful. Such a card cost 100 points. Was Yu's reaction even worth that investment? Eventually, the trio arrived at Yu's new house, a quaint, standalone residence similar to the Hikigaya household. In the front yard, several cardboard boxes of varying sizes were stacked neatly, a total of about a dozen. I'm home, Mom. Yu called out as she opened the door. Welcome back, sweetie. Oh? You brought friends? Oh my, isn't that little Yukino? And Hakuman? A beautiful woman in a homemaker's outfit emerged, carrying a box. Seeing the group, her surprised expression quickly turned into a warm smile. The woman, nearly identical to Yu except for her maturer and fuller figure, was Yu's mother. Hello, Auntie. Both Hikigaya and Yukino Shida greeted politely. Sensing the woman's slight hesitation, Yukino Shida smiled gently and said, We're here to help, Auntie. She nudged her boyfriend lightly. Hikigaya-kun, go give her a hand. Oh. Hikigaya muttered before walking over to help carry a box. You really don't need to, Hakuman. Yu's mom protested lightly, though she didn't stop him. Let me help too. Yu quickly joined in. Yukino Shida, meanwhile, stood by with a serene smile, preparing to assist when, system, Hikigaya Hakuman's favorability toward Yu's mother, Asuna Uegahama, 53 out of 100, respect. Wait. Yu's mother? Yukino Shida froze. Hikaya's favorability toward Yu's mom was already at 53? For comparison, it had taken an entire year for Yu to reach her current score of 67. And yet, Hikigaya had barely interacted with Asuna. How on earth was her score so high? Could it be? Was Hikigaya into older, married women? Even more unsettling, since the system showed an update, did this mean Yu's mom was a potential romance target? This can't be right. Yukino Shida's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Chapter 46, Uegahama's mom is amazing. Thank you so much for your help, Hakuman-kun and Yukino-chan. Once we're done, I'll make some cake for everyone. Yuagahama's mom said apologetically, looking at the two who were helping her move. Yuki no Shita replied politely, "You're too kind, auntie. It's only natural to help out friends, especially since we're very close with Yuagahama-san." Yuagahama's mom smiled warmly. "I'm so glad that someone like my clumsy little Yua has such wonderful friends. It really makes me happy as her mother." Mom." Yuagahama's face turned bright red, and she pouted in protest at her mom's words. Her mom chuckled softly, clearly amused. They continued moving items for a while and soon finished with the smaller boxes. Now, only the larger boxes remained. Yuagahama's mom said kindly, "Leave the rest to me. You three can either take a break or help sort out the smaller things upstairs." To her, all three of them were still just kids. "But, Mom." Yuagahama hesitated, "It'd be too hard for you to handle all this alone." Yuki no Shita, wiping sweat from her brow, nodded. "Auntie, we should help you finish." Yuagahama's mom shook her head with a gentle smile. "You girls must already be at your limit, right? These boxes are heavy, and you're not as strong as adults like me. Don't worry, I can handle this." She playfully flexed her arms to reassure them. "This." The two girls exchanged hesitant looks. To be honest, they were pretty exhausted, especially Yuki no Shita. But letting Yuagahama's mom handle everything alone felt wrong. "How about Hukuman-kun continues to help?" Yuki no Shita suggested, glancing at him as he came down from upstairs, still catching his breath. Yuagahama looked conflicted, but before she could speak, her mom intervened, glancing at Hukuman with slight concern. "But Hukuman-kun has already done so much. He must be tired too. After all, he's just a kid." What a kind and considerate woman. Yuki no Shita, however, remained undeterred. She smiled slyly at Hukuman. "Don't let his worn-out appearance fool you, auntie. Hukuman-kun still has plenty of energy left, don't you, Hukuman-kun?" Hukuman twitched, letting out a resigned sigh. "Fine, I'll keep helping. Who on earth falls for such a devilish woman?" With no choice, Hukuman headed back outside, followed closely by Yuagahama's mom. Meanwhile, Yuki no Shita and Yuagahama went upstairs to sort through smaller items. Outside in the garden, Yuagahama's mom said apologetically, "I'm so sorry for troubling you, Hukuman-kun. You must be so tired already." "It's fine," he replied. "Really? You're not pushing yourself too hard, are you? Don't lie to me now. If you're feeling tired, go upstairs and rest with you and Yuki no-chan." As she spoke, Yuagahama's mom unknowingly stepped closer to him, her mature and gentle face radiating genuine concern. She looked at him the way an elder would care for a younger relative. Too close. Her scent filled his senses. Alarm bells rang in Hukuman's head, and he instinctively stepped back, quickly shaking his head. "No, really, I'm fine. I still have plenty of energy left." Seeing his flustered reaction, Yuagahama's mom smiled warmly. "Don't push yourself too hard. If you overdo it, you'll make me worry, you know." Okay." Hukuman muttered awkwardly. What a kind and gentle person. His thoughts briefly drifted back to his childhood, remembering how his parents had roped him into helping with their own move. They hadn't hesitated to pester him even during his breaks, throwing out comments like, "Come on, Hukuman, carry this too. Or you're a boy, aren't you? This should be nothing." Their treatment back then had felt downright heartless in comparison. "Let's move this one together," Yuagahama's mom suggested, walking toward a particularly large box. But as she approached it, she stepped on a patch of spilled cooking oil that had been accidentally knocked over earlier. By the time she noticed, her footing gave way, and she started to fall. Her expression turned to one of alarm. Reacting quickly, Hukuman rushed forward and caught her. "Careful." Thankfully, he was quick enough to steady her. "But, thank you." Yuagahama's mom suddenly froze, her cheeks flushing. Hukuman-kun. "You're holding me a bit tight." Hukuman's face turned red as well. For Yuagahama's mom, this was the first time since her husband's passing that a man had touched her like this. In fact, it was the first time any man other than her late husband had ever held her. "Oh. Sorry." Hukuman blurted, quickly letting go and stepping back. "It's okay," she said softly, her face still red. "It wasn't your fault. If anything, I should thank you for catching me." What a cute reaction. Hukuman found himself silently marveling at how adorable Yuagahama's mom was. But then his gaze unintentionally wandered over her figure, and he couldn't help but notice. Her proportions were incredible. Even more so than Yua's. Well, she was Yua's mom, after all. Wait, what am I even thinking? Panicking, Hukuman slapped his own cheeks to regain focus before grabbing the large box. Upstairs. Ding. System, Yuagahama Asuna's body was held by Hikigaya. System points, plus 150, what? Yukino Shita froze mid-action, completely stunned by the system notification. Hukaman-kun and Yuagahama's mom? Did Hukaman-kun really have a thing for older women? No, no, no. That couldn't be it. It must have been some sort of accident. Yeah, that had to be it. Accident or not, though, what shocked her most was the points. A simple embrace had earned 150 points. The only people who'd broken 100 points before were Senpai and Garasa-sensei. But now, Yuagahama's mom had surpassed even them. As Yukino Shiten absent-mindedly sorted through items, she glanced over at Yuagahama. Yu's hugs only earned 10 points. The difference was staggering 15 times more. For some inexplicable reason, Yukino Shita suddenly found herself less interested in Yu's feelings for her boyfriend. Instead, her thoughts drifted toward Yu's mom. Your mom is way too amazing. Chapter 47, Auntie is so gentle, marrying you would surely be bliss by evening. After much effort, all the boxes that had been scattered around the yard were finally moved into the house. Standing at the door, panting heavily, Hikigaya was greeted by Mrs. Yuagahama's warm smile and gentle tone. Hukaman-kun, you've worked so hard. Here, let me wipe your sweat. For some reason, she had a damp towel in her hand. Walking up to him, she gently dabbed the sweat from his forehead. I can do it myself. Hikigaya protested. Let Mama handle it, Hukaman-kun. Don't move, okay? Though he wanted to resist, Mrs. Yuagahama was already wiping his forehead with the cool, damp towel. The refreshing sensation was undeniably pleasant. Left with no choice, Hikigaya accepted her care with an awkward expression. Now this is what a real mom should be like. Stupid dad, stupid mom, are you watching this? Take notes. As memories of his own traumatic moving days from childhood resurfaced filled with nothing but his parents' relentless demands, Hikigaya felt overwhelmed by the kindness. Yet, the proximity was unsettling. He couldn't help but glance at the gentle woman in front of him. Mrs. Yuagahama was also perspiring slightly. Her sweat caused her clothes to cling tightly to her body, accentuating her mature and alluring figure. Instead of any unpleasant odor, the faint scent of milk mingled with her natural fragrance, making her presence all the more intoxicating. Combined with her innate warmth, she exuded a charm that was, without exaggeration, utterly lethal to any man. Good mom or not, this is dangerous territory. Mrs. Yuagahama feels way too tempting. Taking a deep breath, Hikigaya awkwardly suggested, Auntie, maybe you should wipe your sweat too. You've been working hard as well. Mrs. Yuagahama paused, blinked, and looked at him with a soft smile. Hukaman-kun, you're such a sweet boy. Huh? Not only were you so considerate while helping earlier, but now, even after all that work, you're still worried about me. I didn't do anything special. Don't be modest. Mama knows best. Most of the heavy lifting today was done by you, wasn't it? What a wonderful boy. She chuckled softly and instinctively reached out to ruffle his hair. Hikigaya's face turned red, and he silently accepted the gesture. This mother-daughter duo. What a contrast. Yuagahama is so oblivious, but her mom sees right through everything. Mrs. Yuagahama gazed at him warmly, her voice filled with genuine admiration. Sigh, a boy as thoughtful as you, Hukaman-kun, would make any girl's life so blissful if she married you someday. I just hope you can find someone as kind as you in the future. Hikigaya froze, overwhelmed by the sudden compliment. Whoa. Auntie, that's way too suggestive. Clearing his throat, he tried to deflect with an awkward laugh. You're being too kind, Auntie. With how gentle and kind you are, I think anyone who marries you would be the happiest man alive. Huh? Mrs. Yuagahama blinked, clearly caught off guard. Realizing his words, Hikigaya panicked. I'm so sorry. I forgot you mentioned your husband had already. She quickly shook her head with a soft smile. It's fine, Hukaman-kun. It's been so many years now, and I've moved on. It's just. Mrs. Yuagahama touched her flushed cheeks and laughed lightly. Nobody's said something like that to me in a long, long time. You're the first boy who's ever told me something like that. Hikigaya felt a wave of embarrassment. Crap. Did I just flirt with Yuagahama's mom? But could it really be called flirting? Mrs. Yuagahama was undeniably beautiful, so youthful and elegant that standing next to her daughter, they looked more like sisters. Paired with her unique warmth, she was practically the ideal dream woman for countless men. No. Stop. That's enough, Hikigaya. Back inside, Mrs. Yuagahama insisted on thanking Hikigaya and Yukino Shita by preparing homemade desserts. Soon, she brought out a tray of cakes and sweets, showcasing her professional-level skills. Her culinary expertise clearly surpassed even Yukino Shita's, as the colorful array of cakes left both girls in awe. Honestly, is Yuagahama really her daughter? The stark difference in baking ability was like heaven and earth. Then again, they look nearly identical. If Yui wasn't born from her mom, that'd be a miracle. As Hikigaya silently chuckled to himself, Mrs. Uegahama sat beside him. Picking up a bite-sized cake, she gently held it to his mouth. Hukaman-kun, here, say hi, I can eat it myself. Come on, let mama feed you. You worked so hard today, you deserve a little reward. Hikigaya hesitated, glancing at Yuki Shida, who was chatting with Uegahama. Defeated, he relented and took the bite. Delicious. Really? I'm so glad Hukaman-kun likes it. Mrs. Uegahama beamed. She immediately picked up another bite. Left with no choice, Hikigaya continued to eat as she fed him. Meanwhile, Uegahama, noticing the scene, propped her chin on her hands and laughed. My mom's cakes are the best. But then, as if realizing something, she quickly turned to Yukino Shida. Of course, Yukino-chan's cakes are amazing too. Yukino Shida smiled faintly, but her attention wasn't on Uegahama's words. Instead, she quietly observed Mrs. Uegahama and Hikigaya. Something feels off. Unlike Uegahama, Yukino Shida's keen senses picked up subtle details. She couldn't shake the feeling that Mrs. Uegahama might be showing an unusual amount of interest in Hikigaya. Could the earlier accident have sparked some kind of special emotion? The thought sent a jolt through Yukino Shida's mind, and her curiosity only grew stronger. Chapter 48, Preparing for Kazumijoko Hukaman-kun, Yukino-chan, make sure to visit us often. Mama will prepare delicious cakes for you. Mrs. Uegahama said warmly, waving goodbye to the two as they stood outside her house. Hikigaya and Yukino Shida responded politely before heading off. As the pair walked away, shoulders almost touching, Mrs. Uegahama let out a soft sigh. Mama, why are you sighing? Uegahama asked, blinking curiously at her mother. Glancing at her daughter, who was as naive as a blank sheet of paper, Mrs. Uegahama sighed even deeper. Oh, I was just thinking. Does my little Yu even stand a chance anymore? Mama, what are you talking about, huh? Uegahama was about to question further when the realization hit her, her face flushing red. Ugh. Mama. Hukaman and Yukino are already dating. I don't have a chance anymore. Her voice grew quieter and quieter, fading into a soft murmur. Mrs. Uegahama's tone was gentle as she spoke, but you still like him, don't you? Blushing even more, Uegahama lowered her head. Mrs. Uegahama patted her daughter's head affectionately. You're still young, so be brave and try, okay? Yukino-chan is indeed remarkable, but you still have a chance. Recalling the tearful sight of her daughter crying over heartbreak, Mrs. Uegahama's heart ached slightly. If you give up completely, you'll truly lose any opportunity. Mama. Uegahama bit her lip, her expression tinged with bitterness. Mrs. Uegahama continued to encourage her, if I were you, I'd definitely go after him. So what if he already has a girlfriend? Who said you can't chase after a boy just because he's taken? A kind, capable boy like Hukaman-kun is too precious to let go. Mama, why do I feel like you're especially interested in Hukaman today? When I used to bring him up, you never seemed this invested. Uegahama said, eyeing her mother suspiciously. In the past, her mother had consoled her often, but she had never been this proactive, much less openly encouraged her to pursue Hikigaya. Something felt off about today's mama. Mrs. Uegahama coughed lightly, her expression calm and composed as she smiled warmly. Everything I'm saying is for your future happiness. If you had been more proactive, would mama have to be so anxious? But, mama, didn't you say before that there are plenty of good boys out there, and I could just find another one if things didn't work out? That was then, this is now. Mrs. Uegahama replied seriously. After observing Hukaman-kun earlier, I can confidently say he's not someone you should give up on. But no more excuses, sweetie. Mama would love to see Hukaman-kun as her son-in-law. If normal means don't work, you'll just have to try some special methods. A woman can't afford to be soft-hearted when it comes to winning over a man. Uegahama gaped at her mother, utterly stunned. Mama, you're so calculating. So her gentle, warm-hearted mother had this side to her? Mrs. Uegahama coughed again, brushing her daughter's hair soothingly. Everything I'm saying is for your own good. Sigh. Hukaman-kun. Mama truly doesn't want you to miss out on him. Mama really likes that boy. Images of the hard-working, sweat-soaked youth from earlier flashed in her mind, softening Mrs. Uegahama's expression. She subconsciously took her daughter's hand. Be brave. I'll think about it, Mama. Uegahama replied hesitantly, her face still red as she nodded lightly to placate her mother. Meanwhile, night had fallen. As a responsible boyfriend, Hikigaya insisted on escorting Yuki no Shita home, unwilling to let her return alone. They ended up taking the train together. Hikigaya Hakumen's favorability rating with Uegahama Asuna, 59 out of 100, respect, it had increased again. So Hikigaya doesn't like sweet, gentle girls, he prefers mature, gentle women instead, huh? Sigh. That's going to be tricky. Yuki no Shita sighed inwardly. Honestly, she naturally hoped Hikigaya would grow closer to Yue. But, judging by the current situation, plans might have to change. Hikigaya seemed more interested in Mrs. Uegahama, and it was clear that Mrs. Uegahama had also taken quite a liking to him. Without a doubt, the chances of Hikigaya getting closer to the older woman were far greater than Yue's clumsy attempts. The thought of Hikigaya and Mrs. Uegahama becoming close crept into Yuki no Shita's mind. But still, Mrs. Uegahama was technically married. Wouldn't that be a bit? Cough. Calm down. Her husband had already passed away. Besides, Yuki no Shita reasoned, she was only entertaining the idea of simple closeness. Nothing inappropriate. That should be fine. Right? When they stepped off the train, Yuki no Shita turned to Hikigaya and said, Hikigaya-kun, if you have free time, you should visit Uegahama's house more often. Huh? Hikigaya looked confused. They're just a mother and daughter living alone. Yuki no Shita explained. Without a man around, things can get difficult. If you have time, help them out as much as you can, understand? A direct order from his girlfriend. As a devoted boyfriend. How could Hikigaya refuse? Got it. He sighed. Satisfied, Yuki no Shita smiled and patted his head gently, much like stroking a cat. Hikigaya instinctively tried to dodge but hesitated, ultimately letting her win. Afterward, Hikigaya suddenly remembered something important. He hesitated before asking, tomorrow, can you come with me to visit Senpai's house? Well, it's just. Going to her house alone, as a guy, would be super awkward. Since you're friends, you could tag along. What do you think? Seeing him lower his stance so humbly, Yuki no Shita felt her heart stir with a subtle sense of satisfaction. Alright, I'll go with you. She replied with a gentle smile, patting his head again. After all, she also doted on her boyfriend. There was no need to make things harder for him. Still. Teasing aside, tomorrow's trip to Senpai's house brought to mind the mandatory task issued by the system. If it wasn't completed tomorrow, there would be no second chance. Failure would result in a deduction of 10,000 points. Sigh. The thought of sending her beloved boyfriend to another woman's bed weighed heavily on Yuki no Shita's heart, an ache forming in her chest. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Chapter 49, The Hypnotic Potion. That night, Hikumen was working out at home. Currently, he was doing squats. This week, he had been focusing on push-ups and squats. Now, he could easily do 30 push-ups and 40 squats in one go. Come on, Hikumen. You've got to fix that kidney deficiency once and for all. Hikumen silently swore to himself. Honestly, push-ups and squats were manageable now, so he just had to continue building up gradually. The real problem at the moment was running. But running was so exhausting. Every few steps, he felt like giving up. Ugh. This wouldn't do. Running could improve a man's stamina. He had to find a way to get himself to run more. If his upper and lower body strength improved, but his endurance didn't, it would all be for nothing. At some point, Kamaki, having just finished her bath, appeared beside Hikumen. Seeing her brother's handsome face covered in sweat, she couldn't help but murmur, "It's strange, the more I look at you this week, the more I think you've still got it." Hikumen, in the middle of a squat, nearly lost his balance. He shot a glance at his sister. "Hey, I think Kamaki's still got it too. Growing up quite nicely, huh? Looks like drinking milk every day really does have an effect. Maybe I should recommend Yuki no Shita drink more milk too?" On second thought, she'd definitely flip out. Hearing this, Kamaki blushed and instinctively covered her chest with her hands, scolding, "Ugh. Perverted brother. Die hard siscon." The siblings laughed and teased each other. Meanwhile, at Yuki no Shita's house. Her black hair up in a bun, Yuki no Shita sat in the bathtub, naked, enjoying a hot soak. As she relaxed, she reflected on the week's developments. Hikumen's affection for Kato Megumi, -5 out of 100, fear. Hikumen's affection for Kasumijoka Utaha, 58 out of 100, friend. Hikumen's affection for Sawamura Spencerari, 35 out of 100, friend. Hikumen's affection for Ishiki Iroa, 70 out of 100, good friend. Hikumen's affection for Uegahama Yue, 67 out of 100, good friend. Hikumen's affection for Kawasaki Saki, 71 out of 100, friend. Hikumen's affection for Gerasimufu, 59 out of 100, respect. Hikumen's affection for Uegahama Asuna, 59 out of 100, respect, Hukuman's energy level, 48 out of 100, Hukuman's corruption level, 5 out of 100, current system points, 2,870, she thought to herself, I never expected, out of all these people, that Hukuman would have the highest affection for Kawasaki and Ishiki. She had to admit, these two had higher ratings than Yue, which Yuki no Shita couldn't quite comprehend. Especially Kawasaki. It was known that Kawasaki and Hukuman rarely talked. They had that accidental kiss in the bathroom today, but aside from that, they hardly interacted in school. Sigh. Hukuman's thoughts really are hard to understand. Oh well. If she couldn't understand it, so be it. Anyway, all these women would eventually become Hukuman's stars. Cough cough. They're just tools for me to earn points. Yeah, they're just tools. She glanced at her system points. After a week's worth of effort, the point gains weren't bad. But it was far from enough. After all, the mission required 1 million points. Sigh. Tomorrow I have to go to the senpai's house. I must complete the mandatory task, no matter what. Yuki no Shita sighed. If she failed the mandatory task, not only would this week's points be wasted, but the following weeks would be as well. She absolutely couldn't let that happen. But how can I get the two of them into bed without it being suspicious? Yuki no Shita pondered as she absent-mindedly stroked the little rubber duck floating in the bath. She thought for nearly half an hour, but no good ideas came to her. After all, most of her intelligence had been focused on her studies. When it came to these kinds of messed up situations, she was basically a blank slate. System, what do you suggest? The system suggests that the host purchase a newly unlocked item from the shop. Oh? A new item. Yuki no Shita's eyes lit up. Let's see. The system revealed the latest item. It was a strange bottle of liquid. Hypnotic potion, Hukuman's special edition. After taking the potion, Hukuman will be hypnotized 5 minutes later and enter a trance. During this time, Hukuman's mind will be slightly confused, and he will mistake all nearby girls for the host. Cost, 1,000 points. Effect duration, 1 hour. Note, this hypnotic potion is a special version for Hukuman. It will only work for him, and has no effect on others. Hypnotic potion? After taking it, Hukuman will think all the girls are me? Yuki no Shita's eyes widened in surprise. This was ridiculous. It completely defied logic. Ah, well. I guess the system itself isn't logical. But still, the potion was absurd, yet it cost 1,000 points. I only have just under 3,000 points now. It's going to take almost a third of my points? The system strongly recommends purchasing this item. With this item, the host just needs to have Hukuman take the potion, and he will mistake Kasumijoka Utaha for the host. Gradually, everything will naturally fall into place. Yuki no Shita calmly thought over what the system had said. It actually made sense. At least Hukuman hadn't betrayed her, he still loved her. It was just that he mistakenly thought the other woman was her, and wanted to get with her not because of any ulterior motives. Perfect? This makes sense. Let's do it. Yuki no Shita excitedly stood up. After hesitating for a few seconds, she decided to spend 1,000 points on the hypnotic potion. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. Spend. Hee hee, now Hukuman would have a reasonable excuse to sleep with the senpai. Wait. Why am I so excited? Yuki no Shita slapped her cheek and sank back into the bath. Calm down. My boyfriend is going to sleep with another girl, and I'm actually happy about it. This isn't right. This isn't what I wanted at all. Yuki no Shita pressed her hand to her chest, her eyes filled with complexity and pain as she reassured herself. I'm doing this for Hukuman. It's all for our future happiness. I have no choice. Otherwise, what girl would willingly share her man with another woman? Chapter 50, The Strong Sense of Conquest. After finishing her bath, Yuki no Shita pondered her plan in detail once more. With the help of the hypnotic potion, Hukuman's cooperation seemed almost guaranteed. However, while success on Hukuman's end appeared highly likely, things were less certain on Kasumijoka-senpai's side. Senpai definitely still has lingering feelings for my Hukuman, no doubt about that. But the question is, would she actually accept being pushed to that extent by Hukuman? To the point of doing that kind of thing with him? Could she handle it? Yuki no Shita deliberated calmly. What if senpai resisted? That would ruin everything. Sigh. Not being able to see senpai's affection level really made things difficult. To play it safe, Yuki no Shita concluded that she needed a way to ensure Kasumijoka not only accepted the idea of being intimate with Hukuman but actively cooperated with him. Ideally, she wanted senpai to fully embrace the situation without exposing anything unusual. How can I make a composed and aloof senpai develop that kind of desire for Hukuman? Or even wait a second. A strong sense of conquest. A sudden thought struck her. Just as men often desire to conquer women, too, harbor a desire to conquer the men they like. As a woman herself, Yuki no Shita could faintly sense that Kazuma Joka had some level of conquest desire for her Hikuman, wanting to make him her man, or perhaps, her loyal dog. Cough. But clearly, Senpai's desire for conquest wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, during their encounter in the ladies' restroom earlier, Senpai would definitely have taken bolder steps. Which meant, if Senpai's sense of conquest could be heightened to an extreme, then it could naturally spark those thoughts. And if Hikuman were to suddenly approach her proactively, Kazuma Joka might instinctively go along with it, or even actively cooperate, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly. Thinking along these lines, Yuki no Shita decided tonight's dream simulation card must not be wasted on anyone else. Tomorrow was crucial, and Kazuma Joka's transformation had to take precedence. In past dream simulations, Senpai always bullied my Hikuman, leaving him begging for mercy. That can't continue. If this dynamic persists, she'll eventually lose interest, and her desire for conquest will fade. This time, I must change things up. Thankfully, the new dream simulation card allows for adjustments to the participants' stamina values. Muttering to herself, Yuki no Shita purchased a dream simulation card, costing her 500 system points. Sigh. She couldn't help but feel the sting of her expenses. She hadn't even started yet, and she'd already burned through 1,500 of her hard-earned points in one night. Kazuma Joka senpai, I've invested so much in you. Don't let me down tomorrow. It was past 11 p.m. The system notified her that Kazuma Joka was now asleep. Lying on her bed, Yuki no Shita swiftly activated the dream simulation card. Please specify the dream simulation target, Kazuma Joka Utaha. Initializing dream simulation for Kazuma Joka Utaha, adjust stamina levels. Hikuman's dream stamina, 47, Kazuma Joka's dream stamina, 78, Kazuma Joka's stamina value was this high in the dream world? No wonder Hikuman was always left begging for mercy. But not this time. For my dear Hikuman's sake, it's time for some payback. Increase Hikuman's stamina by 30, and reduce Senpai's stamina by 40. Yes, this should do it. No need to go overboard, after all. She was still a friend. Adjustments made, Hikuman's dream stamina, 77, Kazuma Joka's dream stamina, 38, perfect. Yuki no Shita couldn't suppress the smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Now Senpai will surely be at Hikuman's mercy in the dream. Tomorrow, she'll probably see Hikuman and instantly recall tonight's dream. That'll trigger her desire for revenge, and with it, her need to conquer him. Would the host like to view the simulation? Lying on her side, Yuki no Shita hesitated for a few seconds, then coughed lightly. Ahem. Just a little peek. Only for a moment. After all, it wasn't every day she'd get to see Kazuma Joka being completely dominated by her Hikuman. It'd be a waste not to take a quick look. Late into the night. In her sleep, Kazuma Joka's eyes suddenly flew open. She gasped for breath, her chest heaving. Sweat glistened on her flushed face, her expression a mix of panic and embarrassment. Still curled up under her blanket, her thighs instinctively tightened. She pressed a hand to her warm, feverish forehead, struggling to compose herself. What the heck was that dream? She muttered, breathless. How was he? That overwhelming? He was completely unstoppable. In her previous naughty dreams, she'd always been the victor, effortlessly teasing Hikuman into submission until he begged her for mercy, pleading for her to go easy on him. But tonight? Ugh. This time, she was the one being mercilessly overpowered. And what's worse, she had ended up calling him Daddy. Kazuma Joka buried her face in her hands, burning with shame. What a disgrace. A mere Erkan had bested her like this. Grinding her teeth, she clutched at her heaving chest. Calm down. Calm down. She took a deep breath to steady herself. Tomorrow, he'd be coming to her house to hang out and play games. That would be her perfect chance to get back at him. Yes. There was no way she, Kazuma Joka Utaha, would let a mere dream get to her. Determined, she whispered to herself, tomorrow, I'll show him my true skill. I'll make sure Erkan knows just how much better I am than his little girlfriend in every way, be it figure or intellect. With that thought in mind, she prepared to settle back into her bed. However, just as she lifted her blanket, a strange realization struck her. Wait. Could it be? Her body froze. With trembling hands, she cautiously peeked under the covers. Reaching down, her hand brushed the fabric beneath her, and her expression instantly darkened. Disaster. The sheets were ruined. And it was all because of that dream. Ugh. Curse you, Erkan. Her entire body trembled with indignation. This grudge. I won't forget it. Clenching her fists, Kazuma Joka resolved herself. Tomorrow, you'd better prepare, Erkan. Because I'm coming for revenge. Chapter 51, Fond of uniforms? I'll wear one for you the next day. Hukuman arrived first at a plaza in Chiba City. After waiting for about 10 minutes, his casual demeanor shifted as he noticed a girl walking toward him. She wore a sky blue sleeveless shirt with a stand-up collar, paired with an over-the-knee white skirt that swayed gracefully with her steps. Her hair, rarely tied up, was styled into two twin tails, which fluttered lightly in the breeze like ribbons. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Holding a beige handbag in both hands, Yuki Noshita walked up to Hukuman. "I just got here too." Hukuman responded casually. However, his eyes betrayed him. They kept flickering between glances at Yuki Noshita and evasive attempts to look away, caught in a perpetual cycle of hesitation. Yuki Noshita noticed, of course, and smiled playfully. "So? How is it?" "How is what?" Feigning ignorance, Hukuman turned his gaze skyward, pretending to admire the clear blue sky. Yuki Noshita rolled her eyes. "Humphrey, you know what I mean. How do I look today?" It's fitting." "Oh. Ahem, I mean. You look really cute." Hukuman mumbled, blushing as he reluctantly admitted it. Hearing this, Yuki Noshita's momentary disappointment turned into a radiant smile. "Anything else?" she teased. "Huh? You're so good at Japanese, Hukuman. Can't you use a different word to describe your girlfriend's outfit, other than cute?" Hukuman paused awkwardly, inwardly cursing Yuki Noshita for seizing every opportunity to tease him. After a resigned sigh, he finally replied, "Flowery rhetoric often feels insincere. Simplicity, on the other hand, conveys truth. The word cute might seem ordinary, but it encapsulates the essence of your beauty." Yuki Noshita blinked in surprise, momentarily stunned. Then, leaning closer to him, she remarked, "Impressive, as expected from Hukuman, ranked third in Japanese." As Yuki Noshita drew closer, Hukuman's face grew redder. "Not so close. There are people around." "Oh. Right." Not just Hukuman. Yuki Noshita's cheeks also turned a light shade of pink as she realized how close she'd gotten. "Still," she murmured under her breath, "there aren't many people around in the morning. Besides, we're a couple. What's wrong with being a little close?" Hukuman, face flushed, chose silence. Of course, Yuki Noshita herself couldn't help feeling shy after saying such a thing. She lowered her head to hide her own embarrassment. Though they had already crossed significant milestones in their relationship, both were still thin-skinned when it came to public displays of affection. Before heading to Kasumijoka's home, Yuki Noshita suddenly thought of something. Hukuman, lower your head a bit." "Why?" Hukuman's guard immediately went up as he looked at her cautiously. "You're not planning to kiss me, are you?" "What are you thinking? I wouldn't do that in public." Yuki Noshita huffed. "Then what is it?" "We're going to Senpai's house, right? I don't want you embarrassing me. Your hair and clothes are a bit messy. Let me fix them." "Oh, okay." Hukuman nodded and bent down slightly, letting Yuki Noshita fuss over him. She straightened his collar carefully, then turned her attention to his bangs. Her boyfriend's messy bangs framed a face that was strikingly handsome underneath. "Really?" Yuki Noshita sighed softly. In the end, she tidied his bangs as well. Her boyfriend needed to look his best today. It was crucial for his mission with Senpai. "All done. Thanks." Once finished, the two quickly put some distance between themselves, though Hukuman couldn't help reaching up to touch his unruly cowlick. Yuki Noshita teased, "I'm disappointed I didn't kiss you, Hukuman." "Of course not. Don't be so stubborn." She chuckled, her tone softening. "After we're done at Senpai's place, let's go on a date." "Really? But I haven't finished the task yet." "It's fine. For you to make 2 female friends already, I'm satisfied. You can keep working on it afterward." "When did you become so lenient?" "I've always been gentle with you, haven't I?" Yuki Noshita smiled sweetly at him. "Ugh." Hukuman wanted to retort but decided against it after seeing her mischievous smile. "Let's just head to Senpai's place already." "Oh? Can't wait, can you?" What? "Of course not." The two bantered along the way, filled with moments of laughter and playful arguments. Unlike Hukuman's single-family home and Yuki Noshita's hotel accommodations, Kasumijoka's residence was a 5th-floor apartment in the city. At the door to Unit 503, Hukuman pressed the doorbell. "Coming." A voice called out from inside. Moments later, the door opened. "You're finally here," Kasumijoka greeted them excitedly but froze the moment she saw Yuki Noshita standing beside Hukuman. Her expression stiffened. "Why Yuki Noshita? What are you doing here?" "I came with Hukuman," Yuki Noshita said smoothly, "and I thought I'd visit Senpai while I was at it." Her gaze shifted to Kasumijoka's current outfit. Far from her usual school uniform, Senpai wore a long purple braid draped over her shoulder. She was dressed in a unique purple kimono, which parted at the shoulders and had a much shorter hemline, barely reaching her thighs. Her legs, accentuated by thigh-high stockings, ended in a pair of wooden gaita sandals. Unlike traditional kimonos that modestly covered the chest, hers showcased exaggerated curves and an alluring neckline. Yuki Noshita was momentarily stunned. Wow, she looks amazing. Her figure was flawless. However, as beautiful as it was, it felt oddly suggestive, as though she were trying to seduce someone. Hikigaya, meanwhile, was left utterly speechless. The atmosphere grew awkward. In the end, Yuki Noshita broke the silence. "Senpai, your outfit." Ahem. Kasumijoka quickly covered herself with her hands, though her provocative attire made it impossible to hide much. "Sorry, could you wait just a moment? I'll change right away." With that, she shut the door in a hurry. Yuki Noshita's expression turned thoughtful. Senpai's outfit just now was unusual. That was cosplay. She was dressed as a character from a game. Cosplay? Yuki Noshita looked puzzled, encountering a concept she wasn't familiar with. "It's like wearing special costumes," Hikigaya explained. "Oh? It seems Hikigaya has quite the interest in this, considering how you couldn't take your eyes off her just now." Hikigaya's favorability with Kasumijoka Utaha, 59 out of 100, friend. After one glance, his favorability with Senpai inexplicably increased by 1 point. Hikigaya was visibly flustered. Yuki Noshita smiled faintly. "It's fine. If you like it, I can wear whatever uniform you want to see in the future." "Really?" Hikaya's spirits lifted immediately. Yuki Noshita rolled her eyes. "Hikigaya, you really do like uniforms?" "Fine, but you'll have to earn it." Blushing, Hikigaya nodded earnestly. Yuki Noshita chuckled softly. If it makes him happy, wearing uniforms isn't a big deal. Still. She reached into her bag, her fingers brushing over the special items she had prepared. "This is the first time I'm attempting something this bold. It's both nerve-wracking and strangely exhilarating." Chapter 52, Staying over the room was silent save for the clattering of keys. "You're planning to join in too?" Hikigaya raised an eyebrow, glancing curiously at Yuki Noshita, seated beside him. Currently, the three of them were gathered in Kasumijoka's bedroom. Hikigaya sat at the computer desk, flanked by Yuki Noshita on his left and Kasumijoka on his right. The latter had already changed back into normal clothes, though Yuki Noshita still looked intrigued as she stared at the game screen. This open-world game seems interesting. Look at how the characters can jump and climb all over the place." Yuki Noshita commented. Hikigaya hesitated. This game might have been okay to recommend a while ago, but now, it's a total disaster. The developers keep screwing up, and the player base has dropped significantly. Honestly, it's on the verge of dying. I'd advise against getting into it. He himself only played it occasionally and didn't think much of it. "That's fine. I just want to try it for fun." "Well, in that case, let me teach you." Kasumijoka suddenly spoke up, breaking her usual silence. "Huh? You?" Hikaya's mouth twitched. "What do you even know about this game, seriously?" "Sure, I'll leave it to you, Kasumijoka-senpai." Yuki Noshita replied with a smile, not the least bit concerned. "No trouble at all." The two girls moved to the bed, where Kasumijoka guided Yuki Noshita on how to download the game. Their conversation flowed naturally, filled with light laughter. Meanwhile, Hikigaya sighed in defeat as he found himself grinding through one of the game's challenging missions. Finish this dungeon, and then take care of a few more tasks. Kasumijoka had instructed earlier. There was no question about it. Hikigaya had been relegated to full-on labor status. Why is it this quest, though? He muttered bitterly as he faced the infamously tedious forest book mission. Still, there was nothing for it. Hikigaya, used to such roles, resigned himself to the drudgery. While working on the quest, his eyes wandered to Kasumijoka's bookshelf. It was packed with manga and light novels, but the Love Metronome series stood out prominently. Not only did she own the complete set, but she also had the manga adaptation. She really is a die-hard fan of her own work. Hikigaya mused. As he scanned the rest of the room, he noticed there wasn't a shortage of otaku essentials either. Figurines, posters, and other paraphernalia were all present. Figures. He thought, recalling Kasumijoka's earlier cosplay outfit. Ultimate otaku vibes. But then, his thoughts were interrupted as he felt Kasumijoka's gaze flicker toward him. "Wait a second. Can you read minds too?" Panicked, Hikigaya quickly refocused on the game. Kasumijoka, meanwhile, retracted her gaze. Her expression showed a hint of frustration but soon returned to calm as she continued discussing gameplay strategies with Yuki Noshita. Unbeknownst to either of them, Yuki Noshita's hand occasionally strayed toward her handbag as if she were checking something inside. Time flew by, and evening came. After dinner, the trio returned to Kasumijoka's bedroom. The atmosphere remained harmonious, with no notable incidents. Hakuman kept grinding through game quests. Kazumi Joka maintained her easygoing chat with Yuki Shita about gameplay, who listened while subtly toying with her bag, her calm demeanor betraying an underlying impatience. It's already evening. And still, nothing has happened. Frustration built within Yuki Shita. Kazumi Joka's presence by her side had thwarted any chance for her plans to progress. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. Yuki Shita was growing desperate. With no progress on her point-earning objectives for the day, her exasperation mounted. As night deepened, Hakuman finally finished the forest book quest. He glanced at the clock and was startled. Wait a second. It's almost 10 p.m. How are we supposed to get home now? He turned to Yuki Shita and Kazumi Joka in concern. Is it that late already? Yuki Shita feigned surprise. The trains in Chiba are probably done for the day. Hakuman sighed. Ah, really? What do we do now? Yuki Shita said, sounding genuinely troubled. Kazumi Joka suddenly interjected, how about staying over at my place tonight? I have a guest room you can use. Her apartment, a 2-bedroom unit, was spacious for a single person. Huh? That's probably not a good idea. Hakuman protested. There are 2 of us, and only 1 guest room. It'd be better if we... No problem. Yuki Shita interrupted, agreeing immediately. Hakuman blinked in disbelief. Ignoring his puzzled look, Yuki Shita smiled graciously. We'd be intruding, but thank you for the offer, Kazumi Joka-senpai. She had been racking her brain for a way to stay the night, but Kazumi Joka's offer was an unexpected gift. Don't worry about it. You're both welcome. Kazumi Joka returned her smile. Hakuman, however, wasn't convinced. Wait. There are only 2 bedrooms. And? Yuki Shita grinned mischievously at him. I'll take one, senpai can take the other, and as for you. The sofa in the living room is plenty big. I'll set it up for you. Wait, what? Hakuman was stunned. He had expected Yuki Shita to say something sweet like Hakuman-kun, let's share the bed, not this. How could his girlfriend treat him like this? Yuki Shita chuckled and turned to Kazumi Joka. What do you think, senpai? No objections. Kazumi Joka said, stifling her laughter. Hakuman sighed in resignation. Fine. I'll take the sofa. Happy? The 2 girls burst out laughing at his expense. Yuki Shita, especially, couldn't hide her satisfaction. Excellent. She thought. Now that we're staying the night, the next stage of the plan can finally begin. Chapter 53, Hakuman-kun, let's do something thrilling tonight before bed, washing up. Bathing. 2 beauties, wrapped in towels, walked past Hakuman's line of sight one after the other. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, the boy couldn't help but steal a few glances. I'm done with my shower, Hakuman-kun. You can head in now. Yuki Shita said, stepping out of the bathroom and addressing Hakuman, who was tidying up the sofa bed. Hakuman casually glanced at Yuki Shita, freshly out of the bath, and responded calmly, it's no big deal if a guy skips a day of showering, right? Not a chance. Yuki Shita immediately shot him a disapproving glare. Go take a shower. Honestly, you lazy mutt, can't you show a bit of diligence for once? Fine. Stop sighing and go already. I'll finish setting up the sofa bed for you. Alright then. A husband must heed his wife's words, after all. As Hakuman sighed and turned to go, Yuki Shita hesitated for a moment, then added, Hakuman-kun, once you're done with your shower, I have something important to tell you. Hakuman raised an eyebrow. Something important? A faint blush colored Yuki Shita's cheeks. Yes, very important. Go clean yourself up first. Once you're done, I'll tell you. Can't you just tell me now? No. Yuki Shita quickly glanced at Kazumi Joka's room before lowering her voice. Senpai hasn't gone to bed yet. Just go take your shower, and I'll talk to you when you're done. Hakuman hesitated, observing Yuki Shita's mysterious demeanor, but eventually nodded. He turned and headed toward the bathroom. The moment he entered, Yuki Shita stood still for a few seconds before retreating to her room. There, she pulled out a bottle of Max coffee from her bag. I'm sorry, Hakuman-kun. Muttering softly, she carefully opened the bottle, took a few small sips, and instantly felt reinvigorated. At the same time, a determined glint flashed in her eyes. Moments later, Hakuman emerged from the bathroom, clad only in a thin white towel. He stepped into the living room and noticed the sofa bed had already been prepared by Yuki Shita. Come here, she said with a smile, patting the space beside her on the sofa bed. Hakuman walked over hesitantly. So, what's this important thing? Sitting down beside her, he found himself unintentionally leaning closer. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted from her, and her alluring figure, wrapped in a towel, made his heartbeat quicken. Yuki no Shita put a finger to her lips. "Shh, keep your voice down. Senpai just turned off her lights." Hukaman grew more confused, lowering his voice. "What do you want to tell me?" Her pale legs shifted slightly, and a blush crept up her face. Gently biting her lip, she asked in a soft voice, "Let me ask you first. Do I look good tonight?" Hukaman was stunned for a moment, caught off guard by the unexpected question. But then, seeing her delicate legs and shy expression, he swallowed involuntarily. You look beautiful tonight. What a cunning woman." Yuki no Shita, in turn, chuckled lightly. "Hukaman-kun looks very handsome tonight too, especially dashing." Hukaman's face reddened, though he remained composed. "Just get to the point. I want to sleep." Yuki no Shita smiled again, her hand brushing against his as she murmured, "Hukaman-kun, do you want to do something thrilling tonight?" "Huh? Thrilling?" Hukaman was baffled. Yuki no Shita leaned closer, bringing her lips near his ear. In a low voice, she began explaining her plan. As he listened, Hukaman's expression shifted from surprise to shock, then to utter disbelief. By the end of it, his eyes widened as if they might pop out of his head. "Was hh." Yuki no Shita quickly gestured for silence. "Keep your voice down. Don't wake senpai." "You." Hukaman wanted to say something but hesitated, his face flushing red as he stared at Yuki no Shita in astonishment. "Are you really Yuki no Shita? Dummy, don't you recognize your own girlfriend?" she teased, rolling her eyes. Hukaman felt awkward. Something about Yuki no Shita tonight seemed off. Normally, she'd never suggest something so audacious. "So, will you do it?" she asked, her tone soft and alluring as her hand brushed his. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Gulp. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily. With a flushed face, Hukaman finally gave a small nod. He agreed. There was no helping it. What man could refuse such a beautiful request? Especially when that beauty was none other than his charming, adorable, unparalleled girlfriend? There was no reason to say no. Yuki no Shita's face lit up with a smile. Blushing, she added, "Remember, we can only take 1 hour, no more, not even by a second. Otherwise, we won't wake up in time tomorrow. When it's over, you'll head back to the living room and act like nothing happened. Don't forget. 1 hour, huh?" "Got it." Hukaman muttered, his face still red. "Good." Yuki no Shita picked up the Max coffee from the table and handed it to Hukaman. "Here, take a few sips to per cup." "Max coffee? Are you seriously telling me this wasn't premeditated?" "Don't overthink it. I just happened to bring it along." "Ahem, I've already had half the bottle. You can drink the rest, it'll help." With energy. "This. Fine." Drinking coffee late at night felt strange, but if he faltered during their upcoming task, it would be embarrassing. Without hesitation, Hukaman downed the remainder of the coffee, unaware of what it truly contained. Yuki no Shita hesitated briefly but quickly regained her composure. With a soft smile, she spoke gently, "Hukaman-kun, I'll head to my room now. Come join me in 5 minutes. I'll be waiting." Blushing, Hukaman nodded. With that, Yuki no Shita stood, her figure swaying slightly as she walked back to her room. Watching her alluring silhouette, Hukaman couldn't help but feel a wave of anticipation. However, what Hukaman didn't realize was that, behind her calm demeanor, Yuki no Shita's expression was filled with guilt and inner turmoil. "I'm sorry, Hukaman-kun." Chapter 54, Let the Husband Delivery begin. After the lights went out, the night fell silent. Hukaman tossed and turned in bed, unable to calm his racing thoughts, his mind replaying Yuki no Shita's earlier instructions over and over again. 5 minutes have passed. Yep, it's time. Taking a deep breath, he slowly sat up. Then, as if by instinct, his eyes drifted toward Yuki no Shita's room. Anticipation began to bubble up within him, mixed with an unexplainable surge of excitement. No matter how much he denied it, Hukaman was still a teenage boy. To say he wasn't tempted? Impossible. Ahem. This is all because of Yuki no Shita's request. It's not like I want to. Who would be excited to sleep next to a devil? Despite his grumbling, Hukaman got ready to leave the sofa. But just as he stood up, he instinctively clutched his forehead. Weird. I drank that Max coffee earlier, so why do I feel dizzy? His steps wavered as his vision blurred slightly. This is bad. Could it be that I'm losing my strength? A surge of panic hit him. No. Not tonight. This was his chance to prove himself, an hour to perform at his best. He couldn't let Yuki no Shita look down on him again. Last time, she completely crushed him. This time, no matter what, he had to regain some dignity. Otherwise, she'd keep mocking him as a pathetic little fish. Breathe in, breathe out. You're the strongest, Hukaman. The strongest. He silently chanted to himself as he braced himself and headed toward the room. Meanwhile, Yuki no Shida was pacing nervously inside her room. It was her first time using a hypnotic potion. It was also her first time fully executing the husband delivery plan. Her nerves were in tatters. What if Hikaman's mind wasn't completely clouded? What if he accidentally entered her room? What if, after stepping into her space, he started to... No. 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 What would she do then? Refuse? That wasn't an option. How could she say no to her own boyfriend? Especially since she'd already agreed to this plan. If it really came to that, she might have to buy a strengthening potion just to keep up with him. While it would be enjoyable, it would also mean all her efforts were in vain, and she'd be out another 10,000 points. Her already tight budget would take an even bigger hit. No. Hikaman must go to Senpai's room. He has to go in. With that thought, Yuki no Shida peered through the peephole again. She saw Hikaman standing up from the sofa bed, moving toward the room. Wait. That's my room. No. You're going the wrong way, Hikaman. Her anxiety skyrocketed, and she almost ran to the bathroom out of sheer panic. At that moment, Yuki no Shida wished she could storm out and shove him into Senpai's room herself. Fortunately, Hikaman paused after taking a few steps toward her door. After hesitating for a moment, he changed direction and walked toward Kasumijoka Senpai's room instead. Phew, that scared me to death. Wiping the sweat off her forehead, Yuki no Shida let out a sigh of relief. If he had come into her room, things would have been a complete disaster. Thankfully, he went the right way. Now that he was in Senpai's room, something was bound to happen between the two. After all, the hypnotic potion would make Hikaman mistake Kasumijoka for her. But even as Yuki no Shida exhaled in relief, her heart grew heavier, laden with complex emotions and bitterness. My Hikaman is about to sleep with another woman. Pain stabbed at her chest, leaving her weak. Leaning against a wall, Yuki no Shida clutched her chest as tears welled up. I'm sorry, Hikaman. I should have been the one to stay with you tonight. You were looking forward to being with me. But I sent you to. Ugh, I'm so sorry, Hikaman. Her voice trembled with regret. Meanwhile, Hikaman quietly slipped into Kasumijoka Senpai's room. He carefully closed the door behind him, his eyes falling on the slightly raised blanket on the bed. It shifted ever so slightly. Hikaman hesitated for a moment before awkwardly speaking. I came as promised. Silence. No response. Feeling a bit awkward, he added, You're not asleep yet, are you? Still no answer. Frowning, Hikaman said, Fine, I'll leave then. Just as he turned to leave, the lump under the blanket shifted again. Still pretending to sleep, huh? Hikaman smirked as he approached the bed. The figure under the blanket wriggled slightly, as if trying to hide. Coughing lightly, he announced, Well, I'm coming in, okay? You're making this really awkward, you know. Muttering to himself, Hikaman carefully lifted the edge of the blanket and slipped inside. Kasumijoka froze. He's really getting in? But what shocked her more was Yuki no Shida. Scoot over a bit. A little more inside, or I might fall off the bed. Her mind went blank. Wait. Yuki no Shida? Did he just mistake me for Yuki no Shida? What's going on? Kasumijoka was too stunned to react, her thoughts swirling in chaos. Honestly, after spending the day watching Hikaman and Yuki no Shida together, she'd been ready to give up on him. But now, this unexpected twist had completely thrown her off. Unconsciously, she shifted slightly to make room, her body reacting on its own. That's when Hikaman wrapped his arms around her. Her body stiffened as her face burned red. It was the first time she'd been embraced by a boy. And it wasn't just any boy, it was the one she liked. Hikaman leaned closer, his breath brushing her ear as he whispered, Yuki no Shida, you smell amazing tonight. Kasumijoka's hand flew to her mouth, stifling a gasp. Walking into the wrong room was one thing. But how could he not tell the difference between their sizes? Their scent? As her body trembled slightly, Hikaman only held her tighter. Despite his usual awkwardness, he occasionally acted like a proper boyfriend, saying things that were unexpectedly sweet. Yuki no Shida, I like you the most. Kasumijoka's hand pressed tighter against her lips. Shock. Jealousy. Confusion. She didn't know what to do. And as she hesitated, Hikaman's lips moved closer to her neck. He's serious. It's really happening. Chapter 55, A Night of Downfall. Kasumijoka was deeply conflicted. She liked Hikigaya a lot. So much so that she often dreamed of being with him, indulging in fantasies that were better left unsaid. Naturally, if she had the chance, she would gladly become his girlfriend, building their relationship on mutual affection and shared moments. But not like this. Not under these circumstances where Hikigaya, confused, had mistaken her for Yuki no Shida and was on the verge of doing something intimate. What would that make her? For someone as proud and self-respecting as Kazuma Joka, this situation was entirely unacceptable. And yet, while her rational mind rejected this, her emotions stopped her from immediately revealing the truth. She couldn't bring herself to push Hikigaya away. Nor could she muster the courage to confess, "I'm not Yuki no Shida. I'm Kazuma Joka." Covering her mouth with trembling hands, she feared Hikigaya would leave if he realized the mistake. Why am I like this? Why can't I just come clean to him? The usually composed Kazuma Joka found herself overwhelmed by panic. She knew full well that the longer she kept silent, the worse things would get. But deep down, she didn't want to. Being in Hikigaya's embrace gave her a bittersweet happiness, a warmth she couldn't deny. Her heart fluttered uncontrollably. No. This wasn't right. Even though she had feelings for Hikigaya, she couldn't let things progress like this. Not when Yuki no Shita was just in the next room. If she didn't stop this, it would ruin everything. How could she face them after this? Kazuma Joka inhaled deeply, trying to calm herself. Just as she gathered her courage to speak, Hikigaya's voice broke the silence behind her. Scared now, huh? Hey, you call me a small fry, but you're the real weakling here, Yuki no Shida. What did you say? The words struck a nerve. Kazuma Joka's momentary composure crumbled as her mind flashed back to last night's nightmare where she was humiliated by Hikigaya, being called a useless, pathetic senpai. You're the weak one here, she retorted instinctively. But the moment she spoke, her face froze. No. She had just given herself away. And yet. Hey, we'll see who's weak soon enough. Hikigaya chuckled confidently. Wait. He still hadn't realized? Despite her voice clearly being different, he didn't seem to notice. Kazuma Joka was utterly baffled. Could he be sleepwalking? The thought sparked a flicker of curiosity. If he truly had no idea. Her resolve wavered again. Why was her heart racing so fast? The scent of Hikigaya so intoxicating, like aged wine, clouded her mind. An uncontrollable urge welled up inside her, just as it had earlier in the restroom. A wild impulse to kiss him. No, this isn't right. But perhaps this is fate. Perhaps tonight is the night that changes everything. If it was unavoidable. Forget it. Throwing caution to the wind, Kazuma Joka spun around to face him. You were the one who tempted me first. With that declaration, she leaned in and kissed Hikigaya. Their lips met. Hikigaya froze for a moment but then slowly closed his eyes. So did Kazuma Joka. If the opportunity comes to me, how can I let it slip away? Meanwhile, in another room. No. Yuki no Shita abruptly threw open her door, clutching her chest as her heart raced uncontrollably. Her trembling eyes locked onto Kazuma Joka's room. What had once felt like relief at completing her mission now twisted into unbearable pain. Her legs moved before she could think, carrying her toward the door. Don't touch him. Don't touch my Hikigaya-kun. Hikigaya-kun, the woman in that room isn't me, it's Kazuma Joka-senpai. You've got it all wrong. Senpai, I shouldn't have used that forced intimate card on you. I shouldn't have done this. This is all my fault. Hikigaya-kun, forgive me. Please, come back to me. Yuki no Shita reached Kazuma Joka's door. She wanted nothing more than to burst in and separate them. But the moment her hand touched the doorframe, she froze. Her pupils contracted as her ears picked up faint yet unmistakable sounds from within. It was too late. The truth hit her like a tidal wave. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the floor. A torrent of emotions, panic, regret, fear, despair overwhelmed her. Senpai. Please. Hikigaya-kun. Covering her mouth to stifle her sobs, Yuki no Shita could only sit there helplessly. As his girlfriend, she longed to intervene, to undo this terrible mistake. But it's too late now. Inside the room, the irreversible was already happening. Ding. Mandatory mission complete, Chapter 56, Yuki no Shita, you were amazing tonight, ding. Mandatory mission completed, plus 1,000 points, 1 lottery box added, ding. Hukuman Hikigaya and Utaha Kazuma Joka engaged in intimate actions, plus 500 points, ding. Hukuman Hikigaya and Utaha Kazuma Joka shared another kiss, plus 200 points, ding. Hukuman Hikigaya and Utaha Kazuma Joka completed another intimate interaction, plus 500 points, ding. Achievement unlocked, a modern masterpiece, boyfriend stays overnight with another woman, while girlfriend eavesdrops at the door, plus 100 points, ding. The system's constant notifications echoed in her ears. At this moment, Yuki no Shita was slumped against the ground, staring blankly ahead as if her soul and consciousness had been stripped away. The task had been completed. The points had been earned. But she couldn't muster even a shred of happiness. Because the thing that mattered most to her had slipped through her fingers, irretrievable. Why? Why did it come to this? Her Hikman had ended up spending the night with another woman. As time passed, an hour was almost up. The system points now totaled 4,370. During this hour with Kasumijoka, Yuki no Shita had made significant gains in points. Just earlier, her total points had dwindled to a mere 1,470. Reminder, the effect of the hypnotic potion will wear off in 3 minutes. Hikigaya Hikigaya will return to normal. Host, please ensure that Hikigaya leaves the other woman's room immediately. What? Ah. Yuki no Shita snapped back to reality with a jolt. 3 minutes until the potion wears off? This was bad. Hikigaya and Kasumijoka were still in that room. Her face turned pale as fear surged through her. Once Hikigaya regained his senses and realized the woman in the room wasn't her but Kasumijoka, she couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen. Could her relationship with Hikigaya survive such a revelation? Given Hikigaya's personality, would he feel compelled to take responsibility for Kasumijoka? No. I won't allow it. Yuki no Shita was on the verge of panic. Her desperation only worsened her already pressing need to use the bathroom. From the other side of the door, she could faintly hear voices. Continue? It was Kasumijoka's voice. No. Don't continue. You've been at it for an hour. Isn't that enough, Kasumijoka? For someone like Yuki no Shita, who could barely manage 20 minutes without enhancement potions, an hour was already unimaginable. No. No more. Are you scared? Humphrey. Who's scared of you? Then why stop, little bottom feeder? Only I get to call Hikigaya a bottom feeder. You don't have that right, Kasumijoka. Cough, cough. Let's not overdo it. You specifically reminded me earlier not to go beyond an hour. Otherwise, you'd be too exhausted to get up tomorrow morning. Hikigaya. Good job. You remembered our agreement. Alright, fine. You should dress too. Wait, did they stop? Yuki no Shita breathed a sigh of relief. But the very next moment, oh no. Hikigaya's coming out. Her face paled. Without another thought, she scrambled back to her room, terrified that if she delayed even a second, Hikigaya would catch her lingering by the door. A minute later, Hikigaya staggered out of Kasumijoka's room. His sharp instincts caught a faint trace of something unusual near the door but, feeling utterly drained, he dismissed the thought. He headed straight for the sofa bed. Inside her own room, Yuki no Shita leaned heavily against the door, her chest heaving as she tried to steady her breath. Sweat dotted her forehead. That was close. So close. She almost got caught. After a few moments, she turned to peer through the peephole. The living room was quiet. Hikigaya was lying on the sofa bed, a faint smile of contentment gracing his face as he drifted off to sleep. He looks so happy. Watching the boy she loved fall asleep with such a peaceful expression, Yuki no Shita's lips quivered. Her heart felt heavier than ever. For the past hour, she'd heard Hikigaya repeat over and over again, Yuki no Shita, you were amazing tonight. Yuki no Shita, I love you. I love you the most. Her hand pressed against her chest as tears welled up in her eyes. Hikigaya. My Hikigaya. Being with Kasumijoka-senpai. Was it really this blissful? Never had she seen Hikigaya so satisfied, so utterly at peace. The system's voice interrupted her thoughts. Host, please do not despair. To date, Hikigaya's heart has only ever belonged to you. The happiness he displayed just now stems from his belief that the person with him earlier was you. Her teary eyes widened. Right. That's true. Hikigaya always thought it was me. That's why he looked so happy. He hasn't betrayed me, not in his heart. Hikigaya's corruption level, 4 out of 100, wait. It went down? She stared at the statistic in disbelief. He did all that with Kasumijoka-senpai. And his corruption level actually decreased? So, Hikigaya really thought she was me. A bitter smile tugged at her lips. Should she feel relieved? Or more heartbroken? Hikigaya murmured softly in his sleep, his lips forming silent words. Watching closely, Yuki no Shita recognized his unspoken message, Yuki no Shita. I love you the most. Hikigaya. Her trembling hands covered her mouth. As his girlfriend, she understood him better than anyone. No matter the sacrifices. No matter how much pain I endure. It's all worth it, if it's for you, Hikigaya. Her gaze softened, her heart filled with bittersweet resolve. For our future happiness together. Even if it means enduring moments like this. Even if others call you tainted. Even if you fall into others' arms. I will always love you.